nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era faded, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember they was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had a wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. New drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Back out of pop, even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off, shit just don't hit the same.
I am the nigga, young dog. Master Kim. I was riding downtown Northwest DC today. And I don't know if you guys remember, I talked to a guy that runs a club here. His name is Mark Barnes. He runs this is him right here. And I met him a while back, and he was on the stream, actually. You can see him. He's like probably one of the more popular nightclub operators here in DC. And so here's Mark Barnes.
Hey guys, hey.
I must say, I've admired this guy from afar for years. And part of the reason why I've admired this guy is, he operates kind of with the same clientele that I do. Black people, but, not in their homes. They're coming out to party. And I've been going to these parties for, from the time I got here to I was about 40 years old. So 20, give or take 20 years. And so the guy's been able to navigate a lot of different political environments, so on and so forth. So this is Mark Barnes, a very successful nightclub owner. This is Park Nightclub downtown.
Man. You just want to run me off or something? You think I'm going to take all the bitches, yo? You think if you bring a bitch around here, she going to leave with me?
What is this idiot talking about?
She just might. She might, man.
This dude would be great for the overnight.
Hey guys, hey, yo, hold on for a minute. We have someone very important right here. This is at DC's premier club promoter. He's been here for like 20 years.
You don't want to be no guy.
I've been going to this guy's club for like 20 years here. And what's your name here?
Mark Barnes.
Mark Barnes. What's the name of the club?
The Park at 14.
How long you been here, my man?
17 years.
And before you were here, you were in Republic.
Love, Dream,
Republic God. That was my favorite.
Club, Z Club, Coca Loco.
No, it was nothing like Republic Garden, though, bro. That was
Studio mic is off. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Let me rehash what I was saying. What the hell's going on here? Okay, all right. So I was downtown DC. Actually, I was going to do a street interview today. But just the vibe just didn't seem like it was there. So I said, another time. So anyway, I passed by this guy's nightclub, and this was from the stream probably a year or two ago. I've admired this guy from afar for a long time. He's a nightclub owner. He deals with, the black people that go out to the clubs. And so here's the Park Nightclub that he currently runs. And this is the club that I drove by earlier today.
You just want to run me off or something? You think I'm going to take all the bitches, yo? You think if you bring a bitch around here, this dude would be great.
This is at DC's premier club promoter. He's been here for like 20 years.
You don't want to be no guy.
I've been going to this guy's club for like 20 years here. And what's your name here?
Mark Barnes.
Mark Barnes. What's the name of the club?
Park at 14.
How long you been here, my man?
17 years.
And before you were here, you were in Republic.
Love, Dream,
Republic God. That was my favorite.
Club, Z Club, Coca Loco.
No, it was nothing like Republic Garden, though, bro. There was nothing like. You made magic right there. You know that, right?
Everybody says that in every age group.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Man, you made magic right there, bro. You made sincere. I remember leaving your club one night. And Prince was in line to walk in, bro.
He was
no lie.
But he might have been
he was coming in. Terrell
That the
Owens,
guy?
David
You like,
Johnson,
you got the
14th,
wrong club.
right there on
Oh,
13th and
oh,
you.
oh,
No,
you talking
Republic
about
Garden.
guys? Okay.
I mean, I don't think you ever had the magic like Republic Garden, man. That was like something
You
special,
ain't
man.
spending
Prince
my
ain't
time
never
with
been
Drake.
there.
Oh, I went there, Dre, but Republic was cozy, man. Republic was very cozy. You know what I'm saying? Again, this is Mark Barnes, owner of the
Parking 14.
14 nightclub. What, 2 blocks up from the White House, right? 2 blocks up from the White House.
Damn.
My man, Mark. Hey, I think I saw you, man. I said, let me run up to him and see if I can get him on camera 1 minute. I mean, I've been following you for years. You know that. Thank you.
You know, he's a great businessman. You know, he deals with kind of the people that I've dealt with. So today I was downtown, and he's still in business, man. Like, he's still going strong. And this is Mark Barnes. And this is outside of the Park nightclub today. This is outside the Park nightclub. This is the clientele that go there. Ooh, rough looking women there. Rough looking women on the headed into Park nightclub. Oh man, the Chevys. Man, the Chevys. This is Park nightclub. The big women, big old women, old men, old YNs. So this is your front of Park nightclub today. You know, the blood wigs. This is right by the White House, Washington D.C. What you gonna say? I think I'm gonna turn back around. You'll see something interesting. What you'll see, I think it's in this video, is that the police are hanging out at the club. You'll see that. Let me see if I can show it to you. The police are right here. You can see the police car right there. Look, there's a police car right there. They're just hanging out at the club. It's like 3 of them. They just hanging out looking at women at the club. You can see them right here. They just chilling. Man, this is DC police here. This is what they call it, Sunday brunch, Black Bull brunch. You know, that was Washington D.C. downtown. Some of DC's finest. Right on the Bulls here. This woman here, boy, this is too. She can hardly been over. And Slim Piggy like, what in the world did she have on? Jesus Christ. This is our Park nightclub. You know, I saw that. I said, let me share it with you guys before we get into the meeting matter. Anyway, the title of the topic is 3.7 GPA, the low expectation of blacks. And if you've been watching any of the black YouTube streamers, you will see that they talk about Karmelo was a good boy. His GPA, he had a 3.7. We've all heard that. And what does that mean? A 3.7 GPA, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. It's all relative. I guess that's pretty good if the scale is 4.0. But what if the scale is higher than 4.0? And I think Karmelo either goes to Centennial Memorial, it doesn't matter. It's the name of dozens of schools. Let me get the right school, Centennial High School, Frisco. Centennial High School, like all schools in the Frisco ISD, uses both an unweighted 4.0 scale used by many colleges for admission and a weighted 5.0 to 6.0 scale. So now that 3.7 starts to hit a little different. Here's a 3.7 out of 5.0 to 6.0. This is just an average student. It's just average. This is the low expectation. And I said this the other day. I'm like, wait a minute. There are Indians and Asians at this school. 3.7, that would be like very, very low. And so what you're saying is that Karmelo's average is pretty low. He's like a B average student. And then you'll see the average GPA. average GPA at Centennial High School is typically around 3.64. That puts him squarely in the range of average. He's just an average guy. There's nothing wrong with being average. But the blacks are up here talking about like, this boy here real smart. He real smart and shit. And you know what I'm saying? We don't know what type of classes he took to achieve this 3.7. See, the blacks are just hearing the number. And the number is just, it's just quantitative. It doesn't mean anything. What are the classes that stand behind that 3.7? Are these AP classes that he took? IB club courses? Or did he just basically take the basic classes and come up with a 3.7, which is average for the school? And I've speculated all along that academically, he probably knew he didn't fit in at this school. The Asians, the Indians, like, they're going to be sticklers for 4.0 perfection. Here he is in a middling 3.7, probably taking basic courses. I'm doubting that he was taking AP courses. And so he has a 3.7. The average GPA at Centennial is typically around 3.64 because Frisco uses weighted scales up to 5.0 and 5.5 for advanced classes. Top students regularly graduate with GPAs well above 4.0. Let that sink in. See, the blacks, they just ran with the number. We don't even know if he has a 3.7. We don't even know that. But we do know that that's what the blacks are running with, and they're taking it and saying, that's good. That's good. The hell with the scale is, the number just sounds good. 3.7. But out of 5.5, out of 5.0, you're middling. And I think that this is part of what drove Karmelo to do what he did. From academically to, financially, he was middling in that environment at best. And he was frustrated. He was angry. And he lashed out at this Metcalf guy. I mean, you look at it, it's just so apparent. And it was apparent to me almost immediately when the blacks started running with the 3.7. And they said that it was a school full of Indians and Asians. I said, that doesn't sound that high. And if you look at the other school, this is, I think, the Metcalf boys school, both in Frisco, the average GPA there is 3.62. Again, this is just average. Because Frisco uses a multi-tiered weighting scale, including 5.5 and 6.0 for advanced, dual credit, and AP courses, student GPAs are heavily dependent on the rigor of the classes taken. And so here and again, Karmelo is coming in at about average. The blacks are here in 3.7 and saying they killed one of our scholars. But in reality, he probably was not a scholar. Probably just an average guy in the era where they're giving everybody a passing grade. He was just passing. And this is, again, what I think highlights the low expectation of black people, because they don't recognize that there are other people that are coming into this country that are hard charging. And mediocrity is not enough for them. 3.7 would not be enough for a first generation immigrant family from Korea. Mr. Chow, probably the one from South Carolina, probably would not have allowed his son and daughter to come home with 3.7. That's very, very true. He'd probably been very unhappy with them just achieving a 3.7. If their GPA was the same as Karmelo's, you think those Indians and Asians would be okay with that? Do you really think that? But see, the blacks are like, that's great. The blacks don't even want to talk about anyone else's GPA because it would really highlight how low Karmelo's GPA was. That's why he went to Morehouse. I asked earlier, why did he go to Morehouse? Because Morehouse would take him. Maybe he's above average coming into Morehouse, but going anywhere else, he'd be right back in the same position. That's why he probably chose to go to Morehouse. 3.7 is nothing. 3.7 out of 420 years ago would have been something. As I was telling you, Brady, this morning, I'm old enough to remember this. Anyone remember this? Clustering. When I went to school, when I first started sixth grade, it's a long time ago, they had what they call clusters. Clusters primarily refer to, well, in this case, it's career clusters, but similar. Well, let me see. The clusters are actually banned. In the realm of education, the term school cluster generally refers to one or two concepts: geographical feeder pattern or gifted student grouping. The latter is what I'm speaking of, gifted student grouping. So when I was into the sixth grade, they built a new school and they clustered people. They put you in the A, B, C, D track. And you would take classes with your A, B, C, D people. Yeah, now they call it tracking. But they later banned clustering. So we would take classes with people in our cluster. A lot of people thought it cut down on bullying and stuff like that if you kept the smart people together, so on and so forth. Clustering. Instead of segregating advanced students, districts are shifting to universal inclusion model, where teachers differentiate instruction within heterogeneous classrooms. So in other words, no more clustering. You just teach to the middle or teach to the masses. And so that's what led me on this whole thing about Karmelo Anthony. I'm like, in America today, they're not clustering. What they're doing is they're creating this cluster of IB classes, AP classes, and then they even have different GPA tracks. And this is what I'm showing you. This is education responding to the legal lobbying and things like that to more or less hide the blacks. The cities like Frisco have to figure out a way to keep their affluent whites and keep their schools performing. So they allow this GPA, IB, whatever, clustering, advanced courses, because otherwise you'd have a whole bunch of Karmelos as the valedictorians of these schools. And so that's what they're doing there. And so for the people that are carrying this whole banner that Karmelo, this excellent student, had a 3.7 GPA, next time you ask them, on a scale of what? What was the highest GPA at their school? And I imagine that some of these kids probably get damn near a 5.5. As you can see, including 5.5 and a 6.0 scale. And so the blacks are talking about Karmelo with the 3.7, and I think, again, it's just mediocre. And I think, again, it shows you kind of the low expectation of blacks when put into these environments around people that can perform much better than they do. They don't even know how poorly they look. They're thinking that 3.7 is just some great number, and it's just kind of sad there. It really shows you just kind of how sad they are. And that is what I'm saying, regular, in what classes? Because again, he may have a higher GPA, or he may have the same GPA as someone who's taking AP classes. Like, whose GPA is worth more? Is it Karmelo's? Do you think Karmelo was out here taking AP classes and got a 3.7? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I don't think he was performing as well as the Indians and the Asians, even taking basic classes. And so this, again, strips away the veneer of one of the lies that the blacks are hanging on to, that this guy was a very smart young black man. In reality, in that school, he was average. At best, he was average. Maybe in Baton Rouge, he was smarty-arty. And his family said, we got a little smart one here, so we're going to get him in a smart neighborhood and let him see what he got. But then when he got there, he got humble. And he got angry. This is what I think led to Karmelo killing. I'm telling you. I truly believe it. I've been saying it from day one. That's what he wanted, that damn smart. Huh? He ain't that smart.
Okay, John, if I may, respectfully, sir, I am I am personally very familiar with where Karmelo attended. Centennial, it's a very good school, if I may say that to you.
I'm not saying it's not.
I know. So just to give a little bit of around. When you were with Mary Kay,
Yeah.
you know that you were working off the tollway.
Yeah. It was nice over
Heading,
there.
huh?
It was nice there. I think it was Plano or
Very.
something. Yeah.
No, you actually were more in Addison, which is Dallas.
Addison.
It was,
That's right. That's right. It
yeah,
was Addison. Yeah.
yes, you
Yeah. It
were.
was Addison. Yeah. I
And
remember that now.
if I may, the Mary Kay building is beautiful. It's right there. It's literally like if you're driving on the tollway heading north towards Plano, you're going
Yeah.
to see the Mary Kay building, the glass building, like the Mary Kay signia. It's very beautiful. Addison is like it basically borders Plano. So if you're on, if you, I think the tollway does cross George Bush, but you know, like there's Addison, I think Richardson, and then you get to Plano.
Yeah.
Once you cross George Bush, that's like that it bifurcates Dallas from Plano. And then once you get into Plano, you're getting into Frisco, Prosper, etc.
I used to work for this company here too in Addison.
Yes,
It was a
near
it was
him.
a
I know
Mary
which
Kay.
ones are gone.
It was a Mary Kay clone
So
near there.
that area where you were working
Yeah.
with that, because you know that's also where Perot had EDS, right? So you
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
basically neighbors, Mary
Yeah.
Kay,
That's a high
EDS,
income area right there.
very high income area,
Hmm.
very high income. What happened? Perot moved from Addison into Plano. He moved EDS into Plano. Perot basically, in a way, he basically built Plano to what it is.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Plano, so successful, getting bigger, bigger, bigger. They then kind of Frisco always existed, but Frisco before was just basically farmland. So when you were at Mary Kay, heading north on the tollway, you would hit Plano, but there wasn't much of anything, still farmland, and then Frisco, nothing but farmland. I mean, you could still see cows, horses, all that stuff, just driving, not much of anything. And the tollway did end. Like there was an end, and it was kind of just like maybe 5 minutes, like maybe let's give it like maybe 7 minutes from Mary Kay. Where you worked when you were at Mary Kay, Centennial right now is maybe no more than 10 minutes from Mary Kay off the tollway. Think about that. So you're working in one
Wow.
of the best areas
Yeah.
of Dallas. It's Addison, you are.
It's a very good restaurant. I will say that.
That
Very good
actually,
restaurant.
that area at Addison has more restaurants per capita. You know, we always
Yeah.
talk about per capita than
Yeah.
anywhere else in the country. All
Yeah.
those great
Yeah.
restaurants. All, I'm sure you dined at the Intercontinental. It's like right there near Mary Kay. The
I went to a
Intercontinental.
lot of Mexican restaurants.
Well, it's Texas, John. Of course.
They had a lot of good. It was some kind of.
You go to Mi Casina?
I can't remember the name of it, but it was the first time I'd ever had a prickly pear. You ever heard that prickly pear?
First
It's a
they have,
margarita?
yeah, Prickly Pear Margarita. Yeah,
Margarita.
yeah,
Yeah.
yes, yes. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot over there, John.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's real nice. Yeah.
so think about it. You were working at Mary Kay. You're in the industry. The industry is growing. Hey, hey, regular, regular. The industry is growing, and as you know, as I know, Richard, everyone who's in the industry, they're going to bring in more and more and more Indians,
Yeah.
and that was
It's
really
in that area too.
ramping up around the time that you were active in the industry and you were not yet the landlord when you were still
Oh,
software.
I was still a landlord.
When you were still that's what I mean. When you were still dev, when you're still doing your dev work.
You know, when I worked in Nerium, they were rolling out to Korea at the time,
Really,
and yeah, that's what
they
they were
were.
doing. They were rolling out to
Think
Korea.
about it. They're
It's like
rolling into
makeup.
Korea. That means they're expanding. They're going to bring in more H-1B. So
Yeah.
think. So I'm saying all of this because at that time when you were really really active in the industry, they're bringing in and you're in the industry, IT. They're bringing in more and more and more H-1B.
Yeah.
That is really what grew Plano and now Frisco. These Indians have a lot to say. So if I may, where Karmelo went to school, Centennial's about maybe 8%, 6 to 8% Black, 6 to 8% Hispanic, over 50% Asian, John.
Yeah.
Over 50. That's Centennial. And it's a
Yeah.
top 10% school. It's
Hell
a
yeah.
top 10 school.
Hell yeah.
And then
Yeah.
there's
They're not going to
also,
tolerate any less. Right?
yeah, it's true.
They're not going to tolerate that shit.
And it's about 35 to 40% white.
Yeah.
One thing, John, I don't know the people you spoke to, like the people you were dining with, when you were with your coworkers, they'll tell you straightforward what I'm about to tell you. You know they don't play games with property values in this area.
I mean, shit. I would say, and this is what I was telling B Brave.
Yeah,
I was
because
telling
where
Brady
you
about.
were at Mary Kay, that is West Plano. There's Addison. You're in West Plano. I say that because there's East Plano. I don't even think you know about East Plano like that.
Yeah,
You are going to know about West Plano because you're in Addison. So there's Addison, which is Dallas, Plano, but it's really West Plano because of where you were working and where the tollway, that's West Plano. And then you go further north, there's Frisco, and then north of Frisco, there's Prosper. Prosper is where
I've heard of
Prime
that. Yeah,
Time, Deion Sanders, Pilar, they have their
yeah,
families
yeah, I've
there.
heard of that.
Beautiful area,
Yeah, I've heard of
nice area.
Prosper. Yeah,
And then there's also north of Prosper, Salina. Salina is
I've heard it.
growing.
I've heard it.
It's
It
growing big.
sounds nice. It sounds like it would be nice. I don't know if it's nice
They
enough. It sounds
they
like.
they have an excellent football team, John.
Mm.
Excellent. Frisco, excellent. Remember, we were discussing Jerry Jones moved the training camp to Frisco from Valley Ranch, and then Plano is still Plano. John, all they care about is property values. And one of the big things about these property values is these schools. These schools have to keep these test scores. Why? That's what brings the families with the money to Plano, into Frisco, into Prosper. John, around the time when you were at Mary Kay, and still basically to this day, West Plano, which is not maybe because a lot of people you worked with at Mary Kay, they're living in West Plano. That school was the top 20 public school in the country.
Which school would that
West,
be? What
West
the
Plano.
Centennial? What about how does Centennial rank?
Centennial's it's top 10% in the state of
That's
Texas.
a very
So
good school. That's what I thought.
it's
Yeah.
a very good school. I'm familiar with Centennial. There's Centennial, there's Liberty, and then there's Heritage. Those are the schools in Frisco. A lot of the Indians are there, but those are excellent schools, great test scores, property values. That's where everybody wants to move. If you look at
So
these
let me ask you
schools,
this question: do you think that
you went to the
Carmelo's 3.7 at a
yes,
school full of Indians and Asians? He's not
yes.
that impressive. Would you say that's fair?
Okay, I will say that, and let me, if I may predicate though, John, if I
Depends on
may.
what classes he's taking. It depends on the
Well, John,
classes.
remember, John, here's the thing that when I was in high school, you get a differential when you're in AP class. So you get an additional. When I was in high school, it's not smelly. Stop that. Who said that? Nano, stop. You are horrible. Stop that. No, he wasn't selling makeup. He was building.
I'm doing software, man.
Yeah, he was building a site. But anyway, John, when you do AP classes, you get an additional point 0.6 onto your GPA. So I ended up with a 4.2. I know one girl when I went to school, she had a 4.6.
But
And
okay,
also,
okay. Hold
yeah,
on. So your GPA was 4.2. You're in Texas, and so when you're hearing people saying 3.7, and that's below yours, like that has to ring a bell. You like, well,
it
hey.
does ring a bell, but it makes me think, okay, he's not taking AP classes. He's not taking classes at a community college. Like I was also taking classes at a community college
Right,
while I
and we
was
saw
enrolled in
that
high
with one of the
school.
schools. Yeah.
So I had classes. I already had, like I tested into community college, and I was taking classes while I was also in high school. And then I got those credits when I attended
Right.
like the 4-year college.
Right.
So I
And
graduated at 17 with a 4.2 GPA.
let me ask you this question: do you think the Indians would be
Uh-huh.
bragging and the Asians would be bragging if their child had a 3.7 GPA?
Okay, with this, I understand what you're saying, but with this sliding scale, because there's great inflation, they're going to want over 4 because they're going to have their kids. Why aren't you not in AP? Like the Indians are going to push to have their children in AP classes because those classes give you college credit. If you get at least,
So
I think
I'm asking you, does this not highlight the low expectation of blacks?
it's a good, it is, you're something that you said. It's average, it's good. It's good. I don't want to say it's the
He's
best.
average.
It's for where he is. I will say that because I know these Indians, their test scores are incredible. If you compare where Karmelo was going to school and where the twins, where the twins was going to school, you should look at that school, John. That school's like bottom 10% in Texas, where the twins, Arthur and his brother, that's a whole other conversation, John. That school was like it's like about 30% white,
That was
20% Hispanic.
Memorial, correct?
They
Or
went
was
to
that Central?
Memorial. They went to
Let me pull
Memorial,
that one
and
up.
that.
I think
Oh,
I've showed that one.
and let me tell you something, John. Memorial, Centennial, Liberty, and Heritage were all opened. Like let's say the early 2000s, like before 2010s. Centennial, Heritage, and Liberty, which has a greater majority of Indians over whites. There are more Asians in
Hold
those.
on. Here's Memorial. You say Memorial, right?
Yes, Memorial, correct. That's
Here's
where the twins went.
Memorial has an average GPA of 3.6, utilizes a unique grading system. Typically on a 5.0 and advanced AP courses go up to 6.0. A 3.62 is generally considered a strong B plus to A minus in this competitive district. Memorial High School, Frisco. What is it? Great schools, good schools, ratings.
Yeah, it's not rated very well.
Memorial High School is ranked 217 within Texas. The AP participation rate is at 59%. Total minority enrollment 63%, 22%.
Yes.
This is a high number. 22% of the students are economically disadvantaged.
Yes. If I may share that with you.
That's a pretty high number.
Yes, it is. John, let me share something with you. They opened this school recently. Memorial was opened recently in 2019. It's the newest Frisco school. You know what they did? Collin County, because they care so much about these test scores, they basically put all the underperforming kids in one school to separate them from Centennial, Liberty, and Heritage. Centennial, Liberty, Heritage, they scored like Plano West. Plano West is a top 20 school, top 25 in the United States. And it's, that type of school. Memorial has a very,
okay. Hold on, partner. So here's Memorial. This is where Karmelo goes to school, correct?
That's Memorial. Yeah, that's Memorial.
So about 18% of the students there
are Black,
economically disadvantaged. But this college is a highly rated college-bound prep school.
It's a prep
and so
school,
again,
yeah.
this is where I'm going with this partner.
But that's where the twins go, not Karmelo. Karmelo goes to Centennial.
Where does Karmelo go? Karmelo goes where?
He goes to Centennial, which is an excellent school.
Right. So,
he goes to a better school than the twins.
He goes to the better school than the twins. Okay, no, this makes my point. This is where you can see that the number is whites, Asians, Hispanics.
Yeah.
I've already talked about it.
Yeah, Memorial.
Right, this is on the screen. The pecking order here in America, pretty much, is whites. Asians are so small of a number, but maybe in this school, Asians may be above whites in terms
Big
of grade.
time, John. Right, they are. Think about your time at Mary Kay. You saw, John. You saw the tech industry explode.
So now you got the Asians. You got the Asians, the whites,
yeah,
and I'm guessing that the Hispanic would probably be above the blacks.
No. Respectfully, no.
They're probably about even at best.
A little bit even, maybe a little bit lower. And I say that because this particular area, I had to bring up that time when you were at Mary Kay. More Black people were moving north. Not a lot, but more Black people were moving north into Frisco. You already had a number of Black people in Plano, small, and of course they're going to be basketball, football. They're like bringing more Black students into Plano, but they're specifically playing sports. That was like the big thing. You know that. And then the Asians started coming in droves, the Asians, because of the tech industry. Eventually, John, HP, Hewlett Packard bought EDS. So that EDS building that's right there, which is maybe 7 minutes away from Mary Kay, that was bought by HP, by Hewlett Packard. And then it kept growing when Hewlett Packard merged with Compaq, excuse me.
I want you to listen to this right here. Here's a video about Frisco. I want you to listen to this. Listen to this.
Frisco tonight, some are calling the Indian population growth there problematic. There are accusations that some visa holders gained their work status fraudulently and took American jobs. Our Marvin Hurst tonight, looking for answers.
For all the things that Frisco is known for.
I also see people who were evicted because their job was replaced by H-1B workers.
A fight over demographics has led to some uncomfortable conversations.
People from India are walking in, not even going through the proper channels to apply, while Texans are going homeless.
That seem like fighting words. One of the most vocal is self-proclaimed journalist Mark Palaciano.
I have no political affiliation. I don't identify with the left or right. I identify with all Americans, even the Americans that disagree with me, even the Americans that call me racist for what I'm doing.
Palaciano feels like he's led the charge to get people to notice numbers he says deserve a closer look in Frisco. He describes it as an, quote, Indian takeover, end quote.
I've grown up around a lot of different races, but when a population, the Indian population in America is 1.6%, but in Frisco it's exploded to 33%. That's not diversity.
Here's a breakdown of the demographics in Frisco, which remain overwhelmingly white. Then there's Asian, which lumps in Indian, Hispanics, blacks, and so on.
So what's wrong with that number?
It's a good question. I don't know how to answer it, right? Because this
is a white man plumber. He's complaining about the Indians down there in Frisco.
Is he white? Is he really white, John?
I don't know. He may be Hispanic. I'm not quite sure. But again, what I'm saying to you, like the and I ain't just like patting the Indians on the back. I've seen them cheat in my face.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, I've seen them cheat. Yeah, I swear I was working when he didn't know what the hell he was doing, and someone was telling him what to do. They were speaking in whatever language they speak. I can't remember. Diwali, whatever else.
Tamil. Diwali is the holiday, which they actually. John, there's so many Indians, like Diwali, like it's like a festival of lights. There's a huge celebration in Frisco, like in Collin County, for that. Fireworks, everything, because there's so many Indians.
Anyone that thinks the Hispanics or the blacks are doing better than the Hispanics, all you gotta do is listen to last night. Ain't no way in the world. Did you hear last night, Ponder?
No, what happened last night?
Oh, Ponder.
Do I need to re-listen to your show? What happened? I'll re-listen.
Nah, I'm gonna clip it and I'm gonna play it for you guys. I had a Hispanic guy called in yesterday.
Oh, really?
And he said that we probably have in his household $500,000 in income coming into the house.
How many people are living in the house, though?
7.
Oh, John.
In a 2-bedroom.
John, black people are not going to do that. You know that. You will never do that. You wouldn't even allow it on your property. 7 adults in a 2-bedroom. John.
Well,
hey, Rick.
I wouldn't because they would be fighting. But I wouldn't because they'd be fighting and shit. That's one of the reasons why I wouldn't, because they'd be fighting. But the Hispanics, and I asked the guy, I said, yo, man, how the hell do y'all pull that off? And they pull it off very, very well, and they're paying basically peanuts in rent around here. And one of the guys is making $60 an hour as a foreman. And, you don't have to be that smart to make it in America.
Oh, John, we know that's fact. You don't even need to speak English. You know that.
Well, and this guy didn't speak English, and he was a foreman on a construction site.
Live here for 30 years, not speak a lick of English. Yeah. Very well. Very well.
So she's saying more than that in the 2-bedroom. And so, this guy there were 3 people to 1 bedroom and 4 people to the other one. And all these people were making money. It wasn't like they were broke and had to live that way. They were living their way to save money. And these people had exit plans. They were looking to move out of back to their country when, once they accumulated enough money. That's a very different dynamic than what most Americans have been, up against. Typically, we compete with other Americans who aren't going to
John, you made a good point. Black people can never do that because no one would get along. Hey, Aaron C. Black people would never get along. I mean, that's really it. Like, you cannot have 7 black people in a 2-bedroom.
No,
that it would never work.
They kill each other.
They would kill each other. Or unalive, excuse me. They would unalive each other.
Did anyone hear that video last night? I think I have it primed up. Maybe I should play it. It was an amazing story. How the Indians.
Hey, Master Kim.
Not Indians, but the Hispanics, and they were different groups. This guy was Dominican, and he worked over here in the ghetto, and he was able to come over here and do very, very well for himself. That shit was amazing.
John, and also also remember in Collin County, So when we're thinking Collin County, think about again. It really is important to go back when you were with Mary Kay, because that was like the trigger, the spark of like the huge, huge change. So you have Plano, which north of Mary Kay, which is it was predominantly white and predominantly like farmland. And then once Perot moved into Plano, everything changed. Little by little by little, you're having more and more and more Indians. But the big difference is who's actually buying homes. Because white people are buying homes. The Chinese, for the most part, are buying homes and they're starting businesses. Like off 75, there are so many Chinese businesses. Like, I mean, there's like an area, John, it's just swath of just businesses, Asian swath.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Like restaurants, shopping,
What's up?
everything.
Hold on, partner. What's up? Hold on, partner. What's up, Latino?
Hey, Latino.
You want to come in about that Dominican dude from last night? Latino may never hear. Is it Dominican dude called in last night? He's the one that was living with the Mexicans. I figured Latino would come in on there. I was seeing if I could pull up that call. It was something he said very interesting.
The Indians have their own spot as well. You don't really see it so much with Hispanics and Blacks. Like Collin County, when you're looking at West Plano and like the subdivisions are like, it's like you see some Indians, a lot of the Chinese, and I'm talking about buying homes in these very, very luxurious, beautiful subdivisions. And of course, white people and more white people. But even now, because Frisco's getting so Indian, the white people are moving into Prosper and into Salina. So they're moving further and further north towards Oklahoma. Like there's going to watch Durant become like annexed into Texas, like the city of Durant.
Hey, partner, I think I got this video from last night queued up. You want to hear it? This is the Dominican guy who lives with 6 other Mexicans. I'm assuming they're all Mexicans. And so here is the phone call from the guy last night. This was very interesting. Let me see where do I want to start it? Yeah, I'll start it right there. Yeah. This is a Dominican guy living with the Mexican.
But hey, and I told you I got one of the Mexicans. They said they willing to pay $1,500 for something.
$1,500.
Yeah, if you have something, but they want to live in Southeast.
Shit, why they want to live in Southeast?
Because his baby mom lives out there.
A Mexican got a baby mama living in Southeast?
Yeah, what you mean? That's not new nowadays.
She black?
Yeah, his baby mom is black.
What part of Southeast?
Over there by Navy Yard.
Oh, that ain't ghetto Southeast.
But on the other side, like by what's that shit called? I don't really know. Like by not waterfront. What's it called? The ghetto. So not. Yeah, over there. There you go.
Hey, baby mama live. Is she ghetto and shit?
She ghetto as shit.
How the hell did he meet her, bro? God damn.
Cause he be but that man be buying pussy like shit. I told you he's the one that be having all the bitches at the apartment.
You think
that boy be spent?
You think he wait a minute. You think he slept with her as a prostitute?
Of course he did. That man be bringing endless prostitutes home. He don't like Spanish women. That is not his cup of tea.
Is he Spanish?
Yeah, he's Spanish. He's Mexican.
Well, what is he seeing them sister gals over in the ghetto and shit?
Bro, the ones that he be taking, they be fat as shit.
Mammoths. I call them bull mammoths. I call them bull mammoths. But I don't think he's talking about fat like fat. I think he's talking about like the pH fat. This is a foreman.
Okay.
This is a Spanish foreman. He got money. He coming into the ghetto working, doing all this construction. One of these construction guys that you see me filming. And he just happens to have a hankering for black women. He's just picking them up left or right.
I live over here together. Hey, boy. So he got a fat black, he got a Mexican with a fat black baby mama.
That is shit.
And he have sex with her in the same room with you while you in there? Jesus
I don't be there. We don't be there.
But the stank must still be there. It got to stink after she leaves.
No, this is the thing.
John, you wallet.
When she comes, she brings her friends. They be I told you they be you don't remember when we was talking the other night? I told you it'd be straight partying in this joint.
The fat ghetto women, all of them be fat and shit.
Fat as shit. He love doing that shit.
Do he sleep with all of them, or he just sleep with one of them?
Nah, he sleep with two of them.
Two of the fat big ass bulls.
Yep.
At the same time or at one time?
Same time. And but this is the thing too. His baby mom be bringing one of them over for them two to fuck.
Jesus
and he just pays the other one $500.
Oh, he had to pay her $500?
I'm telling you, that man got money.
Hey, this is like an immigration, like the story of immigration right here. Latino, this is a Dominican man on the phone. What do you think about it?
Yo, that's wild, man. I mean, it's not far-fetched, bro. Them Central Americans be moving different.
Say what?
Them Central Americans be moving different.
Yo, he got the Dominican dude has a black woman too. He like, shit, that's the thing nowadays. I'm like, what?
I mean, bro, like from what we have seen so far, bro, like if y'all saying that y'all don't want them, right? Like, wouldn't it just be much easier for every other race to just have an opening?
I guess that is true, yeah.
There you go.
Did you hear this interview last night, Latino?
This one? Nah.
Mm-hmm.
This is my first time hearing this shit.
So this is a Dominican dude on the phone. You can tell me to stop it whenever you want me to stop it, all right?
All right, man.
Under Latino. This is a Dominican guy on the phone.
Is that the man that owned the house?
No, this is the one that lives in my room.
He's
like about 45.
How did he get all that money?
Now, I'm gonna remind you, he lives in a room with two other people, and one of the people that he lives
is the
with,
guy that's speaking Dominican?
Yeah, he's Dominican. The guy that's speaking is Dominican, right? It's one of your brother, man.
He's a foreman.
Oh shit!
He's a foreman for Clark.
Oh shit! So he making bread, and he living in a goddamn room.
So Clark is a big construction company here in DC area.
Because he's saving money. That's what they do. You know how the Mexicans are? They all stick together.
But how much money you think he making? As a foreman, he might be making $100,000, huh?
He's making like $60 an hour.
Damn, and living in a goddamn room. Jesus Christ.
Right, exactly. But all he be saying, he's just saying, he's already 40. He said by the time he hits 50, he's just going to go back to his country. He said, I'm just here making my money and having a good time.
You get
got my black woman and she's going with him.
You gonna take that big fat bull to...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you that. See, a lot of people may seem as he don't got no hope, but that's far from the truth, because if he didn't have hope, he wouldn't be working. He's planning something, much bigger or comfortable for him.
Yeah, this is future time orientation that a lot of these immigrants are engaged in.
Yeah,
Africans.
But like you got to understand, like, a dollar out there, wherever he's going, is going to stretch out like at least 5 to 6 times more than it would be over here.
I guess what I'm saying, you tell me if you disagree, is that a lot of these people, they come here to make money. They still want to go back home.
Yeah.
Right.
And so
that's what they do.
Go back home, right?
Yeah, they want to go home.
And so they put the president on hold, to a certain extent, and send money back home to build a house. That's what this guy's doing. He's building a house back home.
Yeah.
Right?
House, cars, businesses, everything.
Right.
They get themselves set up.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and so they're using this as like, basically the honeypot.
Mm-hmm. But you know why that is though? Because most of them had, that I talked to that do that. They said, they rather stay here, but the problem is that they're gonna have to continue to work until the day they die, and they don't want to do that.
It's what's interesting is that the owner of the house is not working. He had a good ass job too. He got hurt. Listen
to Mexico.
She's not a fat girl. She fat as shit. Like her butt. Her butt fat as fuck.
Oh, she got big ass. Oh, she like P.
Yeah, they're not big joints. Yeah, he got like big fat butt joints.
So what he's saying here is he coming into the ghetto and getting, the best of the best ghetto ass black women. You're gonna hear him say this later.
The thick bitches, the nice petite thick bitches.
Right, and he not putting in any work either because he got bread. He don't even speak English. Listen.
So he getting the good. Where does he meet these ghetto ass women, bro? Just out of curiosity.
He be going out. He works out Anacostia sometimes. All them Clark people. Wherever he ends up working, that's where he be meeting them. Sometimes he meets them.
Yeah.
Sometimes he meets them over there by Martin Luther King.
Always on Martin Luther King, huh, John? That's where everything happened.
Hold on, let me see if this caller want to hear this Mexican. Hey, caller, I'm live, man. Do you want to hear this Mexican talking about how he just picks up black women on Martin Luther King? Easy peasy, bro.
Yeah.
You want to hear it, caller?
Yeah.
You don't want to hear it, caller? All right, caller. Anyway,
Okay, you know where that is, right?
Hell yeah, I live around there. I live right on Martin Luther King. Yeah, I live right on Martin Luther King.
Yeah, he be over there meeting them.
Oh my God, bro.
Yeah, he literally be bringing them over and just be. That should be so crazy. I be laughing, but I be like, yeah, he the man for real, low key. Because he be bringing them over and he just be having them strip. Like he be having strip parties in his bitch.
You got any pictures of this shit?
I don't be there sometimes. I be with my girls half of the time.
What is your girl? Hey, is your girl, she Dominican or Mexican or what? Or black?
No, my girl's black.
You got a black girl too?
Yeah, she from Uptown.
Damn. Yo, pause it. Damn.
Yeah.
So you telling me that the Hispanic community in Washington, D.C. is racking them up, and we got Omar racking them up, but we got all these black men complaining of how black women are and shit. Come on, man. It's crazy, bro.
I ain't thinking about it from that angle, but that is
This
true.
shit wild, man.
Bro, listen to this shit.
In Northwest.
Yeah.
Look, he said he got him a girl in Northwest, so he got him a better black girl than the ghetto ass Southeast one. This is what he's saying implicitly. He's saying, I got me a Northwest sister gal. She might went to college and shit. How?
She ain't one of them big old bulls.
Nah, she a fat butt jump.
I thought the Dominicans, all the Mexicans stayed to their own people, man.
Not Dominicans.
No, not
Usually
really, bro.
Mexicans and Salvadorians do. Dominicans go with everyone.
Oh, really?
Salvadorians and Mexicans, they usually be the ones that be sticking to their own people. But this dude, he came here and he never wanted to be with a Mexican.
And he didn't want it black. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's all he be chasing.
But he be in the ghetto where that shit be. They probably be chasing him.
Hell yeah, he be in the ghetto with that shit.
So they know he making money too. Oh my God!
All he do is stay talking about. Yeah, he said, I like it fucking ass. I like it fucking black ass.
Yo, I gotta log in my laptop for this.
Oh man, it get funny though, Latino. It get funny. Listen.
I mean, he be having me laugh.
Hey, has he ever talked about like what's the difference between like a Mexican and a black woman? He ever talked about like what's the difference between them?
Nah, he don't even know because ever since he got here, he's never messed with not one Hispanic bitch.
Never.
He went straight to DC.
And just straight got with the chocolate. The chocolate. Jesus Christ.
He literally just got here like 3-4 years ago.
Oh, really? You fresh out the boat.
I want you to put that in perspective. 3-4 years ago, he making $60 an hour, just got a raise to 80.
Jesus. Ain't that a bitch?
Don't even speak English.
Nah, but the white man. Yo, drop the link.
This is a really amazing. This is an American success story here. Listen, it gets worse for the blacks, honestly.
Shit.
Basically.
How the hell he become a foreman so fast? How he become a foreman so fast?
His cousin, I told you how they be connected.
What happened? Tell me.
Huh?
What, his cousin got him the job or something?
Yeah. He works under his cousin's name.
Get the fuck out of here.
Remember I told you that's how they be doing it on Uber?
Yeah, but he got to know what he's doing though, right?
Of course, he knows what he's doing. Come on now. Them motherfuckers know what they doing.
Yeah.
You know they know what they doing. Them motherfuckers know how to work.
Yeah. They know how to work out there, that's for sure. Damn, that's a crazy story, bro. Damn. He be pulling them ghetto ass monsters from over here where I live. All that construction though, boy, I bet they picking them Hispanic men off because that's the only ones working over here.
Yeah, he love him. He love that shit, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
I told you, every time. His favorite part is he loves staying over there by Anacostia and Martin Luther.
That's where you want to live?
I told you, he said he want to live on the south side. He said he want to be next to his baby mother.
Okay. Well, let's do it. Give me my number.
That's crazy, yo. You want to know what's nuts, though?
Mm-hmm.
You want to live in the South Side because of the women and shit, the life that, the chicks that you probably, obtain or whatever, right? But not once this man feared to live in a bad community or not. He don't give a fuck about any of that. You want to know why that is? You want to know why that is?
What?
Because trust me, nobody gonna fuck with that dude.
You probably rough himself. Shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like these people know who they can mess with. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Like, stupid.
A Mexican man walking around here doing construction, man, they ain't trying to fool with him. You know what I mean? Like they rather pick an easier mark than someone that might have some fight back in them. Honestly. And this is what he's saying right here. Somebody said,
they'll do you worse than Mr. Chow, man.
Yeah, that's true. He probably harder than Mr. Chow, that's for sure.
My number. You still there? Tell him to send me money. Yikes. This crazy. The South ain't got it. Hey, there's any life stories? Still pulling it out. He
calls back in.
All right, and then I'm
Hey. Listen.
It's real.
like, you know how they are?
Yes.
Cousin's name.
Get the fuck out of here.
Remember I told you that's how they be doing it on Uber?
Yeah, but he got to know what he's doing though, right?
Of course, he knows what he's doing. Come on now. Them motherfuckers know what they doing.
Yeah.
You know they know what they doing. Them motherfuckers know how to work.
Yeah. They know how to work down there, for sure. Damn, that's a crazy story, bro. Damn. He be pulling them ghetto ass monsters from over here where I live. All that construction though, boy, I bet they picking them Hispanic men off because that's the only ones working over here.
He love him. He love that shit, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
I told you, every time. His favorite part is he loves staying over there by Anacostia and Martin Luther.
That's where you want to live?
He had a
I
dream.
told you. He said he want to live on the south side. He said he want to be next to his baby mother.
Okay. Well, let's do it. Give him my number.
Damn, so he got a baby mama. And he ain't even got papers
Give him my
like
number.
that. That's crazy, bro.
He working under his child's name or somebody else's name.
Yeah, I know. Like that woman that, you know what I mean? Like, oh man. Yo, when he gets sent back, bro, that little kid, he ain't gonna know who his dad is.
Gotta be here legally, right? He's got to be here legally to be doing all that.
I think he here illegally because he's working under someone else's name, so that would make him
making
here
80.
Right?
Oh yeah, dang.
Right. You remember he said he's working on someone else's name, and he barely speaks English. And the only reason he's able to get a job as a foreman is because the Hispanics have taken over the construction work. Understand? All these videos that I've shown you with these Hispanics working in the ghetto, hell, some of them I've rented to. Remember the Colombian man, the Honduran, whatever? He said he goes back and forth from Colombia, comes here to the ghetto to do work.
Mm-hmm.
This is this is blowing it up a little bit, extrapolating out.
I'm a little surprised ICE hadn't got him by now.
What would you say?
Still there? They've been racking him
I
up.
send you a text with the address and everything. I tell him, send me my number. I send him my number. I tell him, send me my number. Yikes. Send me call. If you're interested in life story, pulling it out of it's a yeah. Hello?
I said, yeah, what happened? You hung up?
No, I think your phone dropped. You on the train, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I told you. He gonna make me translate for him anyway. So I'm the one that be helping him out with all his paperwork for.
Damn. So he don't speak English, so you have to translate everything for him?
Yeah.
And he's still making $60 an hour?
I mean, he works for freaking Mexicans. What do you expect?
He worked for who?
You already know construction. I said, construction workers are basically all Spanish people.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be hard for him to do that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, because they all Spanish. That's right. Damn, that's crazy, bro. So,
but he's getting a raise. He's getting a raise anyway next week.
And he just be stacking up his money. What is he doing with it?
I told you he's building his house back home.
Does he have a car or anything?
Yeah, he has a car. He has a Mercedes.
That's how you pulling them sister gals, huh?
Big baller.
Huh?
That's how you pulling them sister gals, huh?
Of course, you know that.
Dad, he probably out competing the brothers then with a Mercedes right here. Most of these niggas riding them damn cheap ass bikes.
Yeah, he got a Mercedes.
Wait a minute. How does he speak to the sister gals if he don't speak English?
It's broken. Like, you know how they are?
Yeah.
He can't understand.
This shit about to get hilarious right here, Latino.
Money speaks, man.
Hell yeah, the money speaks.
And much.
Yeah. So he don't know what so he don't know what the hell they saying to him.
He could do enough to, like how me and you are communicating, and you sit there and try to talk to him about business. He's not gonna know a thing.
Right.
But pretty much all he does is go. Like I went with him one time to Anacostia on a job site to work with him, and he gave me like $500 for one day.
Oh, really? That's pretty good, man.
Yeah, so he gave me $500 for a day.
But what did he have
and
you
then
doing?
He went up. I was just demolition. You know, demolition.
Yeah.
Yeah, just breaking down bricks and then putting them in buckets and then throwing them out the window.
Yeah.
Down to the trash.
Yeah.
That shit was easy money.
Yeah. So what you guys say? You saw him pick up some sister gals when you over in
So basically, yeah, I'm about to say. Hold on, let me get out of this place. So when we finished, because we took the train down there. So when we finished, he went up to a random joint, right? You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he went up to a random black joint, and then he pulled out 500, and then he just said, "Fucky, fucky."
That's funny.
Fucky.
Did she go?
Fucky, 500.
Did she go?
She went.
Damn.
500.
Shit, the international language and man, the international language is money, bro.
And he got plenty of
Yeah.
it, bro.
Yeah.
Fucky.
500. I got 500 here. Fucky.
Man, hey, listen. If you're in the ghetto with $500, you might well be a millionaire, bro. There's so few people with $500 over here, bro.
She's like, damn, wait a minute. Like,
they going.
Yo, to her was like, damn, did I just hit the lotto?
I just hit the lottery. My ass paid off for it. Literally.
They went up to a random black joint, and then he pulled out 500, and then he just said, "Fucky, fucky."
Damn. Gotcha, bitch.
And what did she say? Let go?
Yeah, he had straight cash on him. Of course he said, "Let's go."
Yeah, damn.
You know,
That seems like a lot to pay for pussy, John. That seems like a lot to pay for pussy.
12 man. You don't understand. Yeah. That man don't got no time to barter or bargain or anything. It's just straight to the point.
He got plenty of money too.
It's just 500. He knows that 500 is a number that he probably dealt with this shit in the past, and he's like, you know what? 500 is a number that they never say no.
And listen, he got plenty of money, man. He got plenty of money, man. He got plenty of money, man. I want you to listen to this.
You don't think she's just gonna take advantage of that?
Yeah.
Mind you, think about it. He literally said 500 fucky. So if she's smart, she would literally. He pressed it on accident. But if she was smart, don't you think if she was smart, she'd just keep coming back knowing that he's gonna keep giving money up?
Hell yeah.
And you know how they are on that side.
Oh, they hard up over this motherfucker. Ain't nobody got $500 over here. He might get him for $100. Ain't nobody got no money over here. Everybody broke.
That's what I'm saying. 500, you know they're gonna give it up quick.
He probably gonna clear the whole block. 500.
Yeah.
But yeah, he about to get it. He's at 60 right now. He's about to go up. He's about to get a raise next week, which is crazy. Like he's killing them.
Yeah, he ain't in the mood to barter, right, John?
Nah,
he's not in the mood to barter. He's a fucky 500.
Man, his rent is only $500, man. Right? It's really $500. He's making $60 an hour. He's got a lot of disposable income. He living cheap. Construction, big ass construction company though.
This shit literally about to go up to 80 an hour. And I'm like, bro, this man.
Damn. That's some bread, bro.
Right.
That's good money. That's real good money.
Yeah, he getting that bread. He be keeping the fridge stocked, all that shit.
So y'all don't be arguing this shit over the food? All them damn people living in there?
No. He literally buys like 3,000 worth of groceries.
They just let everybody eat it?
Yeah. But nobody's not greedy. Everybody comes to an understanding.
Can you pause it?
Yeah.
That's one thing that I'm gonna tell you about Hispanic people. When it comes to food and shit, that's not gonna be an issue. Like we'll figure it out, you know what I mean? Whatever the case may be, but we're not gonna fight for no cereal. We're not gonna fight for no banana. We're not definitely gonna fight for no damn egg. You understand what I'm saying? There ain't no food in the fridge. Oh, you ate the last egg? All right, bro, go. I'll be back. I'm going to the supermarket. I'll go grab another carton. That's it.
Somebody say he probably on food stamps. He could be.
Who knows? He probably buying them shits under the table.
And he could be doing that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the underground economy that every immigrant group can take advantage of if they're well placed. So who knows how he's getting the food? But he buying it and they're not killing each other over it. That's the bigger point.
Yep,
right?
That's what I was gonna tell you.
Right?
That's the bigger point. That they're not killing each other for it, man.
Yeah. And I ask him these questions more for the audience than for myself, and you listen to what he's saying.
And then we all usually give him like $400 on the side anyway.
For the groceries, he buy that much that y'all just give him $400 on the side.
Yeah.
Damn. So what he just like $3,000 worth of groceries? That's a lot of damn food.
Fuck yeah, it's a lot of, but he always grilling.
But he's not the owner of the house.
Nah, he's not. He's cool with the owner of the house.
So the owner of the house probably make a lot of money too then.
Oh, he's making dumb money.
what does he do?
He's not. Nah, he doesn't work. He got. He was working for what's it called? A trash company, but then he had got in a motorcycle accident and fractured his wrist. So he's like on leave right now.
Oh, okay. So he was making bread on the trash company.
Yeah, he's just sitting in the bed chilling. Just drinking. They all be drinking. It literally be a drinking fest almost every night. Music loud, drinking.
They don't be fighting this shit.
No, everybody be chilling.
Facts.
And today's Saturday, so I'm pretty sure there's probably some hoes in the house right now.
Oh my goodness, John, the look on your face right now is so funny. It's like
when I'm contrasting the two
parties, tinge of jealousy in you. Like you're hearing this, you're hearing Hispanics and cooperation. We're a group of people that you look like, you have a shared culture, shared ancestry. You can all sit together in the living room, enjoy hoes, and drink Modelo and Tecate.
Loud and play the music in your own little neighborhood, loud as you want to play it.
Loud as you want. Just like people outside. Like you have your own little community. And that's the operative difference, John. When you look at Hispanics, the Asians, Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, all together, the Indians, is cooperation.
Yeah,
they know how to cooperate.
What I want to point is, they could go move to a white neighborhood and raise all their color hill, playing their Latino music, having black holes over there.
I can't.
They don't do it.
John.
They saying they little, what do they call them, barrios or barrios.
Barrios, yes.
Play their music where they're not offending anyone, right? And everybody's comfortable, everybody's peaceful. And the white people aren't mad that they're moving into their neighborhood because they're sitting in their own neighborhood doing this shit.
Right. And also, don't forget the grocery stores, Mercado, the grocery store. So if you need food, because like when food gets expired, it's about to become expired, then they'll all let each other know, oh, hey, we're going to have like sales specials or just give it out for free.
But some of the cuts of meat that they eat, I used to live in the Bronx. Some of the cuts of meat and shit that they eat, like tripe and shit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if all Hispanics eat tripe, but I know some of the immigrant groups eat tripe, for instance. Not a lot of Americans eat tripe. Shit, I grew up eating souse meat. You ever had souse meat? You ever heard of it?
No.
You probably heard of hog's head cheese. It's the same shit. You ever heard of that hog's head cheese? Anyone ever heard of that? Souse meat, hog's head cheese? No one? Damn, y'all grew up a life of privilege.
You're country folk, John. You're country.
Boy, this is poor people eating. Let me show you this. No one ever heard of souse meat? No one ever heard of souse meat? Seriously? Seriously, no one ever heard of souse meat? Y'all gotta be bullshit. No one? Really?
John, you come from the deep, deep South.
No one ever heard of souse meat? Seriously? You never heard of it on the Latino?
No.
Somebody said, oh yeah. You never heard of it? Really? Damn. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, I must have grew up a whole lot poorer than you guys. Anyway, souse meat is, I'm going to tell you a story before I show this. I'm dating myself. So,
my father.
Spam? Is it
I
spam?
guess you kind of. I don't know what spam is, but maybe. So my father used to work for a white butcher in the neighborhood, in my ghetto neighborhood, and he was a farmer though. So it was like what they would call farm to table now. You know what farm to table is?
Yes, absolutely.
You guys know what farm to table is?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Farm to table.
Yeah. Farm to table. That's the best way to do it. Where less hands, less industrialization, less factorization.
Right.
You
So
slaughter it
directly
to your table.
Right. Without
expensive.
Yeah.
It's expensive, right? You know, there's a.
Wolfman, that's how you live. You're farm to table.
Look, there's a restaurant in DC,
with the leather
right by
on.
the White House, that used to be very popular. It's not as popular anymore, but it was called. I'll share it with you.
Yeah, that's what
It's
everyone's
called Founding Farmers. You see this here? Oh, well, you're not seeing this. Let me share my screen. It was called Founding.
I'm sorry, John. A lot of these family farms, like they'll partition the land and they'll have like a part of their farm to like a petting zoo for like small children, and then they'll have the other part, just like you're saying, farm to table, where they'll sell the peaches. They may or may not have a meat market depending on regulation. They'll sell fruits, vegetables. Even where I live, like they'll have like sales for eggs. My mom, even where she works, the hospital, like a lot of people who have farms, and they'll just go ahead and like sell the poultry, the eggs directly to the consumer.
Right. And so back in the day, and Be Brave and I, we were talking about this. And so here's a restaurant that more or less is trying to recreate old Americana.
Correct. Yes.
We are a full service restaurant and bar, majority owned by American family farmers. Our menus feature American-inspired food and drink made from scratch with thoughtfully sourced ingredients from farmers we know and trust. This is farm to table.
Oh, John, the Amish.
Right.
Great example.
Amish. Right. The Amish would be farm to table, right? Yeah. And so my father used to work for this white man, sorry. They used to own a farm to table grocery store in my neighborhood. This is back in the day before grocery stores were very, very widespread. So he owned a little corner store, but he sourced the meat from his farm. And so he sold every piece of the damn animal. That's what they do, And so, the bones and all that kind of shit. And so if you've heard of hogshead cheese in the South.
Nothing goes to waste.
Say what?
I said nothing goes to waste.
And so South meat, often
the
called
leftovers,
cheese,
and it's ground up. Is that what you're saying? So all the leftover parts that can't be sold, they grind it up and then kind of put it in like the pot.
It is a traditional savory meat jelly made from boiled pork parts like the head, heart, tongue, and feet. Seasoned with vinegar, spice, and pepper, it is chilled and set in its own natural gelatin. Then sliced and typically eat cold with crackers or bread. This is poor people eating.
Like bologna, but for the South, kind of like bologna.
It's South meat, and typically it has a gel around it. Let's see if I can find
because it probably the gel comes out of the bone marrow, probably.
Yes.
See it, country brand South.
Yeah, that's just disgusting, dog.
Easy shit.
Latino.
Yeah, but you want to know something though? The French have something similar to that called what is it that they call that shit? Ponder.
Isn't that no? The Italians call it bologna.
No. The French got something they call it pâté, I think.
Oh, pâté.
This is lower than pâté.
Yeah.
Darn, I know they don't have that
liver. Yeah, pâté.
They don't have that. They don't have that shit in New York, but you had pickled pig's feet in Alabama, didn't you?
Yeah, you get them out the jar and shit.
Since 7's called me ghetto pâté. Since 7,
yeah, she's right. Ghetto pâté. Bro.
Pickled eggs, pickled pig's feet, pilot bread.
Yo, John.
What's up?
So I don't know if you guys heard that whole Karmelo thing where the guy came out. He was like a staff member or whatever. He was speaking on what happened. Come to find out, that same dude that the blacks were saying that, hey, we got to listen to this guy because he might be on to something. He saw the video and all this. Come to find out, the guy's a pedophile.
Yeah. I was on Freezy last night, and I didn't know exactly what he did, so I didn't want to mention it specifically anything. But I think the blacks are real desperate as it relates to the Karmelo thing. I mean, from the beginning, you could see that they were like, basically willing to believe every lie that someone's seeding into the ethos, the clique sharpening and shit like that.
Yo, facts.
And so that's why I asked Freezing last night. Now they're talking about there's some video that will clear Karmelo. I'm like, bro, if it doesn't get into court, there's a reason why. If you've ever been on trial, there's discovery, there's admissibility, and all these type of things. And,
yeah, it would have came out by now.
Right. And so even if what they're talking about is they have a 4K version of the stadium surveillance video. The odds of them being able to, make that 4K and all visible, they've had the money to do this. They've had a year, right, to do this.
Yeah, to enhance.
And now they get to court and say, well, we got a piece of evidence that we just need some time to analyze the equipment.
Yeah, they're trying
to do the $700,000 that you raised.
Like, for real.
Like, they're playing on the ignorance of people who've never been on trial before. I've been on trial. Like,
$600K.
Bro, they have, when I was on trial, they introduced a surprise witness the day of trial. And there are rules around that. Because your lawyer has to know who's going to be testifying against you before you can go to trial. There's the same thing with evidence. You understand?
Right.
You can't just introduce evidence on the day of trial and spring on the opposition, the defense.
This has been a thing since like 1976, I think it was. I can't remember what case it was, but I was looking at that the other day. I was like, yeah, man. So I don't know. You can't just bring, you know what I mean?
What they've done is successfully seed into the blackosphere that there is some evidence that would exonerate Karmelo. That's why I asked him, if the evidence doesn't come in, then what are you going to think? Because either the evidence wasn't admissible or it didn't exist.
It never existed. These people were just making up shit. And like, this is the thing, bro. Like, I was watching Black Conservative, right? And he said something. He goes like, he's like, hopefully this will make us feel enough like fools that we'll wake up. And I said, nah, bro, it won't. It won't change shit. Because the thing about it is, if you keep waking up every morning thinking that the white man is a boogeyman and keep thinking everything revolves around that person instead of your own self, you're never gonna snap out of that shit.
Well, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. How many people have run with the 3.7 GPA without ever thinking critically of it? You see the title. Carmelo's Anthony's 3.7 GPA showcases the low expectation of blacks. In the immigrant community, a 3.7 would be looked down upon.
Not looked down, Sean. Not looked down, but where he is, the school he's attending.
That's what I'm talking about.
It wouldn't be surprising if the Indians and Asians would demand more.
That's what I'm talking about.
They're going to push, like, why not 4?
That's what I'm talking about.
And
the Chinese will get their ass whooped for having that.
And so he's going to school with people with much, much, much higher expectations than him.
Yeah.
You see, this is fair.
Yeah, he's like Centennial. Centennial is over 50% Asian, and they're about 40, about almost 40% white. So it's
These are not people throwing big prom. These are not people throwing big prom parties. They're like that. They head down trying to get a 5.5.
Nah, they saving that money for dorm, food, and all that shit. Getting ready for college, bro.
John, they're getting scholarships.
You may not remember this because you remember scholarships. Rick Child's son, who was a good swimmer, Probably had a high GPA.
Yeah, he had to pay full tuition.
He didn't get a scholarship. Remember that?
Nope.
So these Indians know that they got it. If someone said 3.7 is honor roll status.
No, it is honor roll. It is honor roll.
Yeah. But not for the agents.
Not the agents they are going to push harder.
It doesn't matter. The government can come up with any kind of damn label they want to put on it.
Yeah.
They can label them valedictorian, whatever the hell. But when that boy come home and he said all I got is a 3.7, the Chinese mama looking at him, what's the tiger mamas?
He may get a
smack his ass.
Remember, there was a whole big thing in New York City. I know because my kids were going to school in New York City, and they were talking about how the blacks could not get into the magnet schools. If there's someone from Brooklyn, they'll know the schools that I'm talking about. And the Asians were disproportionately enrolled in the handful of magnet schools in New York.
I mean, you ain't even got to go that far, bro. If you go back to Harvard and how they got sued for discriminating against Asians because, they were getting enrolled in higher numbers because they actually met qualifications. So, just saying.
But deep down on the ground, man, the Indians who see this as a free education, and they're coming from countries where they're oriented. To get this level of education, you had to pay for it.
Right.
The third world country,
right.
The free education is bare bones, threadbare.
But then they come here. Yeah, that's true. But they're coming here.
This shit free? This shit free? All I gotta do is work hard and get into a nice neighborhood?
But let's remember something. There's now, think about this, John, because remember, I had to bring it up. You were at Mary Kay how long ago? They are now, that guy that you just showed on the news, they're now complaining about the Indian population because, they have taken over. But who would have allowed that to even occur? It's because the white people living in this area, they're seeing the test scores. And these schools, when you're looking at the zip code, the property values, the white people want their children to go to the most competitive schools. The better the school, the better opportunities for scholarship. And people want their children to go to good schools. People will move their children to go. People are buying their homes.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about.
Grading matters a lot. And the Indians do keep it. They do.
I would bet you here in America today, schools probably represent 30% of your property value, maybe more.
Absolutely, John, 100%.
Maybe more.
John, maybe more. You are 100% correct. John, if you go to Realtor.com, Zillow, they have a search engine where you can find your home according to the school. People talk about these things, especially in that area. John, I can tell you there's Plano West. People want their children in Plano West. There's another school I won't mention. That's where white folks want their children. There's certain schools you want your child there.
So do you think Karmelo felt out of place at the school he was at with all those high-achieving Asians and Indians?
Well, that's a really good point because Sin 7 said something important. John, Karmelo he didn't go from Baton Rouge to Frisco. He went from Baton Rouge to Irving. John.
I didn't know he was at Irving.
That's what Sin 7 just said. That's a big thing about that.
Do you think he felt out of place at this high performance school?
Because John, when you're that low, remember Carmelo's going to class where he's going to be the only black student. And for a lot of pressure, they may not be accustomed to that, especially
Is my mic off? My mic. Hold on for 1 second. Is my mic? Someone saying in the audience my mic is a little off.
No, he sounds good. No, you.
Yeah, I just changed it, so
actually,
tell me what's right though.
You know what? It's not like you have what is it? Carlton here. You have Karmelo. It's
Latino shut off.
Let me ask you this question.
Just saying.
But I mean, even a Carlton may have been the expectations in a black home does not match the expectations in an immigrant Asian home. Let's be honest.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's be honest. Huh? A Chinese person is going to be pressing their son
hard.
Yeah. I mean,
A 3.7 would not be acceptable if that child is able to get better than
I know
3.7.
Asian friends of mine that got their ass whooped. I can tell you
Right.
that for getting
They're
C's
not
and
letting
B's.
it be a 4. John, a 4.0. That's A. That's without. And remember, you can get a
There's
4.0.
no AP
Right.
classes and stuff
No
like that.
AP class, no college credit. However, but you have the Asians, their children are taking AP classes and their children are also enrolled in the community college while they're in high school.
And that's what I'm saying. Like
And
this
you're
boy
going to get
here,
that GPA inflation.
this boy here probably was on a minimal. He wasn't taking the beefier courses. That's what I would probably guess.
He may have actually been taking, because the beefier courses are going to be the harder courses, because you'll have some of these high schoolers who are taking combinatorics. They're taking like college level statistics, college level algebra. Like
This boy went to. Yeah, come on now. I ain't going there.
John.
This shit.
John.
This boy probably was taking basic classes.
John.
Come on, let's be honest.
John.
But even whatever he was taking, let's say he's taking AP. What I'm trying to showcase is that if he were Asian, they would not be bragging about a 3.7 GPA.
No, they wouldn't.
Oh, no,
to answer your question, no.
Nah, you're right.
No,
I won't even bring that shit up.
They're not. He's going to be in trouble for not being over a 4.0.
We wouldn't even bring that up.
Right? He couldn't do no better, right? Is he slow or something?
Because there's honors classes, there's AP classes, there's college credit.
Right.
They're going to have their children in one of those three, if not all three.
Right. This boy here got a 3.7 probably in just the basic classes. The blacks with such low expectations, they say, "Oh, he got 3.7. Cool. He's smart." But in the real world, is he really that smart? You're like
smart enough not to control his anger, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. Like they were on this. His own defense was saying he just made a dumb mistake. But I thought he was smart.
Yeah, but like, come on, man, that's a huge mistake to make there, bro. Like,
a huge mistake to make.
Like,
and so
what are you talking about?
John, but here's the thing, though. How if I have to wonder, you have to wonder, John, and you're so familiar with this area. Why are they leaving Irving? You come from Baton Rouge. What's wrong with Irving? Why did he not go to Nimitz? Why did not go to Nimitz or MacArthur? There's other high schools.
They're probably moving closer to their jobs. That's what I would guess.
But here's the thing, John. Frisco to Irving is not that far. Just get on George Bush. Pay the toll. Get on George Bush.
Well, if you want to avoid the toll,
it really is not that far, John. Like
you may want to avoid the toll. They probably want better schools.
Or they just drive on the frontage road.
Because one of the witnesses testified that Frisco is not Irving, it's not Dallas.
Exactly.
When he's referring to like metal detectors and stuff like that.
Right.
So that's probably what they were looking for. That's they wanted to live in an area that was safe from Karmelo like people.
I can't with you, John.
They're running from Karmelo, but they had him under their roof.
Yeah, John, they were living with him all along.
And also, John, and something that has to be understood also, Arthur and his brother, Austin and his brother Hunter, their family had been living in Collin County for decades. His father was a realtor at Keller Williams.
But I don't think they were affluent
and they were
people.
And they were homeowners.
I think the difference between say him and Karmelo, even though the Metcalfs don't seem to be affluent.
Right, they're not. They go to Memorial. They're not.
They were white and they had deeper roots in their neighborhood.
Yes, they did.
Again, Karmelo felt like an outsider. You ever been somewhere where
renting the house? They didn't own the home.
Where everyone has like historic knowledge, they're talking about something, and you're like an outsider looking in, you don't know like what they're talking about. That's Karmelo.
Well, because he's not from Texas.
Right, he's not from Texas. He's not from Frisco. These Metcalf boys, although they may not be affluent, they've been living there for years. And as Brave has said, poor whites and middle class whites, they can kind of get along pretty well. So the Metcalf boy wasn't on the outside looking in, even though he may not have been as affluent as the Karmelo boy. So Karmelo being black, he's on the outside looking in. He's not going to mix with the Asians and the Indians. Trust me on that.
Yeah. And it really needs to be understood. He's not from Texas. And also, John, think about Katrina. I wanted to bring that up to you as well. He's coming in from Louisiana. A lot of Katrina is in DFW. Someone probably told him. They keep saying he moved closer to jobs. I think they moved closer because they're from Baton Rouge. They heard about far north Dallas, the type of area that it is, the nicer homes. It's not Irving. Irving just it's a lot. A lot of other people. A lot of the other people. A lot of black.
I've never been to Irving before.
They didn't want to be there. I mean,
Yeah,
let's think about this. They left Irving to go to Frisco. Jerry Jones left Irving to go to Frisco.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah, that is true. That's right.
That's
Cowboys used to be in Irving.
Jerry Jones did. They left Irving, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, and so that is kind of at the root of the problems. You remember? Does anyone remember when I talked about the Chitlin circuit?
Yeah, you did a while ago.
It was a while back, right?
Yeah, you did.
Down on the Chitlin circuit, Karmelo in his 3.7 GPA would have been a king. He'd been a king. How many blacks over here got 3.7? Probably not many. In Baton Rouge, wherever the hell he came from, if he could accomplish a 3.7, he'd be a king.
Yeah.
But when he moved to Frisco, 3.7 is mediocre.
Yeah.
So again, this is the
underman.
underman.
It's a B plus, a good B plus average.
This is the underman being reminded that he's nothing but mediocre when he gets around his betters. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? There was a quote from the underman. While you guys are talking, I'm going to look it up. It was one that I meant to share with you.
Well, wasn't the whole Karmelo self-defense thing been debunked? There was somebody there that said he agitated the event.
I mean, pretty much all the witnesses say that. He doesn't really have. The only defense he really has now is to testify.
Which that's not going to happen. You know that, James.
Right.
To put him on the stand, they're not going to do that. He's not.
To me, that's an admission of guilt if you don't take the stand. I mean, you're admitting to guilt, basically.
Well, that's what his defense focused on. This is why I say he threw himself at the mercy of the court, because his defense in the opening statements, or even in the voir dire, I think they were saying, will you judge him harshly if he doesn't testify? And this was in the opening statement, so I'm assuming at that point they had already made the decision that he's not going to testify, that he was not going to testify.
Well, I believe in second chances, and I think he should get a 20-year sentence or something like that. Not alive, because he was young and he fucked up, and let him serve some time behind bars.
20 years in TDCJ. That's damn. Okay. Second chances. He's coming out at 40. He's so, oh my goodness gracious. John,
I want to share this. I want to share this quote with you guys. I don't think I shared this the last time I was on the whole underman kick. But this is from the underman, and I think it explains a little bit what I was talking about here. This is Karmelo. This is Carmelo Anthony in some ways, I guess you could say. I want you to take a look at this quote. Well, before we get there, we go here, since I have this up. I saw this quote a while back. I was talking to Brave about it.
Let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems are not mine. I don't want to ally with him.
This was 1957, I think. 1957.
Lulac.
Yeah. It was the United Latin American Citizens. They were working with the NAA to prevent certain bills from passing that would circumvent Brown versus Boyd. And this was the statement from I guess he was a leader. That the Negro fight his own battles.
Are you familiar with Lulac, John? You know what that is?
No, I've heard of it, but not very familiar with it.
Yeah. That's the Hispanic equivalent to the NAACP, but it's Hispanic focused. But remember, the NAACP is colored people. So it does technically also include Hispanics, but the Hispanics have LULAC, which is just theirs. Like the Spanish speakers is just theirs, but just to let you know.
Can you read this for us, Ponder?
Of
The
course,
highlighted part. Well, yeah, the highlighted parts.
for civilization is a burden as well as a benefit. This is inevitable in a universe governed by laws which decree that something may not come out of nothing. Civilization is not a cause but an effect, the effect of sustained human energy. And this energy, in turn, springs from the creative urge of superior germoplasm. Civilization is thus fundamentally conditioned by race. In any particular people, civilization will progress just so far as that people has the capacity to further it and the ability to bear the correlative burden which it entails. When this crucial point is reached, the civilization of that people either stagnates or retrogrades. Exactly how the process works becomes clear by a glance at human history.
Oof. Those are rough words by him. Lathrop Stoddard. Herman says that Lathrop Stoddard debated W.B. Du Bois. That would be interesting. I didn't need to look that up. I did look that up.
Hi, Crown Reeves. Hello, Crown Reeves.
I didn't know he debated W.B. Du Bois. That's very interesting. That'll be an interesting debate there.
John, I to be very honest, you mentioned something really important. You have Karmelo, who's now in an environment that he's really not accustomed to.
Yeah.
Going to Baton Rouge, going to Irving, and then for whatever reason, I really don't believe it's work. It's not work. It's not because everyone drives an hour, hour and a half, or wake up early and get there in 45 minutes. Like Irving, it's not work. If you're living in Frisco and you're going to that school district, you want to be there for a reason, and that is the schools. That is the schools. The schools are better. Centennial, Heritage, Liberty, these are top 10% schools. Moreover, their athletic facilities are second to none. It's like you see how we are with college football, college basketball. That is Frisco. Jerry has invested so much money, absolutely amazing. So and he's going to Centennial. Johnny's going to Centennial. That's a great school. That's direct access to Jerry and all the goodies Jerry has brought. They wanted that. And on top of that, they're renting their home. They do not live there.
Yeah, that was interesting that they were renting.
They're renting the home. That is by design because you want to be in the zip code so your child can go to Centennial. What happened to Austin and his brother is that area where they live was redistricted because a lot of Hispanics were moving into Frisco. A lot of people. Because if you look at where Austin and his brother goes, that Hispanic population is like less than actually it's like a third of Centennial. It's like a third of Liberty, of Heritage. All those other three schools has the Asian population is larger than the white population. Like it's a massive population. It's only Memorial where Austin and Hunter go that has that small 15-20% Asian population. That is by design, John. They created that school Memorial for the kids who can't test. Not that it's a bad school.
It's probably what Karmelo should have been, to be honest with you. Here's another quote. Here's another quote from the Angry Man Pun. Do you want to read this right here?
I gotta go on mute. You're too funny. Oh yeah, sure. This is the irreparable character of racial impoverishment. Once a stock has been thoroughly drained of its superior strains, damn, John, really? It sinks into permanent mediocrity and can never again either create or support a high civilization. Physically, the stock may survive. Unfortunately for human progress, it only too often does survive to contaminate better breeds. John, where are you pulling this from? This is so rough.
This is the Underman, Lathrop Stoddard.
Oh my God, John.
And all of these are highlighted quotes from the book when I read it, years ago on my phone.
Well, John, regression to the mean is very real. And it's kind of one of the reasons why people, they want to pull their children out of lower performing schools, like those schools that are not. I think that's what Karmelo's family did because they could have just stayed at Irving. If you look up Nimitz or MacArthur in Irving, like the two large high schools in Irving, why did he not just go there? Or John, why did he not just go to school in Dallas? You're from Baton Rouge.
Well, you
Why
don't
are you
want to go
from
there,
Baton Rouge
Ponder.
and you want to go to Frisco, which is arguably like a sundown town? I'm not just being for real. This is Collin County. It's not Dallas.
And
Collin
that's what
County is
some of
not
the people
Dallas.
said there. Here's another quote, Ponder.
John, this
This
is
one
Plano.
again is very interesting because I think it applies to Carmelo Anthony and his status at that high school Centennial. Was it Memorial Centennial, whatever?
Yeah,
He
no,
knew he was out of
he went
place.
to Centennial. Carmelo went to Centennial. The
He
twins
knew he was out of place.
Memorial.
And you can read this, Ponder, if you can. Let's see if I can zoom in on this. This is Karmelo, the 3.7 GPA in all.
It's a little hard, but I
Surrounded
can
by
read it.
Indians.
I can adjust my eyes.
I got it. Go ahead. I think. Let me know if you can read that part. I'll zoom one more time.
Okay, there we go. Now, among our human categories, we have observed that progress is primarily due to the superiors. It is they who found and further civilizations. As for the intermediate mass, it accepts the achievements of its creative pioneers. Its attitude is receptive. This receptivity is due to the fact that most of the intermediate grades are near enough to the superiors to understand and assimilate what the superiors have initiated. You
Keep going,
you
Ponder.
have me sounding like John.
Keep going.
John, I'm sounding very 1941 right now. John, I'm sounding that. Oh my goodness gracious. The inferior elements are instinctively or
No,
consciously.
read this quote. Read the one that's not highlighted here. You can start with
You
that.
want to read that one? Okay.
Yeah.
But what about the inferiors? Hitherto, we have not analyzed their attitude. We have seen that they are incapable of either creating a furthering civilization and are thus a negative hindrance to progress. But the inferiors are not mere negative factors in civilized life. They are also positive in an inverse destructive sense. The inferior elements are instinctively or consciously the enemies of civilization, and they are its enemies, not by chance, but because they are more or less uncivilizable. We must remember that the level of society never coincides with the levels of its human units. Really, John? You have me saying units.
This is Lothrop Stoddard.
John.
And again, you mix someone like a Carmelo,
Damn.
where he's well out of place, probably academically.
John.
You got the blacks. You got 3.7. The Indians are laughing at him. The Asians laughing at him. And instinctively, he knows he does not belong. Right? Instinctively, he has to know. It's just human nature. He's out of place.
John, I didn't really. If you're not accustomed to being the only one, in high school, it can be very difficult. It's very difficult. It's high school. I think that may have what hit him the hardest because he's not seeing anyone else like him, and it's public school. Like they don't have like a shared. It's not that it's bad, Master Kuma, but we're speaking about Centennial.
We're speaking about around a bunch of Asians and highfalutin Indians who 3.7. That's just that's probably where you start. You know what I mean? Like
Does anyone know what grade he was? Was he a senior or a junior or sophomore?
He just graduated, so
he just graduated.
Yeah,
they maybe should have dropped him a grade. To be honest with you, not a bad thing. No, don't laugh, John. You know, like they do that, like because he's going this. But I mean, it's true. Centennial is just like school. These Asians bring the test scores up, and they have been consistent. Tell us, Ponder Herman, what do you need? The Asians have kept these. John, People are now complaining about the Indians and the Asians, but they've been there for decades. No one said anything about them. Why? Because they're keeping the test scores. You keep the test scores, you keep the property values. You're keeping the schools remaining in top 10%. That's what they're known for. Before the Asians even entered Collin County, you had Plano West. Plano West is a top 20 public school in the country.
Pundit, one of the people that testified for the prosecution, he may have been a defense witness, so don't quote me on this.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure it was a defense witness. No, it was a prosecution witness. His mother was a pediatrician.
Who's mother?
One of the witnesses' mother was a pediatrician.
Probably Asian. Okay.
No, he was black. He was at least half black. His name was Jalen something, I think.
Okay.
And, pediatrician's not nothing. It's not a surgeon, but
That's a wonderful profession. They still clear like a good 300, 400 a year.
you're dealing with
And
people's
it's stable.
children.
Yeah, and
You're
it's
dealing
stable.
with people's children, and she had been the pediatrician to the Metcalfs. And so the boy was friends with the Metcalfs. And so I guess, and I think the boy was kind of, on the mixy side. And Karmelo, it just may have been a whole confluence of the people at these schools just didn't have that ghetto element in them.
At Memorial, they weren't like ghetto, yeah.
Right. And Karmelo was just, he was out of his element.
A little bit too hood and
Right.
in Collin County.
In the ghetto, him behaving like that may have been acceptable because the level of violence from the Metcalfs would have been ratcheted up. Right. They would have been ready to kick him and stomp him in the head. But in Frisco, is two of the witnesses at least testifying like this is Frisco.
Exactly. Thank
Right.
you. Yes. These people do not seem to get it. When I keep trying to explain this to people, John, everyone keeps getting mad at me. You don't know this area. This is not Dallas. This is not Houston. It's Collin County. When you talk Frisco, you talk Plano. Behave yourself. And I have to say
that was the testimony, So so that's definitely how people feel about it, and that's clearly something that the people, the reputation that the people want to protect. So I honestly believe that the people who want to protect their property values would likely want to see him convicted. They don't want to see this again.
John,
Right?
John, you want to talk about property values? They won't even let you keep an old car. Like if your car looks too old, you'll get a knock. You have to be straight and narrow. John, that's how I know where I live now. When people were like, like I got a letter, you got to retoil. I had to put like soil or something.
No
You had to
Firebirds with T-Bird up on blocks. You can't have a car up on blocks like a Firebird.
No,
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying that your car, like if you have a car that looks like a hoopty, kind of looks like your car it's not keeping up. They're gonna say something to you. This is HOA. Like you have to abide by HOA. You're not here trying to fight and argue. I'm not gonna sit here, John, where I live. Hell no. And I learned that, where I learned that you have to behave. This is HOA.
That's why I bought property. I bought property with no CCRs, so I don't have to worry about any of that.
Speaking of HOAs,
are not bringing up is that Texas is run by the HOA. They have a lot of power in Texas.
So is Arkansas, from what I've seen.
John, think about this. Imagine your HOA can foreclose on your property.
Yeah.
People act like it's new. No, they can foreclose. You better keep it together. If you don't want to do HOA, which is majority Collin County, hello, these best subdivisions, not only are they gated, but even those that are not gated, HOA, don't F up. Don't F up. If you're having problems keeping your lawn together, just use the HOA's lawn service. That's what I do. So
I wanted to move to Arkansas to be closer to my family, and I found the only affordable land was owned all by these private companies that are controlled by HOAs, meaning you have to build a certain kind of house and keep it a certain kind of way. To me, that's not owning your own land. I mean, because you really don't own it if you can't do what
But
you want with
John,
it.
when people you saw where you worked at, and think about Mary Kay is a big effing deal. People know about that pink Cadillac. It's a sign of luxury and honor. You get the pink Cadillac, John. You know what I'm talking about. I know what you're talking about. These women live in Plano. These women, they live in Frisco, and now the people who don't want to deal with the Indians, they're going to prosper. You have to behave. You have to behave. And Carmelo,
I'll give her 30 tomorrow for the food.
there's something about him, like John.
What's that, Latino?
It's
my bad. I'm back.
It's
You know,
like
I want to.
something-
All right, right
Yeah, I
on.
want to jump to a little.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead,
I'll
Quentin.
go on.
Sorry about that.
It's like people like they ponder you like they get you off the panel. Da, 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 da. Then don't move there. You all do not know how to behave. You don't like another thing. Black people, when your children are in uniform, you have to be in uniform. John, I would get in trouble. They would bring out a ruler 3 inches from the bottom of the knee. John, I wore a red sweater one time to school underneath my blazer. I got in trouble. John, when I brought Mardi Gras beads, take them off, put them in the trash. They do not play games. These people in these areas, you have to conform. Every Friday, if you have mass, where is your blazer? If you don't, you're gonna get signed up. Like a
You know, I
lot
want
of
to tell you guys a story.
just wanna
What my
argue back
mother
and
was
forth,
telling
like,
me.
I'm sorry, John. Like it's just pissing me off. Like they just want to argue about Carmelo. If you're not gonna behave, then you need to leave. This is
You know,
plain up.
my mother was telling me about a story today, which was yesterday. Is very interesting. You see the developments on the right there. You see them on the screen. If you're looking at the screen, they're on your right.
The one that looks like little houses and shit.
Yeah, and on the left is the senior citizen building.
Yeah, it's like a little,
right? And so
like a 7th-floor high rise.
Right. So in the inner cities, what they do, this is an area of DC, basically right before you enter Prince George's County, if you're familiar with DC. You don't have to know it to understand what I'm about to show you. And so anyway, you often hear politicians say, we need to build more housing. You've heard that from the mayors in DC saying, how are we going to address the housing issues? And they say, we need to build more housing. You've heard that. I've played it.
Yeah, a whole bunch. I mean, that's going on over here too.
Right. They never said we need to improve the safety in the ghetto neighborhoods and make those areas livable. They always say we just need to build more housing and overlook the safety in the ghetto. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, that just erodes the properties in the ghetto because they're just sitting there empty. No one wants to live there. Or only Section 8 type people want to live there because the government has supersized the vouchers for them to live there. So I was talking to my mother, and my mother lives in the senior citizen buildings right there. And so she was telling me, she says, a lot of the people are moving out of these buildings. Wait a minute, let me make sure. A lot of these, let me turn around and make sure I get it right. Let me go back up the street and look down. These are the new homes the young home buyers built. Okay, see all these homes? So the first thing they did was they built.
It looks like Frisco, like new Frisco subdivision. To be honest with you, like new apartments, new townhomes, condos. Yeah. It really does that whole area.
So the first thing they did was they built senior citizen housing. Why? Senior citizens are safe. They don't rob people, right? You see the senior citizen housing that's here. Senior citizen housing, and so that made the people who bought these houses feel safe. What is senior citizens going to do? I feel safe around some old black senior citizen. But then, once they got these people all settled in, the government forced the same developer, maybe the developer was in cahoots, and then they built this. I'm not sure if this is it or not. This is not
that is Section 8, John, that they built?
Yeah, they built Section 8, and the Section 8 is right here. This is Section 8, right? Not over here to the left, but over here to the right. So after they built all of their housing, then they built Section 8, right here. Okay?
And that runs
These are all apartments. These are all apartments. See, these are all apartments. Right?
Oh, Lord.
You see this?
There's too many of them.
These are all apartments. These are all Section 8. Look, this is a government poor people van right here picking up somebody. All in front of these people. So after all these people committed and spent $500,000 to $600,000, that's what these houses costing. Then the government okayed the building of these places. And so my mother was telling me, and I want to make sure I point to the correct one.
I remember a time here when they knocked the projects down, and basically they promised that the behavior and stuff will change once the apartments get renovated and changed as well. And I was just like, I don't think that works that way.
So this one is now Section 8. This is a Section 8 unit now. And my mother was telling me that the people are moving out rapidly, getting out of this new development. And that's typically how it works. That people want to have a brand new turnkey home. The only ones that they typically can afford are in little nooks and crannies like this. But the government often has, a bigger plan in mind, and that is to bring in the low-income people after these people have rooted. And it's harder to get out of the deal once you bought the place. And so that is what has happened in this neighborhood near my mother. And all of these, these are not affluent people. These are working class people, although they make, decent salaries. They're now having to resort to Section 8 to rent their properties because, as I've told you before, there is no private sector real estate market in Black communities. So what you're seeing here is these people got suckered by the government. The government, these people thought the government was building nice communities for them, but all along the government knew that they were going to bring in Section 8 housing. You can hear that in the mayoral candidates when they're saying we're going to build more housing. This is what they do. This is the only way they can accomplish it. And I've been saying all along, there is no need for more new housing. They just need to make the ghettos safe where people will feel comfortable living there. But
It's hard to make it safe when you got people that want, no cash on bail, less time in prison. You can steal less than $1,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Shit like that. It's not going to help that cause.
But it will serve to make it expensive for everyone, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And so what I'm explaining here is this is why your cost of living is so high. This is why sometimes people are upside down on real estate. They don't want to live around Section 8 people, and the government plants these people in their neighborhood, and they have to up and move. These ghetto people are breaking in people's houses, cars, stealing shit like they stole from me. And that's why the people are moving in my mother's neighborhood. This is very devastating.
They put a ghetto up right next to the senior citizens, which I'm sure a lot of these ghetto people will target too. So they're targeting.
John,
they put up a place to target senior citizens.
John, if I may share something with you that happened, I think maybe 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago.
Pathetic management, John.
It happened in McKinney. It happened in McKinney, Texas, John. McKinney is like right next door to Frisco, like hop, skip, and a jump. Like Plano, Frisco, McKinney, Allen, et cetera, et cetera. There was a pool party. I think maybe some people listening or in your chat remember this story. There was a pool party at McKinney, I think in an HOA.
Yeah, I remember that.
You remember Latino?
Yeah.
So the Black family brought guests.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Latino, Latino, don't make me laugh.
And John, one guest brought another guest, and another guest brought another guest, and you already know where this went.
Latino, don't make me. I'm trying. Latino, you always make me laugh so hard. Okay, but it was a sad situation because someone called the police, McKinney police, and McKinney police just went like buck wild. People were recording what happened, and one of the cops like just started grabbing kids, like the kids were like running, and one cop just grabbed a little girl. It was a 14-year-old black girl wearing a bikini. He flipped her over and then put his knee on her neck, arrested her. People were just flipping out. It was just hellified, John. It was hellified. They did sue. They did sue. And they actually had their attorney. They sued, still questioning. They sued. I actually know their attorney. Their attorney was their attorney actually went to the same school that Karmelo's attorney went to, the same law school right here.
Speaking of attorneys,
but yeah, yes.
Speaking of attorneys, have you heard that the black attorney from Rick Chow is getting death threats and shit? Has anyone heard this?
No, it's not surprising.
You know, he's married to a white woman, by the way.
Christopher Darden, remember, he was getting death threats also with OJ, remember? Christopher Darden, a lot of death threats.
Take a look at this. This is right behind my house. Listen to this.
A teenager.
We are tracking some breaking news here in Southeast DC. DC police confirmed that a young teenage girl was shot and killed here on the 900 block of Barnaby in Southeast DC. Now, we are still trying to learn out more what exactly led up.
Hold on. I want you to notice something. Look at this. Look over the lady's left shoulder. Those are fairly brand new apartment buildings. You see that? This is the real estate scheme happening over again. Look.
We are tracking some breaking news here in Southeast DC. DC police confirmed that a young teenage girl was shot and killed here on the 900 block of Barnaby, Southeast DC. Now, we are still trying to learn out more what exactly led up to the shooting, but we can tell you that several police officers here on scene. We've seen a large crime scene here in this area. We also know that the chief is on his way here to the scene. We expect to hear more details from the police chief, but right now what we know is that a teen girl has sadly lost her life after a shooting here. Now, I can tell you there is a lot of emotion from people who appear to be family or who know this young girl. No age confirmed just yet from police, but obviously we'll work here and try to find out more. But what we can tell you is that girl has sadly lost her life this afternoon, and we'll continue to update you as we.
So this is another one of those teams. Yeah.
John, what is the young girl like that doing out on the streets of DC at night? Someone failure as a parent or what?
I mean,
that's messed up.
Yeah. But who shot her too, man? She could have been out but not get shot. But John wanted Karmelo to be a good boy. Now, man, as I said, immigration and shit like this has really changed America in many, many ways. On the high end, these people have been able to assimilate into society very well. On the low end, they're putting pressure on the people who are already at the bottom here in America before we had this big wave of immigration. Mm-hmm. And so what I think, in the Rick Child case, the Karmelo case, probably a lot of these other cases is you're seeing kind of the fruit of immigration where the underman, it really has no option. So it's either tearing up microwaves, killing people in school, carrying a gun at 14.
What do you mean tearing up microwaves? They tear up microwaves?
He didn't see the
I had a black man. He was so, but even more than that, he snatched the old man's phone. He entered the old man's bedroom, snatched his phone, threw it down, spit on it, and said, "Don't be snitching on me, bitch."
I mean,
and he was doing so to maintain a clogged up tub. That's all the old man told me about was, "Hey man, can you come unclog the tub?" But the angry black man
I
was
would
like,
have called the cops.
let's just keep the, he should have, he should have. But instead, the old man just left the house. He just moved out. For a
Yeah,
couple
he don't
of
want to
days.
deal with the shit, but I would have moved out and called the cops.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Fuck that.
Yeah, but he probably didn't
Teach
want
him a
to call
lesson.
the cops. Someone said, "No, the mic always to say." So yeah, that's So that is a very interesting. The Karmelo, because I think, and I say that all along, man. Like he had to feel out of place in that school with all those high achieving Asians and Indians. I'm leaving the white side of it for this point, but they probably were outdoing him as well. But
And keep in mind, John, look at this situation. It's just black and white. I don't believe it was racially motivated. I don't. I do believe it was
Me neither.
territorial. I don't believe it's racially motivated. The
Me
adults
neither.
making it racially motivated, but it's memorial. It's its own high school. Like these Austin linebacker come in. He's like big Texas. Like he's a Texas kid. That Austin. And he doesn't want to see the centennial kid, and plus he's scrawny, he looks malnourished. Why are you here? And then as opposed to just dabbing him up, apologizing, leaving, or maybe even like a tussle, to jump to stabbing him. That is what's mind-boggling.
Ponder, you want to read this?
Go ahead.
Because you hold on, Ponder. You've heard me, you guys that have been listening to me long enough. Of late I've been saying like technology is just it's rough. I want to call my buddy Philippe. I have a buddy, Philippe Ponder. He works for Claude, Anthropic or whatever, however you pronounce it, right?
Yeah, that's a great company. Yeah.
So he has a buddy who does tech support, and let's just say he makes 150.
Yeah.
But in
About
Sunnyvale,
right?
California, yes, that's 3.7 GPA, right?
Yeah, I can see that. It's a big Sunnyvale's a big tech. Yeah, Anthropic.
If you're only making 150, if you tech support
in California,
Sunnyvale, you're not.
150.
Hey, Philippe. Damn, he hung up. I want him to tell the story so bad.
I mean, you can really go far in California, especially Sunnyvale. It's expensive.
Hey, Philippe. Yo, Philippe.
Hey.
Can you tell my audience the story about that underman that lives in Sunnyvale?
I'm gonna lose you.
Damn.
Mountains.
Are you able to call
back
us
in a few minutes?
Yeah, but I want you to tell us about the underman in Sunnyvale. You understand?
Yeah, I'm gonna call you back in a few minutes.
Yeah, I want you to, because my audience is dying to hear this story.
Okay.
So Philippe is gonna call us and he's gonna call us back. Philippe works for anthropomorphic, whatever, right? So he works for this company, and leading edge AI, and a buddy of his works for Apple, like tech. I think it works for Apple. Don't quote me. Be like tech support. Hey, I lost my password and shit, right? You know what I'm talking about? It's a respectable work, but you just you B team, you're C team. You understand what I'm saying, Ponder?
Yes.
If you in tech support in a tech company, you're like CD team,
You are.
right? You're not creating anything.
No, you're just supporting.
You're just supporting.
You're just supporting.
You're not a revenue. You're not on the income side. You're just supporting,
You just support.
right? And so this guy,
I mean, but you're still working for Anthropic AI. Let's be real.
the guy that Philippe is talking to doesn't work for Anthropic. So Philippe goes over to his house and they're doing well. His wife is doing well. He's doing better than the man. And so the man is like anti-AI. He's the underman.
Okay.
He sees civilization advancing faster than he can keep up.
Right.
And you're like, man, this AI need to be stopped.
Oh my. Like
I'm
a
gonna be
Luddite.
left behind. Right?
Like
his
that.
wife
The Luddite.
works for Apple. How can you be married to a woman who works for a company that's probably on the leading edge of this AI stuff, probably invested billions of dollars in it? But he's the underman. He's like, this shit is passing me by. fuck this AI shit, slow this civilization down so I can keep my head above water. You understand?
Right.
And this is why civilization tosses and tortures these people. And this is what the underman is facing. The truth is that as a civilization advances, it leaves behind multitudes of human beings who have not the capacity to keep pace. So they want to slow civilization down. Maybe they need to destroy it to keep the wheels from churning. You understand? The laggards, of course, vary greatly among themselves. Some are congenital savages or barbarians, men who could not fit into any civilization, and who, I can't see that word, consequently fall behind from the start. These are not degenerates, they are primitives, carried over into a social environment in which they do not belong. They must be clearly distinguished from the true degenerates, the imbecile, the feeble-minded, the neurotic, the insane. All those melancholy waste products which every living species excretes, but which are promptly extirpated in the state of nature, whereas in human societies they are too often preserved. Moreover, besides primitives and degenerate, civilization by its very advance automatically condemns fresh multitudes to the ranks of the inferior. Just as primitives who would be quite at home in savage or barbarian environments are alien to any sort of civilization. So many individuals who rub along well enough in civilization's early phases have neither the wit nor the moral fiber to meet the sterner demands of high complex civilization. You get it now? Everyone get it?
John, we get it. I mean, it's I know live chat. Many of you all remember learning in school like the Luddites. You know, they were fearful of technology. You know, which basically is automation, optimization, etc. Oh, okay. The But when you have this situation in Frisco, you have these areas that are, we have more tech companies coming into Dallas because of it's just business friendly environment. It is. How are these kids going to compare? John, by the way, I think you're familiar with the company Infosys. You know these Indian tech companies?
Yeah, that's an Indian company, yeah.
Yeah, Infosys is based in Dallas. Right there in
Yeah, a lot of those Indian companies were down there in Dallas.
They're 100% like HQ based in Dallas. Like their North American headquarters is Dallas. Infosys is in Dallas, not far at all from Frisco. It's right there in Richardson, not far at all from Plano, not far at all from where you were at Mary Kay. Like where you were at Mary Kay is like the middle, it's like the heart of Dallas, the middle, like right there. And most, like a lot of the white people live there, or a lot of people don't. John, if I can share something with you, I remember speaking to this woman several years ago when I was working out of state, and she just like mentioned she was living in Frisco, but she's from Dallas, which is like the private schools in Dallas. Something about Frisco, she wanted out, and I think it's because it was getting to just a lot of people moving in like that. She wanted out. White woman. She got out, packed up herself, the son, and her dog. Sold the house, stayed in an apartment so they could buy another home and move back into Dallas. Move right back into Dallas.
Real estate drives everything, schools and stuff like that.
I
people
just
make a lot of decisions.
You have, Frisco is just, you have a lot, the white people who don't want to stay in Frisco, there's Prosper, or they're finding those places they want in Plano. But Frisco really is that Indian hub. And you're making a good point. Like, because he's from Baton Rouge, like his family doesn't know, but you're in an area that's going to be majority white and majority Indian, Asian, Chinese, Vietnamese, etc. You have to conform. and they're not going to tolerate your BS. Like,
Well, hold on, partner.
the Asians are
What
going
was
to.
he known for? He was known for fighting. See,
Oh
the
Lord,
blacks have
really?
avoided this, right? Remember what the white girl said? He was known for fighting.
He just would throw hands.
That should have tipped the blacks off if they were willing to be honest. Well, if he's known for fighting, well, what is he not known for? Being, class president or something. So that should have tipped the blacks off right there. And then when you realize it's a very prestigious area, if you know anything about schools, you know that 3.7 is among Indians and Asians is not all that great. But the blacks with their low standards, or maybe even expectation, they were willing to accept 3.7 relative to the Asians and the Indians is good. But in reality, out in corporate America, that renders you irrelevant, right? You can't compete with the Indians if they're scoring 4.0. They're going to get all the job offers and stuff first. You're going to be the DEI guy they bring in if you cut your hair. Right?
You make a good point, but he's here. He's going to school with these Indians, with the Asians. At the end of the day, a lot of these tech companies don't look at your GPA. They don't even care where you went to school. You do need to know how to be a fit. And you're going to high school with them. For some odd reason, he's not fitting in with them. So that would have been his major problem as he progressed into the corporate world and he wants to be in technology. Because at the end of the day, he's a black kid in Louisiana. Be cool, fit in. Like, you don't have an Indian friend. Like, you can't be that kid. Like, okay, they'll help you with school, but you kind of teach them like football. Like, kind of have that swag.
They're not interested in this shit. They're not interested in it. They don't have the same but
they're still American, and he's still.
They're not American. They're like first generation Indian.
Not all these. A lot of these kids are born right
like,
here. They're born here.
I'm going to do a stream.
May be immigrants.
I'm going to do a stream at some point about football. And I don't watch football anymore.
There.
I don't watch football anymore. I used to be a big football fan, but
yet you know all the stats though, John.
Well, I don't know all the stats.
You and Chaotic can run through those stats.
You remember the guy, the caller that just called in? He called me the other day. And he was telling me that he's being alienated by football because of Caleb Williams being on the cover of Madden or something. I don't even know what he's on the cover of. Anyone know it? Tell me in the chat. Now, so this is the same black. And when I was telling him, I said, man, I don't watch no fucking football anymore because of Colin Kaepernick. I used to be a 49er fan. I used to travel all over the country going to see the 49ers. I was stuck during 9/11 going to see the 49ers game. I was stuck in San Francisco for like a week. That's how big of a 49er fan. But when Colin Kaepernick did what he did, I quit watching. I never watched I don't think I've probably watched a game since then. Super Bowl, nothing. So I was expressing my frustration about, the whole Colin Kaepernick thing, and I never thought he was very good. My black buddy looked at me as just being black. Like, oh, you just don't like black people. White people don't look at it that way. 7 to 8 years later, a white friend of his told him the same thing that I had been saying. And at that point, he finally took it serious. He said, I understand what you're saying now. And so Caleb Williams, I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he's like a football player that paints his nails, wears dresses or whatever the hell. He's kind of that LGBT-ish comfortable player. Latino would know. Latino, if you're there, you know who I'm talking about, Caleb Williams, right? He may not be here. But anyway, Caleb Williams is a quarterback, and this is very important. He's a quarterback.
Like Aikman.
Like Troy Aikman and like Tom Brady and all these white leaders.
Speaking about the Cowboys and Jerry.
Right. And so my buddy was saying, you should cover this story, John. They put Caleb Williams on there. He said, but I know you're just going to focus on the race of Caleb Williams. And I said, you don't even know how I would cover it. And he said, well, you're just going to talk about he's black. And I said, well, the bigger thing that I probably will focus on is that the blacks are easily able to be used to advance agendas. That's probably what I would say. And he went on to talk about maybe from the earrings of Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan may have been the first one to introduce earrings in sports. I'm not sure. You left out Steve Young there. You not inclusive. You know, that was probably the greatest 1-2 punch ever in the history of football there. Joe Montana and Steve Young.
I think it was Jerry Rice that spurs that earring.
What's that?
Jerry Rice with the earring.
But I think Michael Jordan may have been the one that mainstreamed it, or at least that's what someone was saying. And so now they bring this black guy on, and he's painting his fingernails, and they put him on the cover of Madden. And so my buddy says, damn, what if my child saw this guy and was in his painted fingernails? And I said, you don't want to see the black element of how blacks are so easily able to be used because they don't really stand for anything. You go to a white man, hey man, put a dress on, put some fingernail polish on. There would be some white men to go for it. But there'll be a lot of white men that say, hell no, get the hell out of here. But here's the leader of the team, and this is very important, the leader of the team for the Bears.
Yeah, Caleb
Williams, right? Now, what about Jackson Dart? What is he saying? Huh? What is he saying? Right? What about now? This is so classic. This is so classic. And I was going to do this a while back. Is anyone familiar with Jackson Dart?
New York Giants. He got flocked from his friend or teammate because he was on stage with Trump, which is crazy.
Yeah. Look, here it is.
There's probably going to be questions that involve off the field topics, and for that, I have a statement, and I hope I can answer as many of those questions that y'all may have. And I ask that can talk about football after that, and I hope that we can understand and respect that from each other. Obviously this was a unique opportunity. Being asked and given the opportunity to introduce the President of the United States. My thinking was pretty simple in the fact of, I've always loved this country. I have extended family members who have fought in wars. I have 2 uncles who have retired from the Air Force Academy and served themselves. And I even have a great-grandfather who served as Secretary of Treasury at some point. So the president position has always been a position.
So what you're seeing here, for the people that don't know, for the people who aren't very familiar with football, this is not about football. The white man has always been the leader of the quarterback at the quarterback position. When he's the one that was able to corral the blacks that likely would have been at each other's throats. He corralled them. And typically he was strong enough that the blacks would follow his lead. Tom Brady, Joe Montana, John Elway, so on and so forth. But as the white man is falling out of the ranks of the NFL, they don't want to play, they don't want to be involved with it anymore. You can still see that there's seeds of very successful white people in the NFL at the quarterback position, but it's not many of them anymore. The Caleb Williams are making the cover of EA Madden. But this is Americana here at the quarterback position, correct?
Academy and serve.
You understand?
Yeah,
this
but
is Americana, right?
I got a little caveat though. So the reason why he's getting so much flack from, it's not even the whole Trump thing. It's because the way he dressed, he's basically down with the culture in a sense, and fashion and music and shit like that. So they kind of felt offended. He's like, damn man, I thought you was one of us, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
Let me show you something. Let me show you something, bro. I'm gonna show you 2 clips. Here's the first one.
So first off, I want to say that some things are bigger than football, and this is one of those things. Jackson is one of our leaders. He's the face of our franchise. He not only represents himself and what he does, but he represents all of us. And that goes for anybody who wears a Giants uniform. But if he chooses to align himself with a man like President Trump, it's my responsibility based on what I believe and what I stand on to not only show my teammates that I'm against that, but to show the world. And that doesn't mean that we have to spread hate. It doesn't mean that.
Bro, he's bringing politics into the locker room.
Yeah, that's
right?
ridiculous.
And again, blacks don't stand for a motherfucking thing. Look at this motherfucking nigga. Look at this fucking nigga. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this shit. Can't read that, Ponder. For the blacks in the audience, you can't read that.
Oh my God, John.
Abdul Carter says he intends to march in New York's gay parade this year.
Where you want me to read
that, Ponder. Teammates, read that, Ponder.
Oh, some teammates stood up for their side.
He's talking about Jackson Dart, right? Hold on, Ponder. He's talking about Jackson Dart right here. Stood up with Trump. So this nigga said it's time for me to stand up for my side. And so who is his side?
The gay side.
These some bitches insane. These some big. Now this Ponder, these blacks are so fucking insane. He said, I gotta stand up for my side now.
Yo, you want to know what's funny? He's prepping for the season. Those that got it.
Yeah. Now, Pundit, let me show you how much football. Let me show you how much football has changed. These are two old head blacks. Back in the day, when football was about men, it was manly shit. These are two of the greats.
Hi, this is Trump Media. Is this your first time you're ever waiting online for an autograph?
Of anyone.
Of anyone. First time ever.
First time ever.
LT?
Second time.
Second time. Who did you wait for the first time?
Santa Claus.
There's two of the greats now. You see that?
Yeah, funny.
Hey, these are Hall of Famers. I don't know if the other guy, OJ, I forget his OJ Anderson. He may not be a Hall of Famer, but he won the Super Bowl. LT clearly is a Hall of Famer, and LT is a big Trump supporter. Fast forward to today, you got men like Caleb, what's his name? Williams.
Man,
in the face of the NFL.
Can I say something? The best approach to take is the Michael Jordan approach. And what's the Michael Jordan approach?
Say nothing, don't get involved, don't speak about politics.
When his mama told him, vote for this man, he's Democrat. And Michael said, Mama, Republicans also watch me and buy my shoes.
Yeah. Who was it? Which coach was that again? Latino John, who said that? Just win, baby. Who was that again? You all know.
I can't remember who that was.
My coach, just win. Like I'm just win. And that's all Jordan did. I think people got when LeBron got a little bit political, and then of course Kaepernick got very political. Yeah. And I'm guessing this generation who grew up watching Kaepernick, they're kind of thinking that that's the norm.
Well, I think that the blacks who are more or less rudderless. You can just make of them, you can make of them what you want to. As you just saw there, Abdul Carter says, I'm standing up for the LGBTs. Imagine a world 30 years ago of an NFL player saying, I'm standing up for the LGBTs.
Remember, look at that dude that got drafted by the
Michael
Rams.
Sam. Remember Michael Sam?
Right.
Yeah, you'd be going like him.
And John,
Right.
not only he brought his boyfriend, and then they were like making out on camera.
Right.
You know that was too much.
Right.
Bro,
I was not ready for that.
But I'm gonna tell you something. So there was a guy over here. I forgot his name. I think it was something Allen. And this guy, he waited to retire first, and then he said he was gay. In the NBA.
Ponder, what you don't understand in the NFL and Latino knows is the quarterback get the pickings. Correct?
Absolutely. 100%. Yes,
sir.
Quarterback get the pickings.
Yeah. Number one.
Everybody else eat after he eat. That's how it works. Right?
Yep. That's how it always been. Even
Jackson
starting with Even starting junior varsity, definitely in high school.
But Jackson Dart is not poor. He was going to get the pickings either way it went. This is an intelligent man. Quarterback position, at least with the whites, is very intelligent. Now, Deshaun Watson and all them, they just athleticism. They just slinging the ball around.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the whites, by and large, they're playing from the shoulders up. That's true. The rules have been set. The rules have been set for the quarterback that throws the ball. Correct? Not the one that runs around. So you look at someone like Deshaun Watson, who spends his time at whatever them damn salons are. He's not going to be able to generate the respect of men. Do you understand, Ponder, what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so he may be a good linebacker, a running back, a wide receiver, but not a quarterback.
No.
But the blacks have now been thrust by force, in some ways, of forcing the white man out of the NFL, Colin Kaepernick. That now these blacks are in leadership position at the most critical position on the football team. The problem is that they're rudderless as well, so they can be bought and sold for $1 for any political position. So now you got the quarterback who should be the leader.
Bro, you just blew my
Who
mind.
paints his fingernails, wears dresses, trying to lead men. Explain to me how in the hell does that work?
It doesn't, bro. Like, it's crazy, bro. Because this is the thing. I remember a time, man, when football was good. I'm talking about like maybe in the 90s for me, you know what I'm saying? To the early 2000s, where you couldn't say shit about the quarterback. You couldn't utter nothing about the quarterback. You'd be gone. You'd be sat down. You'd be punished, bro. Like,
if you so much as
it's automatic.
If you so much as touching him, all the players, he'll play him and run off the sideline to attack you.
Yep.
But now you got intra team battles where one player is going against the leader. Understand what I'm saying here? How can you have anything with the player going against the leader?
Yeah, especially starting the season. The season hasn't even started, and we're gonna start on the wrong foot.
And this ain't even about football.
Yeah, I know it ain't, but if you take that right from away from football back to football, right? Like the chemistry, if they're both on offense, man, this could cause some friction.
What about at practice? What about at practice? Any late hit in practice that he delivers on Jackson Dart, was it malicious? Right?
Yep. Now we got to start looking at it like that.
You're right. You know, and this is the environment you create. You end up eroding the trust, right?
Yep. Agreed.
Has anyone ever seen Abdul Carter at the when he was drafted to play in the NFL?
But let me guess. He was wearing some bright ass suit.
Nah. No one ever seen when he was drafted? Let me see. This is when he was drafted. Look. Wait a minute. Where is it? Did I go too far down? Oh, wait a minute. Where did I just had it up. Wait a minute. Damn. Wait a minute. I just had it. What the fuck did I do with it? Damn, I just fucking had it. But anyway, so when he was drafted, he showed up and his family was in burqas. Did you know that? Here it is, right here.
No way.
Yeah, it was in burqas. Let me see if this is the video. Yeah. Look. They were in burqas, bro.
You want to know what's crazy? That not even the top of the like, you know, the Muslims that happen to be like Arab, right? That have money, act this flamboyant. I mean, they do have cars, they do have nice things around them, but like to be out with gold chains and stuff like that. Like I never seen that.
But look at the contradiction, though. How can you be a Muslim one day and then you're marching in the gay pride parade the next, the LGBT?
Oh
parade,
yeah. It's idiotic.
Right? Abdul is his name.
A real Muslim would not accept that.
Right. This is what I'm saying. Like the blacks they're like just searching for identity. And they're like putting pieces of the puzzle together that don't even fit. I'm Muslim. I'm marching for the LGBT. How the hell that makes sense? And I play football. Nigga, how the hell all them pieces of the puzzle fit together? They don't fit. Look.
Praying to God, worshiping, being a Muslim, so just paying homage. It's my incredible chain, my nickname, just doing everything at the highest.
I didn't even think about the chain, Latino, till you mentioned it.
Yeah, because I like this is the thing, like, don't get me wrong, like those Arabs and shit, like the ones with money, you probably see them walking a tiger or some shit. You get what I'm saying? Like something crazy, bro, but not this, like a leather or a silk, whatever the fuck you call this shit, a burqa. Like, no, this shit is like just white linen. You know what I mean? Like it's normal shit, dude.
Yeah. I mean, this is.
They don't got no Versace fucking clothing and shit. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, you know, they're trying to match multiple different, like, basically cultures or whatever.
Yeah, they're trying to infuse.
Yeah, you know, they don't have a culture of their own. So, damn, you hear the fireworks, man? So he's half Muslim, half LGBT.
He's a quarter of everything.
Yeah. And think about the conflict going on. Think about the conflicts going on in his head, bro.
He's a quarter nig.
Right. You know, the conflicts going on in his head, you know, will drive him crazy.
He's a quarter
How does
nig.
he work? How does he maintain his allegiance to Allah while going to the LGBT parade?
Yo, but that's going to cause a problem down the line because you see how you calling this out, right? And right now we're just talking about it, but just imagine there's a group of people that be like, yo, like, you know, that actually support this guy and then find out all the shit that you're finding out. How you think they're going to feel about this?
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Hey, hold on. You remember that guy, the Dominican from yesterday? Mm-hmm. You know, remember I played the card earlier. Guys, I'm about out of beer, man. Anyone want to keep it going? If you would like to donate to the beer fund or the tequila fund, whatever you want me to drink. Otherwise, I think I have 1-2 more beers. Oh, I gotta get the fuck out of here. But I need to call this fucking Latino, man. The Dominican dude, he just called me. Should I call him back? See what they've been doing this weekend. The Latinos probably been partying like hell this weekend. They got all that money in the household.
Yeah. That's why I've stated this many times, man. People was like, yo, well, why don't you live around Latinos instead of the whites and stuff? And I'm like, man, because, man, my partying days are out of me, bro. Like, and I know Hispanic people, bro, it don't matter what age they are, bro. When it comes to Friday and Saturday, and if there's a Monday that's a holiday, they'll go on to Sunday, John, and then it's just music all fucking day. And I can't do it, bro. I couldn't do it.
Should I call this dude? Because I see he just called me.
I don't want to be that person to be calling the police. You feel me? So
I'd
rather just not live.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Let me call it the 10. He said the dude they be buying the black pussy. Damn. He said, I'm sounding like my Bluetooth. He said the dude to be buying the black pussy over here in Southeast. He wanna move to Southeast too. The one that got the baby mama.
Crazy.
So
I have a black skin baby.
Yeah. Oh damn, we gotta call Philippe back too. We gotta call Philippe at some point.
Mexican.
He may be at
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Hey, yeah, what time you want to meet tomorrow?
What's good for you?
about 1 o'clock.
All right, that's cool. I'll meet you there at the address.
Hey, the dude, he want a room too? He want a room in,
You didn't see my messages?
No, what'd you say?
Hold on. I just sent you not just sent it. I sent it to you an hour ago.
What'd you say, man? Shit, man, I get so many.
But I was like, I told you, I said, what's up, man? So can I still come see the room in Pat Worth? And then I told you also my Mexican homie said, when can he see the spot in the Southeast? And he told me to ask you if he could move his girlfriend in there with him.
Yeah, I got a basement spot. It probably would be good for him. You know what I'm saying? His own Martin Luther King, got a private bath and shit.
All right, that's perfect. I'm gonna talk to him when he gets here.
Yeah, just tell him to call me. Hey, what they do last night over there? They were partying and shit.
Yeah, I told you he had her over here, and she had her stripper friends over here.
Damn, do you all take part in this shit?
I mean, I be chilling for real. I mean, I watch.
What, they stripping in the living room or something?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Like, how do they look?
In the living room, on the balcony. They look good. Fuck.
They sister gals?
Sister gals.
And what, he had to pay him to strip?
No, he don't pay them to strip.
Does he have
they just
sex
come
with
in
all of
here
them or what?
Hey. You said what?
Does he have sex with all of them or just one of them or what?
No, just two of them. Remember I told you two of them.
Just two of them. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy as a motherfucker, man.
You said what?
That's crazy as a motherfucker.
Yeah, he be doing his due.
Damn, that's crazy. So he want to move to sister gal? They don't be fighting anything, do they? These damn sister
Hell no, I told you they don't.
Damn, he keep her ass in line like that? How the fuck he do that? These sister gal be wild as a motherfucker.
I told you, sometimes he be paying them like $250 a piece,
But
here and there, he'll give them $250 a piece.
But what about the baby mama though? He pay her too?
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, baby mama or this and that, but they be on and off. Every week he give her $1,500.
Get the fuck out of here. To a hood rat?
Yeah.
Does she work or anything?
Hell no.
Damn. He must really love sister gals. It must be somebody them that he really love.
I told you, he said she got the best pussy he ever had.
Whooped on that shit.
Yeah.
That's fucking amazing. So if he rent for me, I probably get to see what the hell she look like. I'm curious to know.
Yeah, you would. Because I told you that's what he said. He said he wants to pull up with her. So she's going to translate for him if I'm not there, because he want me to be there all the time.
Damn, that's why he got me laughing like shit over here. Damn, she done whipped it on him. She be whipped it on him. Huh?
Yeah.
And these strippers are from Southeast and shit?
Yeah, they be coming in there. They be cooking all type of shit.
What, like soul
food? They be
and
chilling
shit?
for real.
What they be cooking? Soul food? Huh?
Bomb ass soul food.
Yeah,
they supposed to be sliding. They supposed to be sliding today.
You ain't ever want to hit in them? Like, if they that fine?
Huh?
You ain't never been tempted since they that fine?
No, I be chilling. I told you I got mine.
Now, you got you an uptown girl. Why you don't get you a Southeast girl?
Because I got me one. I'm good with mine. I have my face.
You got an uptown girl, though. Well, uptown is better, huh?
I mean, I ain't gonna say that. I don't judge nobody, but I just got my one.
You don't want no Southeast sister, though. Come on now.
I'm gonna be real. I don't.
Them motherfuckers be ghetto as shit over here, bro.
Exactly. Nah, but he love him though.
He love him.
And he don't know no better.
Well, you think he's just green? He just
he green, but he still like knows what's going on. But it's just he don't care. I told you he don't care. He be doing him.
Jesus Christ! So he get 2 at a time. Have mercy. That is something. Damn.
Yeah, and then the other joints when they come through, like he don't even have to spend that shit. Cause some of them joints, he be happy, he be frugal, and he just be giving $250 a piece.
And they be going for this shit.
They Southeast joints with why would they not be going for that shit? $250 a piece?
The Southeast, yeah. Ain't nobody.
Come on now.
Ain't nobody over here got 250. I bet you ain't 100 people over here.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And the baby mother, he be getting $1,500 a week.
He must get overtime or something.
He do.
Damn.
And I told you he's about to get a raise next week.
Damn. Does he know how to do any work, like construction work?
That's his job.
I mean, I ain't know if as a foreman if he did anything, because I got some work I need him to do. Tell him I got some work I need him to do.
I got you. I told you. We got people in here that stay with us too.
They do what they do, like painting and shit?
All that shit.
God damn, so them niggas making bread too.
Hell yeah, but not like him though.
And so why they living for $500 fucking dollars, man, in a room like that? Is they making that kind of money?
They stacking that bread.
God damn. God damn.
You acting like when they go out, they don't look like, but nobody need to know what's behind the doors.
Yeah. No, you're right.
When they walk out the doors, they look sweet.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Yeah, I feel you on that shit. Now that's the way you have to do it, man. You know what I mean? Damn.
Exactly.
Oh, I thought they did DoorDash and shit, but they
Nah, not these ones.
Oh, these construction workers and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta put me on with them. For real.
I told you I got you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna see if he's gonna pull up with me tomorrow.
Yeah, you gotta put me on with them. Yeah, hell yeah, because I need some people to do all that shit. But what time tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time we say tomorrow?
You said 1 p.m.
Okay, yeah, that works.
All right, but I'm gonna call you around like 12.
All right, sounds good.
All right, cool.
Damn, that's wild shit. Damn, here's another motherfucker. Let's see who this is. What's a boy, man?
Your call has been forwarded to a voicemail service that is.
Just call it back. Anyway, go ahead. Carry on, guys. Sorry about that. You guys may have stepped off. What is this guy saying?
Crazy, bro.
Hold on a minute. Let me call this. This is a guy, a military guy. He wanted to get out the hell out southeast, go to northwest.
Oh, dang. I was Sunday shows on and all that.
Hey, John.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yo, hey, I'm on the road. But yeah.
Well, you on the scooter? Or you got that Wiz bike already?
Yeah, I was able to get a car.
Oh, you doing car deliveries?
I'm doing Lyft. Uber.
Why you doing that shit? I thought the scooters made more.
Yeah, but I mean, for me to get a scooter, it would be like cost me more. So
It costs more than a car? It costs more than a car?
Yeah. Because you gotta buy you gotta buy the scooter. You feel me? I'll break it down for you.
Damn. So where the hell did you get a car from?
Okay. So
what the hell did you
with the
what
with
the
the
hell
summer, it's a
what? Where the hell did you get a car from?
With Lyft app.
You can rent a
able to,
car
like,
from
give you
them? You can rent a car from
Yeah.
them? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
How
For
much
real,
that shit
bro. I'll
cost?
break it down. Hey, I'm with
Oh, yeah.
right now.
Oh, all right, man. Yeah. All right, yeah.
What the fuck? You can rent a car from Lyft?
Yeah, you gotta what is it? You gotta make a certain amount, and then after that certain amount, they take it out, and you get the rest of the money that you make after.
What?
Yeah, so it will probably be like what was it? Like maybe 245 or something like that. So
What,
once
a
you
week?
make, yeah, you got to give them 245 in that week.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But you
Hold on,
can
let me
make
call this
more.
lady.
You can make 1,500 that week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hold on, let me call this lady. Hold on. I think it's Spanish lady, Maria.
Your call has been forwarded.
Damn, she keep texting me. But anyway, whatever. Damn, you can make. Damn. They must have cars like on site because he.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Jeez.
They do.
Amazing. That's something. It's news to me. And it's cheaper than a scooter.
Uber's been doing this for a while too, man.
But it's cheaper than just getting a scooter.
I mean, I don't know if they giving out scooters too like that, but I know that Uber had a program like that, so I'm pretty sure Lyft has the same thing.
Damn. Amazing, bro. Freaking amazing. You know, as long as you pays the bills, I guess, you know, whatever. I can't complain about it. But yo, what did you think about that Dominican Latino?
Man, it reminds me of the days when we always had one guy that was like the big baller, no matter what, if he was, you know, doing it the right way or the wrong way. This guy always spotted everybody in the hood, everybody in the neighborhood. Like, yeah, bro. Like, so it's not far fetched. This is what I'm like. When you hearing it to you, it's like, wow, this is amazing. But to me, it's just like, eh.
Yeah, you know, I've seen it.
This is like normal, bro.
Yeah, I've seen it, but I've never, you know, really heard them. You know, this is hearing them talk about it. This is very interesting. Hold on. Yeah, no, it's very interesting. I can see why they're doing so well. You know, at one point he said they have like $500,000 coming into their house collectively. That's a lot of bread.
I believe it.
That's a lot of bread. And this lady's supposed to be calling me.
That's like one day I had like can't remember where I was, but like I don't know why this came to me, but I started like guessing how much everybody made
Forwarded to a voice.
in that
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
And so I was like, my wife, what I made, what her cousin made, what her other cousin made, what the nephew made, what her mom made, and like I just went down the line because I already know how much they make, right? So
Yeah.
I started adding it up, and I'm like, damn, man, we like it's almost like $520,000 here, bro.
It ends up quickly, yeah.
1 year. Like if we all just put our money together, you know what I mean? It's nuts.
Yeah. Yo, I just saw this. Look at this shit.
Damn.
That's the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
What side? What side? You know, because he's a half breed. So, what side do you think that is? That
But to decide he don't give a fuck, he probably had the ability to do better than that. But he probably just, you know, around people where, you know, why would he give a fuck? You know, that's the other side. You know, that goes into what, you know, the Karmelo thing, like the black people that are looking at him like
3.7 is a great GPA. That's not that great.
That shit was great. Yeah, but you heard the Prescott story when he was saying like how him growing up when he went to his dad's side of the town. Yeah. I'm like, come on, man, you sound like an idiot.
Well, that's what he said, so it is what it is. He said it. Those are his words. I was looking for that that Abdul Carter video of him at the draft. That was some picture there. I may not be able to find it. But anyway, at the draft, his mother and family came in like full burqa. Let me see if I can find this shit.
There was like Muhammad Jihad.
Yeah, like full on burqa, bro. Yeah, I can't find it. Anyway, I have to find it one day. I thought I had a bookmark. Anyway, I think, long term, the NFL has a lot of problems. Like, their quarterback position has been so watered down that you can't hardly watch it. To me, it's my own personal opinion. I don't know. What do you think?
No, you're right.
What happens when people start to realize that the majority of Super Bowl winners are white, even some of the retread whites like Sam Darnold? Think about it. Sam Darnold's a fucking retread. Right? He's a fucking retread. Huh? But he won a Super Bowl.
Not only that, you can go as far as that guy that they fired from the Giants. Look at him. The beginning 6 weeks of the last year, remember?
Which one?
Jones.
Daniel Jones. Yeah. Look how much money Kirk Cousins has made in the last 5 years. He probably made more money than any quarterback in the NFL. He's up there in the top 5 for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Because what Kirk Cousins did is you realize there's such a shortage of quarterbacks that he did the John Galt strategy. Anyone know what Kirk Cousins did? You know what Kirk Cousins did? Let me see if I can hear you. Look at this. Let me see if I can show it to you. Look at this. You see it? Who would have known that a retread 4th round quarterback would become one of the richest NFL players? How did he do that? How did that happen? He's been more or less, a middling player all his career. Would you say that's fair?
Mm-hmm.
But yet, he's one of the richest NFL players. How did that happen?
Consistency, I guess, and
Kirk Cousins has all of the fundamentals down pat. He's a pure throwback. He's a throwback quarterback. Like, he's one of the few quarterbacks that can line up under center today. One of the few that can turn his back to the defense and then turn around and throw the ball. Look, I'll show you what I mean. Look, Kirk Cousins. Look at this shit. Read this. Only 2 players in NFL history have made more money than Kirk Cousins. And Kirk Cousins only has 1 playoff victory in his 14-year career. Explain that to me. What Kirk Cousins is doing is he's going down into the Chitlin circuit and out competing the black quarterbacks. And in doing so, he don't have to be that good. He don't have to get 4.0s, 5.5s. He's competing against the blacks. They don't have the fucking fundamentals of quarterback play down. Look, if I read about Kirk Cousins, I used to love Kirk Cousins, man. Look, Kirk Cousins, what he did was he said, look, I want short-term deals, 1 year, 2 year deals. And I'll just keep re-upping these deals over and over. The article's gonna tell you, look, while he may not be a future Pro Bowl Hall of Famer, he's undoubtedly a first ballot Hall of Fame earner. He's effectively signed a 1-year, $20 million deal. He's the third highest earning player in NFL history. Only Matthew Stafford and Aaron Rodgers have accrued more career earnings than Cousins, who recently passed Tom Brady. Those are all 4 white men at the quarterback position. Does everybody understand that? You see this? You see this, Latino?
Mm-hmm.
But Kirk Cousins is middling. Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, they're above Kirk Cousins. Would you say that's fair? They won Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins, he middling. He'd be the 2026 season will be the 11th straight year where his contract is fully guaranteed. Of his career salary, 99% of it has been fully guaranteed. $339 million is an NFL record of guaranteed salaries.
Wow.
And he ain't won as much of a damn Super Bowl. How did he pull this off? He went down in the ghetto, in the chitlin circuit, and extracted outsized resources. Because there isn't a pool of black quarterbacks that could outcompete him. Like, let me show you. Like, if you read a scouting report of Kirk Cousins, you know what it's going to say? Let me show you what it's going to say. Oh, have mercy. I didn't even know it was going to say that. Read that, Ponder.
Kirk Cousins, a highly cerebral Latino, you always mention that about Brady, accurate and prolific veteran quarterback, recognized for his mastery of play action and intermediate passing.
Let me stop you right there, Ponder, for the people that don't understand. Play action involves a quarterback turning his back to the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Make it seem like he's going to do another play.
Not many quarterbacks can do that. And so it throws the defense off because so few quarterbacks feel comfortable turning their back to the defense to throw them off as if they're running the ball instead of throwing the ball. That's why it's called play action. And so Kirk Cousins is one of the few quarterbacks that can line up under center, feels comfortable turning his back to the defense to fake like he's going to hand the ball off, and then turn around and throw the ball intermediately. That's very, very difficult for a defense to read relative to a quarterback who's in this shotgun. Does that make sense, Latino? Because they're reading the quarterback's action, and when they see him turn his back, they're assuming run.
Yeah. Yeah, because they think that he's going to send it, head it to the running back.
To the running back. And when he doesn't hand it to the running back, that split second of them hesitating, he's able to throw the ball over their head.
Yeah, he has to turn a 180.
Right. Or the linebackers may step up thinking that it's a run. And then he throws the ball over their head intermediately to a tight end or wide receiver running a curl or end route or something like that.
That's to get the defense to come in.
Right. That's to get the defense to come in. And so few of the young quarterbacks, the black ones, have the fundamentals to line up under center and turn their back to the defense. And so Kirk Cousins has gotten rich. These are the fundamentals of quarterback play. This is why he's gotten paid so much. It's the fundamentals that has gotten him rich. It's not his ability to throw a ball 100 yards, because as they say, he only throws the ball intermediately. But it's the fundamentals that year after year, people keep paying him to come back, even as a backup, if someone gets hurt. And so you'll see that While highly productive in the regular season, he has struggled against interior pocket pressure and faces limitations in off-script creative playmaking. So he needs a good coach. That's what they're saying, and a good offensive line. And so when he was with Mike Shanahan, who's a good coach and a good offensive line coach, a good offensive strategist, him and Mike Shanahan, you know, they were a good pairing because of that. And this is why he's made so much money. Elite accuracy, anticipation. Anticipation basically revolves around you knowing where people are going to be. And you see this play action prowess, highly skilled at executing under center play action passing concepts. His ability to quickly turn his back to the line of scrimmage, reset, and deliver an accurate deep ball is a Jesus fucking Christ. I hadn't read it beforehand, I promise you. But I've always been a big fan of Kirk Cousins, and this is why he's made so much money there. Kirk Cousins. NFL. Our NFL coverage there. He played quarterback, by the way. Someone was interested. And, you know, my mother was telling me that there are only 2 black shortstops in baseball. I don't know why that matters, who keeps up with that. But wait till they start looking into the quarterbacks that actually win the Super Bowls. 80% of the black players are black. Damn near 100% of winning Super Bowls are white. Think about this shit. Think about that.
I mean, but I've been told you this, though. It's the same thing. It's the same strategy that I have when it comes to pitching. When it comes to pitching,
yeah,
there's only certain Dominicans that I would want to pitch, right? It's not really that many. But now when I go to the white side, or let's say to the Japanese side, man, there's prospects there that you could put. But that's not to say that Dominicans are horrible baseball players, but I just prefer a white pitcher.
A white pitcher, yeah. Yeah, I don't watch baseball enough, so I can't really comment on it.
Yeah, but it's like the pitcher is kind of like the quarterback. He controls
Yeah.
the game. You understand?
Yeah.
You gotta have some type of mindset, level-headed. Can't let pressure get to him, fatigue, all that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it. You know, because the pitchers, you know, he's the one that if he makes a mistake, someone's gonna hit the ball.
Yeah, they fuck up the whole game.
Yeah. Man, it was something I wanted to share with you guys. Let me see if I have it here. I'm going to my Twitter stream. Here's I didn't know Drewski was doing a what's it called? A exhibition or whatever here in DC. But hundreds of people showed up for his audition. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I watched that show. Me and my wife watched that show. That shit's hilarious.
really. I didn't know anything about it.
We're big Drewski fans, man.
Oh, really?
Yo, like he don't mind people playing his skits and stuff like that. He don't, you know what I'm saying? So I got a skit that he just made recently. It's pretty funny because he's basically making fun of like how black people, like black dudes can't let it go. That, it's like, you old, bro, let it go, type of shit.
Oh yeah, I think I saw it. Yo, look at this video. Look at this video right here, bro. Check this video. This is a Penn State student. This is a guy right here, kind of like an Austin Metcalf. Look.
The final moments of 22-year-old Billy Schmidt's life were caught on camera, pleading for his cell phone.
It's very upsetting.
Video from Ezra Rolanavich's porch camera at 1:30 Saturday morning shows 2 young men talking with Billy, who's off camera to the left. Seconds later, we see Billy follow them into the street toward 20th and Durford. Moments later, a gunshot is heard. We've muted that audio out of respect for the family.
Over a phone, it's abhorrent. It's just unbelievable that someone would kill someone over a phone.
Billy's dad told me off camera that his son was a really good kid. He was heading into his senior year at Penn State, studying communications.
My kid played with him when they were little. We would all hang out.
Police rushed Billy to Penn Presbyterian, but he was pronounced dead just 17 minutes after this recording.
I want justice. I want the kid that shot Billy to be found. If anyone has any information or recognizes anything about the kids, I would love for them to.
Those are kids, apparently. Maybe he touched him.
Yeah,
Maybe he touched him. You know what I mean, man? Look at this shit right here. This is black fraternity. This is what I'm saying, like black college shit. This is like all bullshit. Look at this shit. Is this a fraternity or sorority? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Yo, I don't know if you heard about it. There was a shooting in Toledo. I think at least one person was critical. Shooting in a Catholic festival in Columbus, Ohio, I think. At a Catholic festival. It's the craziest shit ever. Yo, this is what black people are doing after the Rick Chow trial. Listen to this shit.
So we about to see.
I talked about this on my stream.
This is crazy, bro.
Supporting these people business.
Yesterday.
Hold on. Yeah, our sisters is still supporting these Asian businesses. Look at them in here. Yeah.
Did you hear about that,
They still in
John?
here supporting them.
I didn't know that. I didn't know they were
They
doing
want to
that.
boycott their businesses.
Yo, yeah, I heard about that.
You know that's not going to happen.
I think the
That's
Asians
not going to
would
last long.
That's not going to happen.
I think the Asians would be okay, you know. But you know what's so interesting about all of this is that
White people tip better.
the things that they want, the things that they want to boycott are things that you don't even need anyway. Who needs to get your nails done? You can live without that shit. Who needs to get your toenails done? Like, you can really live without that, honestly. So these people, they're spending money frivolously anyway. Just stop spending it. You don't even have to boycott anyway. Just stop spending money trying to beautify yourself with wigs and weaves and getting your big ass, crusty ass feet done. It'll resolve itself without trying to be destructive to someone else.
What they also forget, John, is that this is not like 10, 15, 20 years ago. The Asians are not necessarily always having their children run these stores, the businesses. They'll bring in other people. They'll a lot of times bring in a young black girl to be the face, or a young white girl to be the face of the business, like the cashier, and they'll be in the back handling the money, the taxes, etc. They're not.
I don't know if they can handle. I don't know if they can trust the blacks these days. Pundit, I was in Lowe's the other day.
No.
Look at this. I'm in Lowe's, right? And I'm looking for Does anyone know about piping, plumbing, anything?
Yeah, I do.
So I'm looking for some PVC. Yeah. The PEX is their rubber.
I know
and
you
shit.
gonna say that.
Yeah. Oh, here's someone. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, this is, you put something in the back?
Yeah.
Oh, this is shooting. Oh, this is Drewski. Yeah.
John, do you mind dropping the link? Since 7 asked for the link, do you mind dropping it?
Oh, okay, yeah. And so I'm in Lowe's the other day, right? And this shit blew my mind. I didn't even look. I showed this shit to B-Bird. Look at this. Man or woman?
Yeah,
man or woman?
John, why would you move so quickly?
Because
man or woman?
It's a game.
Man or woman?
I would have to say woman.
It didn't load. The picture didn't load. I'm gonna say a woman.
That shit look like an alien, dog.
Like, depending where you are, do you see that's a woman. There's a lot of studs. There's just that's a woman. It's a woman. Yeah, that's a woman.
Lowe's though, right?
This is
John,
Lowe's.
Lowe's is where it's at. You can get everything you need. I didn't even know Lowe's, Home Depot. You can get a lot of,
But typically Lowe's is considered, at least from my vantage point, Lowe's is a little nicer than Home Depot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I don't know. Audience, what do you say? In your neighborhood, is Lowe's nicer than Home Depot? I don't know. You tell me. But anyway, so I'm going Lowe's and I'm looking for
I thought they're like both comparable.
No,
Yeah, I mean, they're close.
Usually when I go to Lowe's, it's more cleaner, more organized.
Yeah.
It's a different type of service, bro. Like,
Yeah. It's slightly better.
It is slightly better. It is.
I didn't even know this lady worked here. If you saw her, would you think she worked at Lowe's?
Nah, bro. I thought she was a customer, or I thought she was probably, don't touch her,
And so this is her.
Don't touch her. Don't touch her.
Look at her from the back. Her underwear is showing.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's giving stud energy. But don't they wear, Lowe's has an edge, but don't they wear like aprons, something to identify that you work there?
Yeah.
I think all they're wearing now is maybe like a name tag.
Like a red shirt.
I didn't even know she worked there. Yeah, honestly.
I would never know either.
Yeah.
John, was she at least pleasant?
Yeah. It's all about, relatively. Like, if I were starting out in customer service, or if I were giving some advice to someone today, like someone like her, I would say, hey, young lady, clearly change your clothing, right?
Yeah.
You need to dress better. But you're working in the plumbing department. You're not a cashier. So you need to take advantage of the people that's coming down the plumbing now. These are typically going to be homeowners, plumbers. Plumbers make a lot of money, typically make pretty well. You're rubbing shoulders with, not just trash, not people coming in buying some, I don't know.
May I add something? She's already halfway there. Plumbers like to show their ass, so just saying.
This appearance, is she's never going to move up from where she is. I think we'd all agree on that, correct? Looking like that. And in reality, maybe she can't even see moving up. So there's that as well. But if you got into the point of dressing like this to come to work, like, you're going to have to do some internal work. Would you agree? So you will at the Home Depot over there? The gas station?
Yeah, I don't know, man. To me, the Lowe's seems more...
See what?
Like it's the same shit, but Lowe's seems a little bit more... I don't know. It's just like when you go in there, you feel a little bit different than Home Depot.
Yeah, she belongs at Home Depot.
Yeah, because when I go to I didn't want to say it, but when I go to Home Depot, what I usually see is a lot of a lot of people like me, a lot of minorities. But when I go to Lowe's, it's like that white person, that like the old dude that works there, and you be like, yo, I'm looking for this, and he'll be like, all right, come on, man, follow me, I'll take you there. And the aisle is all the way at the end of the store. That was the thing I was gonna say. That was the thing I was gonna say about her is, so I'm gonna say, hey, what a pipe cutter? She said down there. See, yeah. Right. See, that old white man, I'm telling you, he would have taken me there, bro. Yeah. So, is that lack of customer service? Then he would have asked me, like, what size you looking for? What job you looking to do? Like, well, what is this for? So he can have a better understanding, so he could try to better help you. On top of how she's looking, I mean, she doesn't look the part, and that's all on her. And this is what I'm saying, like they're having a hard time. That might be Linwood's best friend. Linwood at Lowe's, though. Linwood at Home Depot. No, Linwood at Lowe's. Yeah, I think he's at Lowe's, bro. Yeah. And so this is the lady at Lowe's. Fucked up. I was riding downtown today. I think I put this on Twitter. Let me see if I can show it to you. This is right downtown. Where was this? This is Chinatown. Yeah. Let me show this to you. He said Linwood.
So this is Chinatown today. Where is it? That's the part. I just scrolled down my Twitter. Yo, look at this couple right here.
Oh Lord, is that two girls?
Yo, that's a man and a woman. Hey, so
Nah, bro.
listen, this lady, there was a lady that called in. They were headed to this bar right here. This bar is named who's that black lady down in like St. Augustine, Florida? I can't remember her name. So they were headed to this like gay bar, or like, you know, it's like and I've been there before. But it's not a gay bar, but it's like a progressive bar, I guess you could say. Damn, you can't. The man look like a woman. This is downtown. Anyway, let me get this picture. Oh yeah, this one. This one I'll show you guys. This is downtown DC. Look at this shit. Can you guys read that?
Jeffrey Epstein Memorial. Jesus Christ.
Yo, his job's being created. I will say that because they got a security guard and everything. Look, this is a fucking reading room for the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Reading Room. This is downtown DC today. Anyway, what's up, man?
Good to see you guys, man.
What's up, Juancito?
Well, aquí nomás, man. What's good with you guys?
Nothing much. This Karmelo case. What do you think about this Karmelo case? You think he's going to testify one, yeah or nay?
I hope he doesn't. He's done.
Yeah, he's done.
You know, I said from the beginning, it seemed like they were just throwing him at the mercy of the court by the questions that they asked the jury and stuff like that. The prospective jury, I should say. The opening statement was about, are you going to punish me if he doesn't testify? So on and so forth. I think they know that he's guilty. And I don't think all of the witnesses, more or less, except for one, testified for the prosecution.
Well, even the witness for the defense testified for the prosecution. Let's just be honest. He went up on the stand and completely destroyed their case.
You know what's interesting? Have you been hearing this whole thing about the blacks talking about there's some kind of video that the blacks want to see? Have you been hearing about this?
It's the same video.
Weapon.
It's the same video that they already showed in court, and it's literally the exact same video that I looked at when I went to the Collin County Courthouse.
Oh, you went to the courthouse and saw it?
Yeah, I told you guys this was on your show, John, last year. I said that it wasn't self-defense, and everything that I explained that I saw on that video, they described it in the trial.
We can hear you. Hey, but was the video clear enough for you to see it?
It was grainy a little bit, but it was clear enough to tell that this was not self-defense.
Yeah.
So what do you think they're angling for from a legal standpoint? You think they're angling for the second degree, the passion aspect of murder?
Well, here in Texas, as I mentioned last year, and Portia also mentioned on your channel, we don't have first and second degree murder. We just have murder. There's capital murder, but that's if there's premeditation. But under Texas...
I was reading something that they have a second degree or something, though, one.
No, there's capital murder and murder. Now, the degrees of felonies are totally different. So the first degree felony, if there's premeditation, that can land you in prison from 5 years to up to life. If they deem it to be a second degree felony, which is everything else, then you get from 2 years to 20 years.
Let me get you to explain this then. Hold on one. Murder statutes, Texas. Maybe you can explain this.
Also, Juan, if you may also share with John Galt afterwards, self-defense as well, if you don't mind, in Texas. The self-defense or comma defense.
So I'm going to share my screen, one. Look at this. This is not the exact result, but it's close enough that I was looking for. So this is murder. This is standard murder. Standard murder mostly has to do with intent, correct? Intentional intent, right?
Well, you have to it's a general intent crime. The one that would be judged by the second degree felony, and that is intent to unalive, intent to seriously hurt somebody, acting grossly reckless with disregard for human life, or somebody dies in the commission of an inherently dangerous felony.
And so you see this one right here. This is what I'm talking about right here. Look. If convicted of murder but proven at the punishment stage that the death was caused under the immediate influence of sudden passion, the offense is reduced to a second degree felony. So I guess that's what you're saying?
That's correct. That's what I'm saying. There's first degree felony and second degree felony, but there's not a first degree and a second degree murder. It's all under the exact same statute is where I was getting at.
I understand. Now that makes sense. Okay. All right. So it'll still be
it's straight up murder.
But it'll be second degree felony. Is that right?
It would, but I would argue that I think that the defense, well, even the DA, I think they spared Karmelo. I think Karmelo might actually be convicted of voluntary manslaughter. It's not going to be a difference. It's still going to be a second degree felony, but the crime isn't going to be as serious as murder, I don't think.
Let's see. So where is voluntary manslaughter? What is the definition? Let me see.
Voluntary manslaughter is when you act with sudden provocation without an opportunity.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we heard you last time.
When you act with sudden provocation, you act in the heat of passion, and you don't have a chance to calm down, or as in this particular case, you have a belief that you're under threat of death or serious bodily injury, but that belief is not reasonable. So that's what's known as the imperfect self-defense rule.
So
and
look,
I think that's what. Go ahead.
So Texas does not have a distinct voluntary manslaughter statute. Instead, in intentionally killing someone in the heat of passion caused by adequate cause is legally.
Oh, I'm very sorry for interrupting you. Your channel's being live streamed right now. If you don't mind looking at that.
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't mind.
What are you mad about it?
No, I don't mind. So it intentionally killing someone in the heat of passion caused by adequate cause is legally treated as a sentencing reduction in a murder case. So
that's correct.
So what I'm reading here is, would they say his self-defense? You're saying that's the imperfect self-defense?
No, imperfect self-defense is a completely different theory. It means that you thought that you were under threat of death or serious bodily injury. I'm sorry, unaliving or serious bodily injury, but that belief was not reasonable.
So what is adequate cause then?
Adequate provocation is you walk in the house and you catch your wife in bed with somebody else and you don't have time to react. You just act.
Oh, so you think he'll get like a heat of passion type?
No. Heat of passion is one thing. The other thing I think is he honestly believed that he was acting in self-defense. He actually believed that he was going to either get hurt or unalive.
They don't have attempted murder in Texas. It's aggravated.
But that belief is not reasonable.
Wait a minute. If the jury believes that he was, exercising his self-defense, then why would they convict him of anything?
Because the self-defense is not reasonable. That's the thing. There's self-defense, and then there's what's known as imperfect self-defense. And imperfect self-defense generally is when somebody tries to slap me in the face, so I do what Karmelo Anthony did to this guy. I may have thought that this guy's gonna unalive me, but that belief is not reasonable because I'm getting slapped. I'm not getting punched or beat up with a hammer or anything. That's the difference.
But so the fact that you are getting some type of attack is what makes it imperfect. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
I guess. Okay, so that makes sense. All right.
Texas laws are different. It's like most of the criminals are aggravated, so you pretty much got to prove it wasn't aggravated.
But you don't think he can cross that threshold? The one you think he's gonna get murder or what?
No, I don't think so at all. Especially after the people that were black, by the way, testified for the prosecution this week.
Yep. So, what do you think he'll be convicted of? That's
I think it's gonna be some type of
the worst thing.
Go ahead, see him.
some type of
Good
aggravated,
one.
some type of
Hold
aggravated
on,
assault with
Ken.
special conditions.
Hold on. Let one tell us what he thinks is it with his lawyer training.
The worst thing that he could be convicted of is murder, the second-degree felony
What do you think
version
he'll
of
be
murder.
convicted of? If you had to guess, based on the county, the facts you've heard or read.
Well, I think it would be manslaughter. I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be murder. I think that the way that everything was presented, he could be convicted of manslaughter.
Is he in the position to do the Rick Chow type thing where it's like murder or nothing and get off completely?
It doesn't work like that in Texas.
No, there's an appealable issue, and that issue I don't think he'll win is regarding the 3 black jurors that were struck.
Yeah, I don't think he'll win.
He won't win that, and the reason why I don't think he'll win it is because there's an adequate reason to strike them other than their race. And if I were the DA, I would have struck them too. They were educators in Carmelo Anthony School District.
But it was their statements as well, right? Probably right?
Well, not necessarily.
One of them, if you don't mind,
is,
one of them stated that they don't want to be involved because they might be afraid of the
right.
repercussions.
Knock them off the jury, right? Wouldn't that knock them off
Well,
the
no,
jury?
that would actually be reason for me to keep them there because chances, if they're honest like that, chances are they're going to be honest when they cast their vote. But the problem for me was the fact that they were all teachers in that same school district at that point. I mean, any DA, any half-assed DA is going to strike them. I mean, I would.
Yeah, but I would have struck him because of what they said in terms of they can't sentence him because he's black. That would have been enough.
He got charged with murder because he's black. If he was white, he would have got charged with proper aggravated assault in Texas.
I don't know about that. There's a white guy here in South Texas facing literally the exact same thing.
Hold on. Trust me.
bugging.
Hold on. I've been charged with aggravated assault on a police officer. Just got off of it a year ago because I drove towards a cop in my truck, leaving my own house. And they tried to have to prove that I didn't do it. That's the first aggravated charge I ever got.
But that's anecdotal. That's anecdotal to your experience. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
To beat it. So it's like I just told you, when you catch an aggravated case in Texas, you pretty much got to prove that it's not. So that's probably the process Karmelo is going through right now. Y'all just don't know it because y'all too busy taking what y'all hear and see on the news. Y'all ain't making decisions.
All right, I don't want to talk about Karmelo anymore. Hey, Juan, where you from?
I'm in South Texas.
Now, I mean, are you Mexican or what?
No, you asked that already. I'm Puerto Rican and I'm black.
Okay, did you hear that Dominican call in earlier today?
No, I was working all day today.
Oh man, that shit was half hilarious, half like. How would you guys describe it? Well, you know what? I want to ask you, CM. Did you hear the Latino guy call in?
No, I'm actually streaming right now. They told me to come over here and.
No, it's fine. Yeah, but if you, I wish you heard that Latino called in.
What do you say?
Guys, should I play it again for CM? What do you think? I don't want to be repetitive here.
So this is basically this Dominican dude lives with this Mexican dude. This Mexican dude is
he lived with six Mexicans.
Oh, he lived with 6 Mexicans, but this one Mexican
in a two bedroom.
And one of these Mexicans, he makes big, he makes a lot of money, right? So this dude, he don't even speak English, and he got a black baby mama, and he got 2 other black chicks that he fuck on the side.
Should we play it again? Can I play it again?
Why do I get the feeling that I know exactly where this is going to lead?
and the question that I asked John was this: it's like, damn, we got a lot of brothers that complain about a lot of sisters, but this man don't even speak a lick of English, and he's bagging them and tagging them. God damn.
Yeah, but is he staying with it? That's the question.
Let me see if I can play that shit. I think I just uploaded. Hold on, let's see. Let's see if where is it? We say fucky.
It's just, John, I'm going to be honest with you. Certain people and this rationalization of Karmelo's behavior, because let's all things being equal, the fact that you would jump to stabbing appear with a blade. Like you can, it's legal to carry it. It's Texas, etc. But I'm honestly, John,
You don't know what you're talking about.
the
You
fact,
definitely
the
don't know what you're talking
first
about.
inclination is to just stab. Why not run?
You
Why
you weren't
not
saying this the other
leave?
day. Like you definitely flip flopping. I don't know who
Well,
programmed the AI today, but you
well,
got the wrong programming.
You can argue the stabbing one way or the other. From this point forward, that school has to install metal detectors. They're going to have to live like the ghetto people in Dallas. Their children,
Well, they already did.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I know, I read that. Their children going to have to go to school with clear backpacks and shit like that, like the ghetto kids in Dallas and Irving, because of one black. The whole shit has now been tossed upside down. That ain't what they moved there for. That's not why they moved there. That's not why they
And think
Indians.
of what
They
the
Indians.
money.
You know them damn Indians and Asians did not move there to have some black stabbing somebody. They already got a negative opinion of black people anyway. So they damn sure did not move there and pay those type of prices to have some black come in there and upset the apple cart. You have to admit that, right?
Hi, John, if I may, you and Juan have just brought
I'm
up
about to burn off. I
something.
got to get back to my live. They told me to come in. I guess they thought I was going to cuss out this AI bot. I don't care. Like, I want you to come to my chat so you can leave your wrench, but you don't add what you thought you were bringing to my channel. Like, you say the same shit every day. Like, you always talking about Michael Jackson. You derail. You talk over men. I just come leave your wrench, and I'm done with it. Appreciate you, John Goff, for having me. Thank you.
John, this is why you have to keep them out. You have to keep them out of Collin County. You have to keep them. They don't have emotional regulation. They don't know how to leave the tent. Nile Volatile, you said it yourself. You have to learn to leave the tent when people ask you to go. Not everyone wants to be friends with you. Not everyone wants you around. There are certain black people who don't understand the word leave me alone. And even YouTube, like if someone just doesn't want to fool with you, just leave it alone. Not everything needs to be settled. Just leave certain things alone. And you can see that even, I'm just honestly, John, I see what you're saying. It's very sad. A lot of this is legal. The self-defense Texas, stand your ground. But now look at the situation, John. Property values are going to drop. Look at what has now changed. Frisco is now Dallas. Collin County is now Dallas. Whatever happens, it's now Dallas.
And what's so interesting about that is that it was explicitly mentioned in testimony and at this stadium that those people were not prepared for the level of violence that a black was willing to bring to them. That's why it only took one, to ratchet up the violence. Those white guys were not ready to react the way that Karmelo was.
But have you guys even seen like the news clips of Texas, what they're saying in court or whatever? Like, because the police officer, I don't know if they talked to him on the stand or whatever, but from what I'm hearing, apparently it seemed like he wasn't worried about Metcalf's if he was good or not. He was worried about like, hey, he touched me, so I did this. It's this self-defense and stuff like that, basically talking to the police officer. So I don't know, John.
Well, he was talking to the coach, and that's when the coach, per the testimony, said, and I quote, "If that boy dies, son, your life will forever be changed." And that's when Carmelo Anthony, according to testimony, lost it.
Shit, man, to be honest with you, he may have lost it because he realized that, the depth of what he's done. There may not have been any remorse there. I'm just being honest.
He fucked up.
There may not have been any remorse there. Right?
Yeah, I would have to agree. Feeling sorry for yourself, basically, like
Right?
Latino just said. Oh, I effed up, basically.
Like again, man. I'm telling you, where's my buddy Philippe? Yeah, I want you guys to hear what the fuck Philippe said.
Philippe,
Morehouse man,
a brand new Philippe,
a Morehouse man. He gonna talk about the underman.
Yo, TT wilding, dog. He trolling.
He's gonna be in Bob's fraternity. Came out about
Listen, hopefully he answers the phone. He's in the mountains somewhere. He says, Morehouse man.
Your call has been.
Anyway, so he was telling me this story again, about a man who was hanging on by the fingernails in tech America as a tech support. For those of you in IT or on the peripheries, or even you just in corporate America, you probably have experienced AI encroaching on these people's jobs. Is that fair? One, Ponder, Latino?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Right. And so
100%.
here's a black guy whose wife works in the upper echelons of Apple or middle tier echelons of Apple. And he's anti-AI. How do they even have a conversation?
I don't know.
He
They probably talk
fears
about.
it.
They probably talk about Cardi B and shit like that.
But he fears that AI is going to take his job, right? He fears AI is going to take his job, and she's like, "Yo, AI is going to make my job easier, even if it gets rid of your dumb ass."
They definitely made my job easier. Copilot does a lot of the stuff that I used to send to the legal assistant. So
yeah, man. CT, if you want to come up, man, I would love to talk about.
Also, John, when it comes to tech support, keep in mind, John, especially from when you back in the day when you were in the industry, the technical requirements, John, have drastically reduced. You don't have to be as technical as before, especially here in the United States. Furthermore, as you know, John, a lot of these roles are now being not just H-1B, they're just being moved offshore altogether. The Philippines, Costa Rica, India, even Africa, John. So, I mean, yeah, you mentioned AI, where they have been offshoring for years. Tech support, it's a different set of skills that are necessary as opposed to just being quote unquote technical or being STEM. That analytical mind, problem solving mind is becoming more and more important.
Pardon, what did you think about this woman, the way she was dressed at work?
John, why are you coming at me? John,
John,
she is giving stud, and she didn't pull up her pants, no belt.
Do you think she wasn't taught better?
all I can say is, thank God I'm visually impaired. Jesus Christ, man.
What do you think about that, Ponder? Like, was she not taught to dress better than this? What do you think it is? Latino. One. Anybody want to say? What do you think it is?
I think it's just rebellion. You can't tell me what to do type of crap that's going on.
Yeah, people have said that.
Mama told me to be strong. So
my buddy Philippe said to me the other day, he said, John, he said, it ain't just the hair, it's the beards too. He said the beards are nothing but a sign of rebellion.
The beard.
The beard.
El barba.
The Rick Ross beards.
El bigote. Right there.
Ponder, what do you think about this? Ponder, what do you think about this? Ponder. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying this is a club that I used to frequent a lot.
Yeah,
and the women didn't dress like this when I used to go. The women did not dress like this when I used to go. Things have changed quite a bit. And this is look at that wig on her head. Look at the big one to the right, trying her best to bend down with these platform type shoes on. This is like 2 blocks from the White House. Literally. What
What do you think about that, bro? Can y'all see that?
Is that Beyonce?
Can y'all see what she got on? Can y'all
Basically,
see that?
see-through leggings showing her underwear. No.
Even one can see it. Even one can see it. Bro, this bro, listen.
I mean, I'm pretty sure anybody can see
this is where the middle class striving blacks go. Trust me on that. This is who they are. These are the government, apparatus blacks right here. This is how they dress. This is 2 blocks from the White House. This is how they look. This is how they dress. This is Shiesty Bum. That might be Shiesty Bum right there.
Yo, you idiot.
That could be Shiesty Bum.
Yeah, her.
That could be Shiesty Bum.
Yo, CT is
crazy. That could be Shiesty Bum. I believe that's Shiesty Bum. Because I know Shiesty Bum says she rides the 16th Street bus. So that would put off like 2 blocks away from here. This is probably Shiesty Bum. Everybody, look at that gold wig. Yeah, listen, I'm going to say fashion changes. But again,
what's wrong with see-through leggings?
John, being a whore is in fashion.
But I'm saying, bro, what I'm saying is, this is middle to upper middle class black establishment. This is where they would go. And this is what it looks like. You understand? These are the blacks, the government blacks, the ones that work for HUD, Treasury, Department of Commerce, the security guard, all the bull members and shit that drive the buses and shit. They make $125,000 driving buses. This is, well, the bull members driving buses don't go here. But the educated blacks, this is where they go. Trust me on that. Remember the stripper girl that called in? She goes here. She said she goes here. This is how it looks. This is in Northwest DC. This is not the ghetto. This is not Southeast. This is right around the corner from the White House. And this is how it looks. Jesus Christ. Man or woman? Is that man or woman?
Oh man! In the spirit of this month, and you know what this month is, I'm gonna have to say it's probably a he.
Yo, in 2026, Latinos no longer going to answer those type of questions.
No, I ain't beefing with it.
I'm right behind Latinos on this one. No comment, man.
You said Shiesty Bum is light skinned, so this is probably Shiesty Bum probably think she's thin. This is Shiesty Bum right here. It says someone said it's a man back. But where there's something missing right in here. There's something missing right here. Something is
Let me
off
guess.
right here.
La manzanita ya hace falta, right, Latino?
Yeah.
No wonder she got to wear her panties and wear it. Just basically come out here with panties on and shit. Her back look like a man's back with a fake ass cat head. How they gonna boycott the Chinese?
John, if you
Has she
wasn't
been
interested,
involved in the blacks boycotting the Chinese?
Because of the Chow, because Mr. Chow got found not guilty.
Yeah.
And then they tried to burn down his gas station. I'm like, you idiots! He sold that gas station 4 years ago. He probably sold it to Master Kim.
let me translate to what Juan was trying to say to you, John, in Spanish. He's basically saying, wherever there's an apple, there's always a banana. Go ahead.
This is downtown. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. God damn. Beauty fucking desert everywhere you go. Jesus Christ. Look at the big back one coming up. And you know what's so crazy, man? You're gonna see the police right here just because they make a lot of money too in the city. These ghetto ass black police, they make about $150,000 with overtime, chasing the blacks and letting them go. So look, you see the police car right here. Let me see, police right there. They just looking at, they're just chasing women all day.
And locking John up and locking up John in his scooter for asking questions.
Hell yeah. Man, shit.
Oh shit, that happened a year ago, didn't it? When John got arrested. I forgot all about that.
Why I'm mentioning it.
Wait, listen. I got a video of the National Guard saying they detained a black person. They stole a scooter. DC police came and let him go.
And they impounded the scooter, and the
And
guy
ended
up losing. The guy that got robbed ended up losing more because
he can't win.
Can't win.
Look, listen to this shit, man.
They're
Listen to
like
this shit,
going
man.
to criminal, and you gotta pay the fee to get the damn thing out.
Yeah,
Jesus
and the criminal get let go. Listen to this shit. The Chipotle, and you can see that on the channel.
And they're leading to violence or destruction of property, it is absolutely unacceptable. And I think we as a city have to do more to prevent these things from happening. And I also believe that young people have to be accountable for actions when they take those type of actions, right? And I voted for curfews in the past as a tool, so I'm not totally against them. What I have been saying is, as an executive and as a leader, you have to make a decision about which tools you implement and when you implement them. And I feel strongly that the implementation right now is very dangerous. And
that's interesting that she said it's very dangerous, and you have to say, what makes a curfew?
Been on the ground, right? Not for the photo op or press conference. I went down to AVR because I wanted to just see what was happening just on an everyday basis. And we have federal law enforcement who is, like, DC can't stop them, enforcing juvenile curfew, Trump's troops, and
So what you're hearing from her, to boil it all down, is that she's resisting curfew to resist Trump. She let the teens out solely to resist Trump. And that's the point.
Open rebellion, like I mentioned.
Who remembers when that old black man said, I have them YNs come attack your ass? Does anyone remember that? It's about a year ago.
I do.
Remember that? And
The
so
old YN.
now you're hearing the mayor basically saying she's going to use her YNs to resist Trump. You heard her say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where the blacks are. All they have right now is resisting, defiant.
And YNs.
Right? And they're using their children. So it is not a surprise that you were seeing these young criminals, the Karmelos, the Cyruses, the Trayvon, because the politician blacks are using them. They will not dare mention their behavior. And so in effect, they use them as weapons to advance their own agenda. You've seen that right there. Yeah. She said she's going to use these YNs to resist Trump. It's fucking amazing. She should be bear hugging Trump, saying, thank you for helping me with these YNs.
For real.
You know, John, it's interesting because they, not to interrupt you, but they've made that same threat here in Texas as well. Well, if Karmelo Anthony is found guilty, we're going to do such and such and such and such. And I'm like, dude, you can do that shit up north. Here in Texas, it's not going to work. But
you know, I heard someone mention, though, that if he is found not guilty, that people will be able to use this case. I don't know what it's called. One, you can inform me. It's like a reference. You know what I'm talking about?
Precedent. They'll use this case as basically the base floor to other cases.
Like when Karmelo used, he touched me, he put his hands on me defense. The other people would be able to use it, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so this is like the degradation again of society, where we're now at like damn near like walking around with armor on. You know, if you bump into somebody, you pull out and stab you, at least you're armored up.
That's very
Stepped on
interesting.
my shoes.
Yeah, step on their shoes. Hell, stepping on someone's shoes, that used to get people killed. Is that still included in the list?
That's what I'm saying. You touched them.
Oh God knows. I'm visually impaired. I can only imagine. Pablo Pacheco is no longer with us because he accidentally stepped on somebody's shoes on Commerce Street in downtown Dallas.
Yeah.
That person thought he was checking him.
Go. You was down in Deep Ellum.
Why are you stepping on my shoe? You racist white man.
Pablo Pacheco's last words were, "I was just waiting for the dart. What happened?"
I didn't even see him. I didn't know they were black. I didn't even see it.
Exactly.
You know what? I want to do this exercise with you. How about that? Since you are an attorney and we have an upcoming stream, John Galt imagines a world where blacks looked at the Constitution and decided to make their own edits or amendments to it. Right, Warren? And the reason what prompted me to do this is because the blacks, we profiled DJ Academic. He said, man, the N-word is fighting words. Chimp out is a fighting word, which made me think, well, okay, well, if we got the First Amendment, how can we, if the blacks were charged to write it, so let's say, how many white people wrote the First, the 13 amendments, whatever the hell it is, right? How many? Was it 30? How many? 10 white men, 13 white men? How many?
That wrote the 13th, 14th, and 15th amendments?
No, I'm talking about the white
I
men
know
wrote
that
it. George Washington, who else? Whoever the hell wrote it. Doesn't matter. So
George Washington, John Hancock,
right.
John Smith,
Adams.
John Locke,
Yeah.
Benjamin
Yeah.
Franklin, John Adams. God knows.
So if we summons up the black intelligentsia, Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Oh God.
Maxine Waters. Who else? Who else you got? We're gonna have a stream where we're gonna let the blacks.
What's her
come up.
name? Dana Brazil or Diana Brazil? Dana Brazil?
Dana Brazil, the bald head one.
Yes, that was
one. We're gonna have all the blacks come up. And first we're gonna assemble a panel of the founding fathers and mothers, I guess it would be, right? And then we're gonna go through the Constitution and say, okay, niggas, we're gonna say, look, you can base what you get, you can base your Constitution off the white man's, and we're gonna let you just mock it up, and we're gonna see what the blacks will come up with, because again, they probably would come to a conclusion that the N-word is not free speech. Do you think that would be fair?
Yes, but as a caveat, they would actually say that the word cracker is free speech.
Oh, that's right. So they would write that into the Constitution. Correct? So here's the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion, prohibiting the free speech thereof. So they would have to amend this, except for the use of the words, right? Well, and then they'd have to sit together and come up with the words that are blacklisted. Right? Anyone understand what blacklisted is? From the
even the term blacklisted would be deleted because it's derogatory toward blacks. Latinos, you and I are screwed.
They making shit whitelisted, right? And I don't know if you know, Freezy said that Asians and Indians and Hispanics are all white to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that someone deep down in the lot. Did anyone hear this? You didn't hear this one?
But this is the thing about it, John. It all depends on the mood that they wake up on.
That they're in, exactly.
So they could be like, nah, bro, because you know, John, you gotta understand the brown and black alliance, John. And then the next day it's like, nah, because the Hispanics is white, John.
Latinos, you know that's funny. We're supposed to be in this alliance until we don't agree with them. And then what's the thing that happens? This happened to me 2 days ago, John. They threatened to call ICE on me. I'm like, number one, you got to see my mom. Number two, Puerto Ricans have been American citizens since 1917.
Bro, John,
what are you going to do?
John, it's like King Shenard. King Shenard feels so offended that I cut the dreads off. He's more hurt than I am.
Is that right?
He's like,
He
damn,
got
I
mad
thought
at
you
you
was
because
one of us, man. What happened?
They hang on to the dreads as a part of their identity, huh? You know, I was telling you about Freezy, and here's Freezy. And, you know, Freezy speaks highly of the Asian, the Hispanics, and the Muslims, and all of that. But at the same time, he doesn't respect them enough to see that they're different. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, here's Freezy. Is this it? No, this is not it. I thought it was here. Let's see. Maybe it's like right here.
Disrespectful rhetoric, disrespectful back and forth, yelling, screaming, get out of pocket, lose their patience. We see people practicing this on YouTube, but they want us to believe that in an incident that like Karmelo Anthony was presented with, they would handle themselves properly. They want us to believe that. And what it really is, man, is really just demonization of another young black brother, even from his own people. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm just sick and tired of it.
I think Freeze is talking about me right here, honestly. But I went up on this show anyway.
We know that the pale faces are going to speak against him. Not all white people, but, you know, the racists, we know they're going to speak against him. That's a given. I have nothing to say about that. I already expect that. But a lot of people, they wonder why I'm always talking about these black coons and these house ninjas and these goody two-shoe black folk that got it all together, and they say they would have did the right thing at the right time, and at all times they're going to do the right thing. I'm going to continue to speak against these people. Karmelo Anthony is going to beat this case, no matter what. Not only Karmelo Anthony has right on his side, he has.
He's going to beat this case.
Yo, there were like 12 students that testified, and they all said the same shit.
Yeah. Listen to this shit.
Real quick before you play it, John, I was going to comment.
Down South Sun.
Yeah.
I was just going to comment. One thing that I did appreciate about the DA from Collin County in this case is he took the "but my black" argument away from the black people, because everybody that testified against Karmelo Anthony were black. And one of the star witnesses was Austin Metcalf's friend, who was also black. So the racist argument at that moment got snuffed right out.
Yeah, that same kid wanted to fight Karmelo Anthony at the time, and he said, yo, if my brother dies, saying the white man, a black dude, calling the white man his brother, he said, if my brother dies, ooh, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, he wanted to fight Karmelo. Yeah, he was angry. Let me see if I can find this clip of Freezy. Here it is. I think this is it.
Y'all get your cameras ready. I want to see y'all faces. All the men and the women. Whether I don't care if you're black, Hispanic, white, Asian. I don't care. I want to see y'all faces.
Every time it's always down south, son. Down south is a suspect to me.
Damn. No, we don't know that.
The opening argument started today in the Karmelo white jury.
I
Except
hated
that's
what
not
he
true.
said.
Because according to reporters who were actually inside the courtroom, the jury includes.
You know, I ain't gonna look for it anymore. But basically, Freezy was saying they all white to him. Asians, Hispanics, Indians, Arabs, they all white to him. Doesn't really matter. And you know, in saying that, he's basically creating a coalition against blacks versus everybody, which is very interesting. You know, I don't think that's what he wants, because Freezy lives in a white community himself.
It's very interesting.
Well, if he lives in a white community, then everything that he just said right there on YouTube, he just lost all credibility.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, imagine living in a white community.
He's white in the inside.
But I question Freezy. I said, Freezy, wouldn't it be cheaper to go live around the blacks? He said, yeah.
It would.
But he chooses to live around whites. And so there's a reason why. But he goes and live in their community and he can't be his true self because all of his neighbors are white.
I mean, I told you the realities. I couldn't live near my people. I gave you an explanation why, right?
Yeah, but you don't have the same
easy that
anger. You don't have anger toward white people. They're Freezy does, right? So you can fit in with the white people and not have that inner hostility. Like, do you think Freezy could allow his neighbors to listen to his channel with him talking about Karmelo Anthony?
Oh, hell no.
Do you think
they would shun him, John?
They would shun him in his own community. And see, this is what I'm saying. This is the issue with the blacks. They move into these white neighborhoods, but their opinions are so wildly, radically different from all of their neighbors, blacks, Asians, Arabs alike. So they're outcasts in their own community, even though they can afford to live there. They love to talk about money and shit, but even with moving there, with all the money in the world, they're still outcasts. Just like Karmelo Anthony, and they know it. And so at some moment, it bubbles up and they act out. Particularly the ones with lower IQ. And we see that Karmelo is just an average guy. We've seen that now, right? 3.7 on a 5.5 scale. That's not that impressive. So
it's impressive to me. You might think.
But yeah, when you add all that up, are you surprised that like the blacks are using their children as weapons?
No.
No, because that's the only way, John. We've seen it since 2020 with George Floyd. They're doing it to infantilize their group so that they can get more benefits out of the government, basically. You talked about this. CT's talked about this. Latinos, you talked about it. King Shenard complained on all of your channels.
Hold on. Mike from Boston said it's a 5.5 scale now. You know, I went through this, Mike from Boston. I'm old enough to have gone through clustering. They used to have tracking. I guess tracking is the same as clustering. So in an affluent county like Collins County, they're really, really smart people. They have an adjusted scale for the AP, IB, community college courses. So their GPA goes up to 5.5 or 6.0. So the blacks who are screaming about Karmelo Anthony's GPA being 3.7, the average GPA at his high school is 3.64. So,
well, not only that, but you have a lot of people like my boss's son when he graduated high school and went to college, he had like a 4.6 GPA, and that basically got him anywhere.
Yeah,
what do you think?
The same thing with my wife. What
do you think Rick Child's son's GPA was coming out of high school?
I don't know.
Like a 4.9.
Look at this. Look at this. This is school where Karmelo went to school. Yeah, it's not shit, MLB. The average GPA, look at this. Top ranking students typically hold weighted averages above 4.5. This is Karmelo school, right? Is that right? Am I correct?
Yes, that's his school. That's Centennial.
Right. The average unweighted GPA at Karmelo school is roughly 3.64 because they use weighted scales up to 5.5 for advanced courses. Students typically hold weighted GPAs above 4.5.
Translation, ladies. I'm sorry for interrupting you, John. But translation, what that means is that Karmelo had my GPA, and I'm gonna tell him myself. When I graduated high school, I had a 2.5 GPA. That's a C. when you look at it on a weighted scale like that,
Right.
he had the equivalent of a C.
Right. And so the blacks with their low expectations, they're looking at him like he's a model student. But Karmelo at that school would have known that his GPA relative to those Asians and Indians did not match up. Correct?
Not even close.
Come on, man. John, why you being insulting for?
And that would have isolated him. They're taking different classes from him. To get above a 4.0, you got to take the AP classes. They're not in the same classes with Karmelo.
Or you're doing gear up, meaning, by the time you're graduating, you already have an associate's degree. So all you have to do is 2 years of college and you're done.
Somebody said GPA is not shared, but the blacks are running around here. They definitely went, like, it's all made up. Someone probably seeded this into the media, into the mainstream. His GPA was 3.7, but the blacks probably didn't realize that the damn average GPA is 3.64.
On a 5.5 scale.
Right. In the old world, a 3.7 would have been something. Right? In my world, in my day, I would walk around here, I got a 3.7. People would have been patting me on my back. Not today. This is modern day tracking. This is the high school's response to the lawfare prohibiting tracking, so they create an AP track. And they adjust the GPAs so that Karmelo, in his IEP of low IQ educational curriculum, doesn't become the valedictorian. You see how that works?
That's why he's going.
But I don't think it's. Yeah, but I don't think that's lawfare. I think that's more political than anything. I think Bush,
whatever, right?
Yeah.
But
I think President Bush is at fault for it because he's the one that started that "No Child Left Behind" policy.
Listen, when I was in the 6th grade, they built a new middle school in my hometown. And the middle school had 4 classrooms per grade. And we would rotate around the classroom. And it was A, B, C, D, 4 classrooms. And at that time, they called it clustering. They later started calling it tracking. And you took an exam to see which cluster you would be in, A, B, C, or D. That was later outlawed. I think it was outlawed. Some people brought a lawsuit against it. Tracking is what it was called then.
Why can't my baby be in the gifted and talented? It's because you racist. I'm a sue.
Right. And so this is what the school's response is. They created a track with a different weight scale and GPA score. So that Karmelo could still parade around with 3.7 on his back and feel good about himself. Right? But in reality, the Asians and the Indians, they got 4.5s.
Well, the Indians are starting to leave because Trump cracked down on the H-1B visa, so they're dipping right now.
Yeah, there's been a big real estate issue there. But down on the ground, you can create whatever conditions that you want by policy. But down on the ground, Karmelo knows he's a 3.7 student in a school where there's 5.5 students. He knows he doesn't fit in. He knows that. He's new to the town. No roots there. He knows he doesn't fit in. You'd have to admit that, right? The Asians, the Indians don't want to have anything to do with him. Would you say that's fair? They're not in the same classes with Karmelo. They're in the AP classes. He's a man with no country.
Well, whether AP or not, they wouldn't be in the same sets of classes anyway, since Karmelo was an athlete.
Right. And so, that's the thing. I think all of these factors, that the blacks don't want to talk about, they want to LARP on the 3.7 GPA, when in reality, what does that mean? On a scale of what? What does that mean? You don't know what it means until you know what is measured on what scale, what relative scale.
And so this is, some of the things I noticed here. Centennial High School, where Karmelo went to, he was just an average student while the blacks are parading him around as some world beater scholar. And now he's off to Morehouse College. Maybe he'll be a pilot. Can you imagine this nigga being a pilot?
You crazy, bro. I saw what you just did there.
Hey, can you imagine that motherfucker kill a co-pilot?
The moment that happens, I would feel so sorry. The moment that happens, I feel so sorry for Bob.
Ride with Karmelo.
Imagine if Bob just had a shadow Bob after that. Man, poor Bob.
Hey, Latino, would you want to ride when Karmelo walks across that stage? Maybe he graduated from prison, who knows? But once Karmelo walks across that stage, Morehouse ain't gonna kick him out. They're gonna take him because he killed a white man. So once he walks across that stage, would you want to fly across the country with Karmelo?
I'm like,
him and Bob is the co-pilot. Him and Bob is the co-pilot. He might kill him.
I'll be like, ain't you that dude that stabbed that white dude? Wait a minute. In this airplane, I'm counting heads, man. I'm like, wait a minute, it's a whole bunch of white people. This guy might just take us all down.
My question would be, who's the captain? Who actually has primary control of the plane? If it's not Bob, I'm getting off the plane. I'll wait.
Karmelo might kill Bob.
Oh hell no!
Hey, they be arguing about over who was the hottest in Morehouse, right? Who had the best prom outfit or some shit, right? You in my seat. Get out of my seat.
Let me off that plane.
Somebody that see Morehouse nigga. Where my buddy Philippe? I'm gonna say, hey nigga, you and Karmelo are gonna be alumnus. Ain't that the word alumnuses? Y'all gonna be alumnus together. Hey boy, how you feel about that? You and Karmelo gonna be walking across stage, same stage as Martin Luther King walked across.
Literally devalued your degree overnight after how much money you spent at that private institution. The home of Dr. Martin Luther King. Man.
Jesus Christ. Well, I hope he has info.
You making an international John. That sounds like a call out of the country.
I think it's my Bluetooth. Yeah, Philippe, man, ain't no telling where he is. You never know.
I was gonna say I recognize that ringtone. I've called clients in El Salvador, and that country has a similar ringtone.
Yeah, he's supposed to be calling me back, man. He said he was in the mountains somewhere, so I'm not sure where the hell he is. So we'll find that. The one, man, you got to go listen to the video. I just released it of the Hispanic guy. I played it earlier. Man, these Hispanics, man, are bringing in about $500,000 a year into the household, man. 7 Hispanics living in 2 bedrooms.
Well, the thing is a lot of things, and I talked about this on CT's channel and your channel and a couple of other panels. And Latinos, you know this because we've talked about this privately. Latins and Hispanics, they're a lot more united, and so what'll happen is they'll take some of the shittiest situations, like, oh my God, I have this 2-room apartment and there's 12 of us, and they'll make it happen. Whereas a lot of us that have been Americanized, we're like, hell no, we're not doing that. You know?
Yeah, I think the thing is, if you're a poor white person, if you're not just gonna bang your head trying to make it in the city, you can go do a Be Brave and go live in a small town.
John, talking about that. So today, sorry for interrupting, but today my last delivery was $80, bro, right? So I dropped it off and it was right near the beach, right? And while I'm getting there, I'm like, oh shit, I'm looking for the address, right? Couldn't find it because it's a whole bunch of trailer homes on the beach coast. And literally, when I went in there to drop it off, all I saw was just white people. Just white trash, dude. But
but there was no problems. There was no anything. It was neat. It was clean. And I was just like, damn, man, is this what Be Brave talks about?
Yeah.
I thought about that for a moment.
I mean, the poor whites can pull off going to a small town, living there cheap. They're not necessarily needing government resources. I think the blacks are like trapped in a government resource like feedback loop where they have to stay in the inner cities to get the government resources, or it'd probably be cheaper for them to go outside the cities to small towns and just live there. It'd be cheaper.
Yeah, and that was my highest order today.
But the pressures to living in the inner city, bro, is tough, bro. It's rough, bro. Like,
I don't like it. I lived in Houston for 4 months, right behind NRG Stadium. That's not necessarily the inner city, but I hated that. I could only imagine the inner city of DC or Richmond, Virginia, or Chicago. I wouldn't be able to handle it.
Well, what I'm talking about is the social pressure. You know what I mean? Like, bro, like, you see these people at the Park nightclub? Where's the video? Where's the picture?
The video or the picture of it wearing the see-through leggings?
Oh yeah, where's this shit? but at Park nightclub, where the fuck is it? Where did I put it? Bro, I'm telling you, they're gonna spend at least $60 down here tonight. Today. This is not nighttime. They're gonna spend about $60 down here. Like, the guy really, for him to do business with blacks, man, he got to get them, bro. You got to hit them up. Drinks, VIP section, shit like that. And I've had the owner on the channel, and so, I think Lothrop Stoddard talks about it. And damn, let's see if I can find that quote. Where in this city, you see white people engaging in extreme forms of leisure. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Right? I mean, extreme forms of leisure, bro. They may go out on a boat. They may do this. They may do that. And the black people, let's say, even if they're making a lot of money, they don't have the deep roots that these people have. You can't see the roots. They're below the ground. Right? So, but they see, damn, I work right next to Kathy and she go to Nobu. So I want to come in and go to Nobu too for lunch. But Kathy, her folks rich. Her husband got a good job. You can't compete with that. And this is what, it's like the leisure gap. Where in the cities, you want to live leisurely because you see the wealthy people doing it. You want to go out and have brunch, lunch, dinner, breakfast, a couple cocktails. That shit costs money, bro.
Yeah, it does.
Too much money. I'm not spending $150 on a steak. I'll spend $40 on the steak and prepare it myself. There, I saved $100. The end.
And here they're gonna get jerk chicken and little plates of macaroni and cheese and shit. And it's $60,
But to be honest, the type of people that be doing that shit that I see here is basically retired people, bro, that got the money to do it.
Yeah, I down here in South Texas, the same thing. People that came from Minnesota or from New York, and they like the warm weather. They'll do that down here as well.
But the professional class are the ones that keep these restaurants afloat. The corporate.
Oh yeah, because they have like business meeting, casual
business
meeting,
accounts, shit like that.
Yeah,
but you know why they do that? And I learned that after this tax bill that I had this year. It's a tax write-off, John.
Well, more than a tax write-off, if you're trying to sign $1 million deal with a client, you're not going to take him to Wendy's.
No.
Right? You got to take him somewhere nice.
Take him to a five-star restaurant, bro.
Because your competitors may take him somewhere nice.
Yo,
It was like my boss, my second job out of law school. We went to a Dallas Cowboys game, and we had we had the box suites. You know, those really expensive, those real expensive suites, like $10,000 minimum. But we didn't watch the game. We were all too busy inking a deal. By the time the deal was done, the game was over.
Yeah. A lot of those people in the suites are not even really watching the game.
Yeah, they're not
No,
watching
they're not
it.
watching the game. It's there to just impress everybody else. Wow.
Yeah, helping in business a lot of times. Yeah.
It's it's mainly like a background. Oh shit, we're here.
You know, how you smooth the clients and all that. So, yeah. One, did you Latino? You didn't hear you heard the Dominican guy. You heard it, right? Yeah, that was some shit right there, bro.
Yeah, that motherfucker has I believe that he's Dominican, but he's hanged out with so many Central Americans that he sounds like one.
Well, they rubbed off on him. Is it a similar situation as to what happened with the Mexican and the Cuban in Cancun?
I don't know about that.
Tell me that. Latino, did you see that video?
What, with the Dominican?
No. There was a video of a Mexican. This dog came out of this house and darn near bit this guy. And so the Mexican dude was asking the Cuban dude's wife. All he was asking for were in Mexico, you get these little rabies cards or what have you to make sure that the dogs are, up to date on their shots, just like you do here in the United States. And then out of nowhere, you see this big dark Cuban dude just come out just, ¿de qué trata eso? ¿De qué trata eso? And then he just, proceeded to hitting the Mexican dude, and then like everybody in that community came out there and broke into that dude's house. Like the cops had to surround the house to make sure that they didn't do anything to him. And then Mexican immigration came in, like snatched up the family, sent them to Veracruz, and then deported them to Cuba.
Man, if I could speak directly to Americans, I would probably say to like the Black Americans in particular, because they're down at the bottom. If you were to listen to that Dominican man's call yesterday, I think that would be, he pretty much laid it out for how you can really come up in America without being a genius, going to get 2 or 3 degrees, college and all that. It doesn't take a lot here in America. That's very interesting. Yeah.
There's still opportunity at the lower level, bro. Believe it.
Dude, there's a crap load of opportunities right now, especially here in South Texas, at least with all of the people that lost their CDLs. It is a freaking gold mine for truckers right now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I know that. Master Kim said, let the blacks boycott Asian business. It will last 2 days. The shrimp, egg foo young, General Soul chicken. I was thinking about this. I was thinking it would be the nails. The women would break it quicker than anything for the nails over the food.
Not the nails, the weaves, John.
They can't live without those weaves.
It'll last all of 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Boo, you need to go get me that weave. Hey, we're boycotting those Asians. Yeah, we're gonna boycott those Asians, but not today.
John, I'm gonna pull up something in a minute. So, because I don't know if Master Kim got to saw this, but I wanted you guys' opinion on this. So,
I think they could probably compete with the Asians on their nails. Just from I don't know what that business requires, but let's assume you got about a jail kits or whatever the hell it is. But could they do it as well as the Asians? The Asians been doing this shit, 15 years now? How long? I don't know how long they been doing it. There's a lot of institutional knowledge in doing nails. Are the blacks gonna be able to jump out of the gate doing nails as well as the Koreans? I don't think so.
Oh hell no.
No, the answer's obvious. No.
And would their customers be okay with sloppy service until the blacks get up to speed? I don't think so either.
No,
So,
not even close.
paint all over their fingers and shit. So that presents a problem.
Pull up that video that I got.
All right, probably.
So this is an Asian man talking about the whole chow thing. So check this out.
They got the song, right? Put you on a t-shirt. Yeah, they just put this motherfucker on a t-shirt. These 2 parents failed Cyrus. Cyrus, Carmack,
man, you can't be showing these guns and shit. You can't be showing these fucking guns, man. I'm already.
I showed this. It nothing happened.
Man, I'm in the hate categories. You know what I mean? I'm in a different bucket.
Oh, you're like the way I was on TikTok. I'm on an account. I barely had my TikTok channel, and I'm on an account warning. One more slip up, and I'm gone.
Yeah, I'm in the hate category. You know what I mean? You know, I used to what was it called? Is it Buckets? I think it was Buckets. Bucket. Amazon has Buckets. You know, we used to develop software and like these search engines. They would put you like they would try to like was it segments or buckets? I can't remember, but you get. I think that there is some validity. People say, well, they're bucketed or segmented, and I think it is quite possible that you could get scrutinized more if you are already in a hate speech category. And I think that's kind of where they have me pegged. Right? Although I don't have any strikes. I don't have any strikes.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about Be Brave. Like, Be Brave didn't have any strikes, I don't think. And one minute he was there, the next minute he was gone.
Yeah, I think, they just took his channel. So I'm trying my best to keep the channel, which is a good time to say, if you have not subscribed to the Urban Landlord clips yet, make sure you do. Most of the videos and stuff, clips from the channel go there. So it's always a good thing to subscribe to that. So if you don't watch the whole 5 hours, you can always catch the clips and some extra footage and coverage over there. A lot of the shorts and stuff over there too. So one, you think Karmelo's guilty, huh?
Yeah, I think he's guilty. I think it's a lesser offense. I don't think he's going to do the full max. I think, like I mentioned on one of my videos, my private videos from just my friends, it was he'll probably get the mid-range. So he'll probably do 10 years, 15 at the max, I think.
That's, man, it sounds like nothing. I don't know what you think, Latino. What do you think?
What? With Karmelo?
Yeah, you think he'll get convicted? And how much time?
I think it's a wrap, dude. Based off the testimonies, bro. Like, there's just too many testimonies going one direction. Then at least, let's say, at least 3 or 4 going his direction. You know what I'm saying? It seems like it's like 90% one side.
One of the things that you can take from this is that if he had been on his tent, under his tent,
it would have been a different story.
All of the witnesses likely would have been testifying for him.
And they would have been on his side.
Yeah,
but
that's exactly what would have happened.
He was in an area that he shouldn't have been. It would be like me going to your house fighting you. Everybody that testifies is going to be testifying on your behalf, not for me.
Well, and that goes. I was going to say, and that goes. That's analogous to only black people can say the N-word, but nobody else can, because what they said was, well, you can't come in our space, but we can sit wherever we want to. I've seen that argument all over these spaces, and I'm thinking, you guys have lost your mind.
Yeah. And so, it's very interesting logic. And again, I read somewhere, I don't know if this was true, that he was tasked to put up the tent for his team, but didn't put it up.
Who, Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
he
think
wasn't even supposed to be there. He had according to testimony, he had a physical therapy appointment. So had he went his ass to the doctor,
Hold on, I can't get both of y'all. What you say? He had a physical therapy appointment and what?
What I was saying is he had a physical therapy appointment, and if he would have taken his ass to the doctor the way that he should have, none of this would have happened.
Wow.
Wasn't he not suspended too from a fight or some shit?
That was prior. That suspension had already expired.
Okay.
Yo, look at Freezy today. Freezy's hard on this shit, boy. Carmelo Anthony, friends of Anthony family speaks. Again, and this is what I'm trying to explain to Freezy. So what? What are you trying to wrangle for light sentencing? If you ain't testifying, nothing matters. Like, none of this is going to be heard by the jury. It shouldn't be heard by the jury. It shouldn't be weighed by the jury. Correct one?
If you're not testifying, no, because the jury can only look at the here and now in that space. They're not going to be able to determine based on your testimony. But the flip side of it's true as well. If you testify, remember when I said I think he'll probably do 10 or 15? They might actually say, you know what, F this kid, throw the book at him.
Yeah, for real. Yo,
Yeah, I think.
Judge Joe Brown, he was saying that he wants him to get fried.
Well, you know, that's what. So one, what you're saying is that this is a mercy defense.
Not a mercy defense, but I think just based on everything that came out at trial, that's probably what he would get. That's based on what everybody else got here in the state of Texas for doing something.
Hold on one.
Go ahead.
Everything that came out in trial would have been known before they went to trial, correct?
No.
Like
No,
in the discovery, they said, here's our witness list. Karmelo Anthony's defense attorney would have known generally what they were going to say, what the witnesses were going to say.
More or less. I mean, witnesses can be finicky. I mean, look at his own witness, the witness for the defense that basically testified for the state.
Well, but from Karmelo Anthony's defense perspective, he was getting in that we were allowed to go into the tents. That's all they wanted. He testified for the state because on cross, the state asked him the questions, but on direct, Karmelo Anthony's lawyer was able to get in. Well, we go up on other people's tent, blah 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 blah. Right.
Right. Whereas the state got in. If you're asked to leave, you leave. Right. And they were like, yeah.
And he also asked him about who was the aggressor or something to that effect, and he said
that
Karmelo.
too.
Right.
That too. Everybody testified to that.
So that is just more or less damage mitigation. Because
yeah,
you
but
really
it
didn't
didn't
gain
work.
anything from putting him on the stand. You lost more than you gained, but maybe you gained a little sympathy at sentencing. You gained nothing for conviction and not guilty. In that line.
Well, you know what? I see your point, and that's where I think you and I are saying the exact same thing. I just missed that, and I apologize about that. But that's where I think he's gonna get the lesser. It's not gonna be murder. It's not gonna be capital murder. It's not gonna be murder on the second degree.
I don't think because of his age. But
because it's not. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I guess what I'm saying is that you think about all of the blacks that are putting the energy into crafting defenses for Karmelo. But his defense strategy, if you really look closely at it, has been damage mitigation.
Damage control. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Now the black on the outside looking in are saying he innocent. But his defense is not putting on the case of a man who's innocent. He's not even going to testify. He's innocent. He testify. Or you'd have evidence that would testify for you. None of that has been shown. But the blacks who are fighting a totally different battle than Karmelo's fighting for his life. The blacks are fighting against white people and everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
They're overlooking the evidence. That doesn't matter to them. That's not their battle. They don't give a damn about Karmelo Anthony.
They never did. And you talked about that when you guys showed that live press conference, remember, with Dominique, that convicted felon that's now leader of a nonprofit or what have you. And he was like,
yeah,
I'll see you at trial. And, I mean, you said it and I said it. He's cooked at that point. It's like, wait a minute.
I don't know. I've never pled for mercy. Only been to trial once. But I'm guessing from a legal standpoint, from when you got a weak case, isn't it better to just plead it out?
Yeah.
He should have.
You know what I'm saying?
But was there even a plea offered?
Well, but that's what a good defense attorney would do. Is that right, Warren?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was going to say that's what the a good defense attorney would have done. They would have made a phone call with the DA, like, look, we don't want to go through all this. Let's just go ahead and do a big deal. But Dominique, the convicted felon that's now leader of that nonprofit, he's the one that sabotaged all that shit, pardon my cursing, with his comment. I mean, the moment they're like, see you at trial, if I'm the DA, pardon my language, but fuck you at that point. I'm going to go ahead and take it to trial. I got everything I need to bury you.
MFB is saying the state offer no pleas, but did they offer themselves up?
That's what I was saying. If any good defense attorney would call the state and say, hey, look, let's go ahead and negotiate a plea.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily. Wouldn't it be necessarily with the parents in the discussion with Karmelo if he wanted to proceed?
Well, I think what happened is that social media and the pressures took over and it superseded logic.
And it superseded all of that. Exactly. And again, I think Dominique, anything that would have been a possibility, Dominique blew that up with his stupid press conference.
And the lawyer is saying, we have nothing. We don't even have any witnesses. I can't even put the damn boy on the stand. And this is a self-defense case. You blacks buried yourself by claiming he was innocent when you should have been down on your knees begging for mercy. The time to beg for mercy is not at trial.
It's long before that.
That's right.
It's long before that. And again, and I don't mean to sound repetitive like a kid with echolalia, but Dominique, the moment he said, I'll see you at trial, if I'm the DA listening to that press conference, no, hell no, no deal at this point. Don't even come to me. I got everything that I need. I'll make sure that you're buried, basically.
Yeah. And the lawyer, man, I think he's just milking the clock. He know these people got a bunch of money to spend. He'd be stupid not to take advantage of it. If they came to him and said, will you represent my boy? Hell yeah. You got $600,000.
I think everybody was milking the clock because Dominique got paid. 2 attorneys got paid. Remember, there was a female attorney prior to this attorney.
Yeah, they fired her,
Yeah, they fired her and then brought on this guy. And then, of course, we need to move out of our neighborhood, even though they lived in a gated community. That makes sense. Well, we need a Cadillac Escalade. As they say in Spanish and Latinos, ojalá que vale la pena esa mugre camioneta, right? Like,
don't speak French.
MLB said they must have tried. I think with the lies that they seeded in social media, it probably was that Alexander guy.
Dominique Alexander, that's his name.
They couldn't plead. He painted them in a position where they couldn't plead. And so I think their strategy became social pressure to find him not guilty. But in trial, social pressure doesn't work. So
not here in Texas, sure.
You got to put a case on. In the case, there's just no facts to substantiate what he has to argue for self-defense. That's what I think. If I were to just break it all down, the whole 3.7 GPA, where did that come from? The school didn't release it.
It was a way of his family humanizing who Karmelo Anthony is.
Right, but that, again, what is that? For whom were they doing that for?
For the regular person that still thinks that this is that schools are operating on a 4.0 scale. Because John,
they should have gone to the prosecutor with that behind closed doors. Hey, he made a mistake. He did wrong. We accept responsibility. Can we handle this quickly, quietly, and fastly, and give this man a chance to live the better half of his life out of prison? But the blacks wanted to bully people.
I would have offered prison, John, but on a smaller scale. I would have said, look, he'll agree to plead guilty. We can't say no prison time because due to life got taken, but we're willing to do 5 years. And I think had they done that, any reasonable DA would have probably accepted it.
Yeah.
He's a young kid. He'll be able to start his life over again. It's altered permanently, but it's not completely destroyed. Now he'll be in his 30s when he gets out.
The county would have loved to sweep this under the rug quietly.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Keep their image intact. This all goes away. He pleads guilty. It still comes off as a law-abiding county. There are no blacks down there protesting anything like that. That's how you maintain the property values. It's just as simple as that. Not dragging your county. And see, the blacks are gone now. They made a stink and left it behind for everybody else to deal with. Karmelo's family moved. They weren't ever rooted there anyway because they were renters. Now they've made a stink that the rest of the school district has to deal with, and they're gone. Ain't that some shit? That's some shit.
You seen that clip with the black lady talking about, oh, I stand with Karmelo because I'm a black mother.
You know what, Latinos, it's interesting because I talked to a friend of mine. This person and I went to law school together, and they said literally the exact same thing. And my thing was, and it was true because my battery was literally at 3% at that moment. It was like, you know what, I gotta go. I mean, I actually had reason to go because the moment I hung up, you know how you get the little title page of your phone and then the battery and then it shuts off. That's exactly what happened. But that wasn't the reason why I wanted to go. It was because I didn't want to hear that shit. Pardon my language.
Same here. Which is corny. How, like, come on, man. Nobody should die.
No,
I mean,
and more importantly, you did what you did. So you know what? You need to take this tidal wave of accountability. I mean, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Where did John go? He went radio silent.
He probably went to the bathroom.
Oh, but yeah, no, that's the, to me, that was the biggest problem. And like John said, I was going to walk off of what he had said. They left the big well, they tried to leave a big stink for everybody else to deal with. The problem is black people, for the most part, that did that are not even from Collin County or Dallas County for that matter. I mean, people have to understand, and Portia and Blacks Who Defy, they talked about it because they live in that area. Portia is in Tarrant County and Blacks is in Collin County. And the thing is for the most part, the black people that are there, for the most part, they have a different attitude toward things. They're not going to run around. Those that are local to the area, for the most part, aren't going to run around.
Wants the link, John.
I'm sorry?
No, JP wants the link.
A lot of people aren't going to run up there and start shit, basically. And Blacks Who Defy, he talked to a degree about that on your channel last year, in that regards. And then Portia, when she was up here, talked to a degree about that as well. You have these village idiots that they'll come down here and they'll start their bullshit. And it's like, dude, are you from here? Oh no, I'm from California. Or oh no, I'm from Missouri. Then why the hell are you here causing shit? Go home. We're not the ones.
I think people are going to get more territorial. You know, I am the urban landlord, and I talk about, what I see. The real estate pressures, it affects everybody. And the large majority of people living in or around major cities here in America. And, you're trying to get to good schools and stuff like that and trying to avoid the social rot. And as things get tougher and tougher, you heard my buddy talk about he didn't like the AI stuff. People are going to, that makes you want to, fight back against something, what's causing your problem. And I think the Rick Child situation is people fighting back. I'm tired of moving. So we're going to fight back against the cultural rot.
Well, the Rick Child situation, I'll be quite honest. What the hell was he supposed to do, regarding Rick Child? I mean, and the other thing is what the hell are you doing at 14 years old with a pistol? By the way, you can't get a pistol in South Carolina until you're 21.
Yeah. And, that's what the prosecution was trying to convict a man when faced with, like, basically rot, cultural, social rot. Do you throw away a good man for, like, basically trash? Do you throw him out with the trash? I think the people decided not to. But what about the trash? Do you throw the trash out? And that's the question that the jurors will face with Karmelo. He's trash. To kill a man like that is trash. Do we throw him out? That's what the jury's facing.
Well, if this were Minnesota, John, or if this were your neck of the woods, or if this were New York City, probably not. But here in Texas, the only thing I can say is welcome to the South. Basically, it's one of those where he's getting taken out to the dumpster. Now he'll have an opportunity to come back. like I mentioned, it'll probably be a 10-year or a 15-year sentence. But the thing is he's going to be taken out. We take justice very seriously here in the Lone Star State.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think the protesting and the racial antagonizing, when this was not a case about race, I mean, down below the surface, but this is a simple murder. Do you think that racial antagonizing might get him the longer end of the sentence? The jurors coming out seeing all that protesting and stuff like that?
No, I don't think so.
Interesting. What do you think, Latino?
Nah, man. Nah, me neither.
Like, I think if I were a white person on the jury and I see all these black people talking about kill only good crackers or dead crackers and all that kind of stuff, and I see him, I'm willing to find him guilty based upon what he's done, that would piss me off to no end. Seeing these people basically judging it strictly from a racial angle, saying he's innocent, raising all this money for him, I'd be willing to throw the book at his ass. That's just me.
Yeah, I don't know where Juan is getting this whole 5-10 year shit.
Now, it's possible in 5 years. What's up, JP?
What up, Jay?
What's up, John? What's up, man? I've been right the whole time.
What you talking about, Karmelo?
Yeah.
You think he's gonna be found guilty?
I don't think he's gonna be found guilty. The only thing that would convict him at this point is racism. Evidence is not gonna be the reason why he get convicted.
Have you been watching the trial at all?
No, so
yeah, go ahead.
The video shows that everything that those witnesses, first off, the witnesses been inconsistent. They've been lying. And then the video actually shows how the brothers, both of those big boys, surrounded Karmelo and Anthony. And it don't show all of this stuff. The media didn't even address the actual fight. They didn't want to publicize the actually fight that they had.
Do you think that video would be? Do you think the video? Because I've heard Freezy talking about the video. Do you think that video would be entered into the court to evidence?
Yes, I think that video is going to save his life. And this is what I hate about us black folks. We automatically convict black people when white people say something, and when something done went wrong with whites and blacks, we automatically indict our own. Because we got that much trust in white folks, as if white folks is playing it fair. No, they are not playing shit fair. They playing the game, but they not stupid like black people. Black people trying to be this.
Do you think the black people played it fair? The ones that were on the jury in the Cyrus Belton case, they found them guilty. They found Rick Child innocent.
I think those was butlers. I think black people, when it comes to white people, they go above and beyond to try to prove that they're not racist. Like, black people is a dummy, right? When I mean by dummy, like, they get dumb when it comes to other races, and white people, they gonna stick for theirs no matter the right or wrong. That's why for a fact, how can you shoot somebody in the back running away? That's against the law. Period.
Well, I think honestly, I actually thought Child was guilty initially. But
you got butlers that help free this man.
But I think if you watch the trial, JP, and I think if you look at it from just a civilization standpoint, Child was dealing with like the lowest of the lowest trash, people stealing from his store, and he's just trying to make a living. His children turned out fine, and the blacks that were eyewitnesses, they were bad witnesses, and so I think it was hard for people to convict Child based upon those witnesses and this boy carrying a gun. They're like, let's throw the trash out. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, but JP,
that don't have nothing to do with the case.
Have you not seen anything with the case though? Like, have you been not keeping up?
No, I stopped keeping up. I didn't want to keep up with it because once I heard the verdict, uh, usually when it's white or Asian or somebody with black folks, you automatically know they're gonna get found innocent. And the only time you gonna have a guilty verdict is when black men do something to them. So instead of me just getting pissed for nothing, we ain't gonna go ride on them. My question is to all the people that, all the niggas that's, violent and stuff. Where are all the butlers at for the child? What y'all gonna do to them? Like, I'm getting tired of this. I'm tired of black people playing sucker for a white man. These white people, like, you think you doing something by convicting and trying to play this fair. I don't care. Let's say he was in the wrong. You don't go against your own kind trying to think you doing something righteous. That ain't righteous. Ain't nobody in America playing righteous. You the only stupid motherfucker who believe in that dumbass shit. Cause you so Jesus and white men bound. And you trying to prove equality, and you just trying to throw your hoe in and indict your own kind to prove that you ain't you ain't racist, you ain't trying to be unfair. No, the white folks is being unfair. Mexicans, them Asians been unfair. The Mexicans been unfair. Why you keep trying to be fair for them? Man, y'all the most dumbest motherfuckers on the planet, bro. I can't wait till I see y'all in these situations. Bro, black people is the dumbest people on the planet to me. I swear to God, and we need to get rid of these butlers and these house Negroes. Y'all been a disappointment. If black people if black people take each other out, it should be house Negroes versus the niggas. It should never be niggas versus niggas. We should get rid of the house Negroes. The only black people I wouldn't mind going to war with is the house Negroes. If I had to shoot my black brother, it would be a house Negro. It won't be the niggas.
Why? What's wrong with the ones with the degrees and stuff and the education?
Because the more educated they become, the more they become whitewash, white bound, and they think they part of something that don't even accept them. They only use you to go against your own kind. You stupid motherfucker, bro. Like I would sacrifice the black male butlers. Them the men that I wouldn't mind putting a bullet in.
Ew, Jesus.
I will go to war with them.
Yeah.
I won't go to war with niggas. I just dislike how black butlers, they always want to go against their own kind to try to get whitey points. That should be paining me, bro.
I don't know,
You
man.
go against your own kind just to get acceptance from them. Go ahead, my bro.
No. I'm just saying, like, is being good a butler thing, or
It being subservient and being subservient and subjugated is a bad thing, bro. These people will never be on your team. Stop trying to play. The only time you willing to play fair and honest is when white folks involved. You ain't like that when it come to us.
man? I'm only like that when it's with my family. To be honest, I can care less about anybody else.
I just look at them people as a disappointment. We don't respect you. The whites don't respect you. You just trying to get acknowledged, like because you grew up in a life where everybody ignore you, and so to get some attention, you want to sit up there and throw your own, talk bad about your own to get attention, because nobody really gave a fuck about you, and they still won't ever give a fuck about you. I don't really respect butlers and mammies.
The butlers.
Yes. House Negroes never died. In fact, they became more thicker. The numbers of house Negroes became thicker. And we don't need them in our race. They in our way. We don't need them in our race.
Mike is an idiot. He's like, ask him about black women.
Oh, we got black mammies as well. It's a difference between a black mammy and the nigglets. Nigglets is more in line with the niggas. I don't respect the black women that I talk about is the mammies. She's identical like the male butler that sucks the white man's dick. The black mammy sucked the white man's dick, and the black male butler sucks the white man's dick. I don't respect neither one of them. Slave catchers. That's all they is. That's why that's why they say lock up black men, because they ain't nothing but lock niggas up because they ain't nothing but slave catchers. That's all he is. The mammies and the butlers.
Man, with this whole Karmelo situation though, I've always said like I'm 50-50 because I really don't know until I hear statements and
Nigga, I'm gonna always be 100. I'm not trying to be fair. Bro, this country ain't about being fair. And no race in this planet never been fair. Even if Karmelo Anthony was wrong, I'm still gonna be 100% in favor of him getting free.
Damn.
That's what the America is like. They not about being fair. Y'all keep trying to make black folks act a way that nobody else is in this country. Nobody in this country being fair. Nobody. It's just that y'all don't got no loyalty with your own kind. And you thinking you doing something great and holy. I think the worst thing that happened to you butlers and mammies is Jesus. That's the worst thing that happened to you motherfuckers. You old Jesus bound motherfuckers. You motherfuckers think that 2 wrongs don't make it right. These motherfuckers been spanking you for hundreds of years. 2 wrongs don't make it right. Turn the other cheek. Man, you don't get your stupid whiffled ass out of my goddamn face.
Yeah, Junique says, all right, leave Jesus out of this.
Man, fuck Jesus. And fuck the motherfucker who gave him to you.
Oof.
Them be the motherfuckers that's in the way. Them be the motherfuckers that will sell a nigga out. They will sell a nigga out. I knew all of this stuff when I asked the motherfuckers, when I went on Dotterman Shirt show, I asked him, I said, I want to know the history of this white boy. I need to know the history because based on my nigga magical mathing, he seems like a bully. Because based on his pattern on how he tried to force this boy out of his seat to get in that ring, he sounds like him. Come to find out, the boy done broke his daddy bones. His daddy wasn't even involved in his life. So he have a upbringing of a gangster, of a ghetto child than Karmelo Anthony do.
Oh, so that's why his dad was in the cast?
Yeah, because Austin, the one that's dead, eating grass right now, is the one that broke his bones. But y'all let these motherfuckers paint this little punk ass white boy like he was some innocent little ass victim. In fact, he wasn't even supposed to be at the damn place. He wasn't supposed to be there.
Isn't he not in the track team?
No, I think he had got suspended or some shit. But everybody's so willing to quick to just indict the little nigga boy.
You don't think? Well, I knew you said you haven't followed the trial, but you don't think the evidence seems to be weighed against him very heavily there, though?
Mm-hmm.
No, the evidence has been presented in front of us.
Yeah, well, that's fair. Fair. Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. Y'all just trust what these white folks is telling you. They got a big thing that the state struck from being public. The fight that they had, that's been struck. The state struck that from the view. So that's why I hate about butlers and mammies. Y'all just believe everything what white folks tell you.
Hold on. But if something was struck, then you know it didn't come in before the jury, right?
No, what I mean is they struggle from being public. The reason why this case not even public, it's not because they kids. It's because the evidence of this whole case is going to make this boy not look like a victim. It's going to make him look more like a problem child. And it's so crazy that we hiding his backstory. But every time a nigga died, the first thing they bring up is his backstory.
Wait a minute, whose backstory are you talking about?
Austin, the one that's dead.
Oh, the Nick. Okay.
He beat up his daddy and broke his bones.
And how is that relevant, though?
It's relevant because it explains on how his behavior was with Karmelo Anthony. His daddy wasn't involved in his life.
Listen, this is
so he had anger issues. He had anger issues.
Do you think that a father not being involved in your life should be used against a criminal?
Yes, because what it shows, that boy got anger issues. He took it out on he fought his daddy, and so he's just like a wildfire.
I want you to listen to what you just said, though. Listen to what you just said, though.
Yeah, for real.
You just said that someone who had what I say, anger issues or has fought with someone or whatever should be
that didn't have their daddy.
Yeah, they didn't have a daddy. Do you know how many black men that would be used against in court?
That's what I said.
You know,
I understand it, and it do get used against them.
But I don't know if no one's gonna. Well, it may be in the sentencing phase where they throw themselves at the mercy of the court and say he didn't have a daddy. But
the reason why most of these black men get labeled as angry men is because they didn't have their dad.
You think that's what it is?
That's exactly what it is. And so they got to get raised up under the bitch who mentally, emotionally destroy him. And so by him beating up his daddy, it shows that he's a bully. He's angry. He's violent. He's aggressive. So it explains everything when it comes to Karmelo Anthony. They trying to paint this little bitch boy that's eating dirt right now, trying to paint him to be this little innocent white victim.
Now,
like he was just some nice kid.
Now, how do you know he beat up his daddy?
It's the evidence. It came out.
It came out in the trial?
Yes, it came out in the trial that this boy had beat up, that broke some type of spine in his daddy's back.
In trial? Who put that on the prosecution? Because the prosecution wouldn't have put that on the trial.
The prosecution, no. When they start digging up more information and start going off the history of this boy, and that's how everybody found out the daddy wasn't involved. He broke his daddy ligament or some shit, a ligament in his daddy's back or some shit like that.
But how is this related to the trial though? Like
it's all the way related because it shows that he's not some nice innocent kid. It explains what his aggressiveness that kept trying to punk on Karmelo Anthony to the point where the same way he was getting violent with his father, he was getting violent with Karmelo Anthony. But they try to remove that and make it seem like Austin wasn't sitting up there trying to be violent. He was nice. He was just trying to explain to him he needed to move and all this other shit.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think Karmelo should have moved?
No. He did exactly what he supposed to have did. Stand his ground. In a Texas state.
But if someone doesn't want you around somewhere, they say, hey man, can you leave? Would you leave?
No. Because it's not like he was in that white boy's house. That white boy didn't own shit. I refuse if somebody, if we in a public setting where I'm supposed to be, where everybody's supposed to be, to come in because they don't want me around. I got to leave. Fuck you. I ain't going no motherfucking where. You put your hands on me, I'm gonna stab you.
But would you just stay there and be unwanted?
Yes. Because it's not the fact that he's unwanted by the whole collective. He was unwanted by some little bitch white boy.
But wasn't there testimony that multiple people asked him to leave?
I don't care who asks him. If the whole team asks him to leave, I'm not going nowhere.
All right, can I ask you something, JP?
Yeah, I'm not going nowhere because they don't want me there.
JP, let me ask you something. Now
they don't want us. Let me say this right quick. They don't want us here in America. Why you ain't leaving now? They don't want none of us here.
All right, JP. So now let's reverse. Let's flip the roles, right? Let's say that Karmelo went into Metcalf, the reverse of it. And now they told Karmelo told Metcalf to leave. And Metcalf came and stabbed Karmelo. Then what? Would you still feel the same way?
Well, I'm gonna defend mine in right or wrong, but I will still understand why he didn't leave. You can't make nobody leave because you don't want them there, especially you didn't pay no bills. You don't own this. You don't own this. That's some tribal gang related type of shit. Trying to move somebody, that's like moving. That's just like you coming on my block and I make you move, and you say you ain't going nowhere. Well, the gang don't want you here. Do that mean you're not gonna? Do that mean you gonna just pack up and leave because the gang don't want you there? Or you gonna? Texas got something called stand your ground law. It's the reason why I say stand your ground. That means if somebody try to make you move or make you leave a spot that's not illegal for you to be there, you don't have to just leave because somebody don't want you there. That's their own personal problem.
Question from Nile. Why do ninjas stay where they ain't wanted?
Well, everywhere in America we not wanted. If that's the case, we won't be in this country.
Man, I don't even see this about race, bro.
It's definitely about race. You black folks is the only ones trying to be black folks is trying to be the only ones trying to be neutral. Talking about it ain't about race. When you the actually people who get shitted on because of your race. How you gonna sit up here and say you don't think it's about race? And bro, you've been subjected to all type of race issues. It's definitely about that. This is why they try to paint the picture. Is if it wasn't about race, why they try to defend him, try to baby this white boy like he was just a good loving kid. They gonna defend theirs no matter what. And you butlers think that because you're going against the grain, somehow you're gonna get some type of more respect. That's gonna raise your respect level and all this other stupid ass shit, bro. Butlers is the worst thing for the communities. This is why the butlers and mammies will always get punked. This is why I say that niggas is the ones that be freeing us. The little freedom that we do have, it came from the niggas and the nigglets. It never came from the mammies and the butlers. Cause them bitches ain't gonna do nothing but conform. Shout out to the thugs who gave us the freedom that we got today. It definitely didn't come. It definitely didn't come from the nerds, the butlers, and the mammies. It definitely didn't. You can see this now.
Yo, bro.
You can see this now. It definitely didn't come from y'all. You motherfuckers gonna conform to anything as long as you ain't getting hurt.
Yeah, shout out to the OGs, bro.
Yeah, shout out to them niggas and nigglets. Put some respect on the niggas and the nigglets name. The heart of a nigga and the heart of a butler is two different type of hearts. I look at the butlers ain't nothing but a trained dog for the whites to attack his own kind. And them is the ones that don't mind erasing their race. Because you think about it, the only people that date outside their race is the butlers and the mammies. Niggas and nigglets instead of reproducing themselves. And guess what else? The niggas and the nigglets is the only reason why our population is steady growing. And they growing black. The butlers and the mammy is the ones that's either not reproducing or they reproducing outside of their race. That's only some mammies and butler shit.
Talk to him.
The niggas and the nigglets is the ones that keeping our race real. And organic and original. The butlers don't mind whitening up our race or selling our race out. They the ones talk about they don't value the black code and all this other shit. They make fun of everything black movement. I mean, nigga movements, niggas and niglet movements. They make fun of that, but they don't got no type of movement. Their movement is to be up under to get praises from their daddy. They white mama and daddy.
White man.
This is why a lot of times the reason why white folks don't hear the black race voice is because they be listening to the butlers and the mammies. The butlers and mammies, they don't really respect you. Nobody fucks with you. I don't care how much degree you got, what you own, you not respected.
Damn.
You tuck your dick in every damn time when it comes to outside your race, but you have nothing but smoke when it comes to the niggas and the nigglets. Man, I don't want to hear no butler or no mammy even speak. You need to shut up and wait till us niggas fight and get shit done for you to benefit from.
Yeah.
I'm tired of them butlers and mammy ass motherfuckers. And I don't think Charleston White, I don't take his apology. Because before he seen the actual evidence, he was so willing to indict this boy. And you just automatically just give all the trust and grace to white folks just because white folks said it. They got to be telling the truth.
Shit. Damn, man. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I think I'm gonna give it one more week, and I think they're gonna call it.
No, the thing is, if he do get convicted, he's not gonna get convicted off evidence. He gonna be convicted from racism. Racism gonna convict him, not evidence. Bias is going to convict that boy.
How? I mean,
Let me get off this.
at the end of the day, it is a judgment, right? Because it is trial, right? So
Yeah, and it's not. I guarantee you, even it has 6 black people on the Cyrus trial. You got to know for a fact them one niggas on that trial. Them was butlers and mammies that let that Asian man go, killing that boy from the back because he had a gun. Those were butlers and mammies that freed that Asian man. There definitely wasn't no niggas and nigglets. Because the niggas and nigglets is at them stores right now banging against they stove. Them was you punk ass butlers and mammy ass motherfuckers who let that Asian man get away with whacking us. You stupid mother bro. Because the niggas and the nigglets is at the man's store right as we speak.
the niggas
Raising hell.
That shit sound like a fucking R&B group.
No, I don't give a damn. The butlers and the mammies that was on that jury trial that let that agent get away with killing that black boy is the motherfuckers that it's a problem and that we need to get rid of. Instead of niggas killing each other, no, the only black people that we need to kill if we must go to war is the butlers and the mammies. Get rid of them motherfuckers.
The butlers.
They don't have no value, no way. Nobody respect them. They ain't gonna even be remembered. They family don't even give a fuck about them.
Damn, son. Jesus Christ, man. The butlers, bro. Black.
I gotta get up out of here.
I'm about to do the same. I got shit to do tomorrow. All right, fellas. It's been good. I don't know what John is. But yeah, man. Peace. Thank you, John, for having me. Shout out to the chat. And I hope that everybody has a great Monday tomorrow. And yeah, man. Much peace and love.
This nigga has the motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, John Carl. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era faded, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had a wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the head unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am a nigga. I bring it to rough, rockin' and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain, now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga.